I'll just say yikesy and oh boy.
Yikers.
Oh,
A sister of Poggers. Different vibe.
the sisters of
Augustine.
Pogglestein.
The Sisters of Poggers
Poggeroony.
sounds like a... I don't even know what
Oh,
that
they were
sounds
in
like.
they were in Agatha, right? The Sisters of Poggers, or
I
is that
have
right?
no idea.
Don't you
I think
fucking
so.
disrespect the Salem Seven, sir.
Oh, I was curious if you actually remembered. That they were
Could you
really
tell I was
close.
delaying while trying to remember what the fucking names were?
I skipped that show completely, and I
You
think I'm
made
good.
a good decision.
Congratulations, yeah.
It was on my optional pile, and I realized I can't do that. I have too much to do, and of course I missed an incredible show, so I'm definitely gonna watch it later.
Of
Sure, definitely
course.
gonna do that.
Now,
Down the witch's road.
no, we are live, and the first thing I'll say is we are unfortunately down 2 Soldierinos, who one of them may pop up if he's available, the other one absolutely cannot, but we'll have them both next week, so don't you panic there, fellas.
Oh boy.
But this is the team we got for tonight. Gonna sell in.
You're stuck with us for now.
Hey,
This is the squad.
it's me
Yeah.
again. Sorry.
Hi, Meta.
Hello.
How you doing?
How you though? It's actually better. I had like a flu for the last week and a half, and it was kind of shit.
um,
There you go. That's my story for the week.
everyone's asking already. Like, I'm afraid Doom is not going to make it for this one.
Well, now that Selko's dead, he can't kiss Jinx, so he's out. Yeah.
Brags it with the
Doom
power of
is not interested
flashbacks.
anymore. Oh yeah, that's true. There
It'll
might
be
be
fine.
flashbacks.
Yes, we're all very excited to discuss Arcane, but before we do,
I'm thrilled.
wanted to mention, especially with everybody pouring in, recently a different TV show completed called The Penguin, and we're probably not going to be doing any kind of coverage on it. It's kind of hard to fit it in into a particular format that we think. Like me and Fringy, when finishing it up, we're like, I don't think this is gonna. Certainly not an EFAP TV style thing. And then like a broad breakdown. Not sure exactly if it would work that way either. It's more of a go watch this show. It's one of the best shows that have come out, not just in this year, but in recent history, just in terms of writing, but also the willingness to tell a story without being scared of what people will say and do by the time you get to the end of
Okay.
it. Like it doesn't mind if the audience is going to be shocked or disgusted with what the characters get up to in it, because that is who they are. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, but I guess we can give a premise, which is that post The Batman, we follow the Penguin, Colin Farrell's Batsuit Man, trying
Right.
to climb his way up the ladder of the Undercity crime of Gotham. And, you know, like, just to give you an idea, when we were starting up episode 1, we were like, well, I guess by the end of the season, you'll probably be the winner who's going to have to fight Batman in the Batman 2 or something.
Yeah, I mean, a fairly safe assumption about what it's going to be.
Yeah, so we were like, all right, we'll give it a shot. I'll have a look. I don't know that anybody who's familiar with the discussion before it came out would have been like, the common sentiment was why, and well, we'd mentioned that they would need to make it very, very good, if not great, to get everybody on its side, and I would say they pretty much achieved that. Not without its flaws, of course, but the performances are top notch. The writing is surprising, interesting, and shocking at times. And you get a bunch of awesome people in the cast who ultimately I think has actually boosted the Batman. I think a lot of people said.
I think it has.
I was about to ask that.
Nice.
Surely this must be good for a potential like the Batman sequel or interest in that particular universe of things. And if they're making shows,
Well, so now everyone's like,
that
what the fuck's
sounds
going to
fun.
happen with Reeves doing his stuff and
Yeah,
Gunn
what's
doing
the
his
deal?
stuff? I don't know.
The Batman's like the only successful thing that DC has made in the last 5 years, I think.
Damn.
I think so. I'm pretty sure
Yeah. It
was
everything
weird,
else
you-
has been a failure.
You said that, and then I was about to say Rebel Moon is a joke, but then I was like, oh, that joke doesn't even
Oh
make
wait,
sense.
that's right. That's Netflix. But I mean, yeah, it like the Batman and Penguin are like the two things that they've made in the last basically since Joker that were successful and well regarded.
And
And so you know,
Yeah, but
if
Joker 2
Superman
wasn't
comes
quite.
out and it's no good, it is going to be particularly awkward because it's like, oh, but you got like this Batman stuff going on here that's pretty good. So like,
People, yeah.
what's the
People are generally
what's
pretty
going on,
positive
guys?
about the Batman.
Yeah.
I liked it, so
Mm-hmm.
would be keen to see more of that. I
in
certainly will
other
be checking
news,
out the Penguin.
the live event of the century, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. That's
Oh, did
Yeah.
anyone catch that? It was way too late for me. I
Yeah.
couldn't be
yes.
bothered.
Yeah.
I watched the end when it was done
I-
streaming and lagging like crazy.
Yeah, I heard that it wasn't running very well on Netflix, which is
Yeah.
interesting because WWE is going to be live on Netflix starting January, and if they can't manage that, I wonder if they're going to have problems with doing live things like every week, multiple times.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the match that a lot of people were hoping to see.
Mhm.
No.
Why?
kind
What
of a
was
boring-
up with
it? was
it?
just a boring outcome.
Broadly, it was they both throwing punches and sometimes sort of hit ones that are like fine, and then they both defensive, and that's what it was for 8 rounds, and then it was over.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
Um,
exciting.
Okay.
well, and a lot of people would be like, "Well, what were you expecting?" It was like Mike Tyson.
Something exciting?
You know what
Yeah.
the audience is expecting, and you could read up on like people's responses. People were very much not like, that was kind of. You expect spectacle, I guess, and no.
Yeah, Mike Tyson.
Yeah, no.
People really wanted to see Iron Mike just take that dude down, but then now there are a lot
Yeah.
of people that are saying like it was rigged and such.
Yeah, I mean,
I have no skin in the game. I don't give a shit.
I guess it would have been seen as rigged no matter what, to some extent, right? I mean, and it probably is
Mhm.
somewhat. Like, there's going to be some things that are like, you can't be doing X, Y, Z or something,
Yeah,
but
you
I don't
can't
know.
instant knock me out or something. You got to go for my
can't bite my-
forehead and not my chin.
Yeah.
You can't bite my ear
That
off.
would have been
you know?
fucking hilarious if Mike Tyson bit off his ear.
Bit his head off. Bit the top half of his body off.
Now that's
got him.
now that's a live action reboot.
But yeah, I guess that's how I would recommend TV show, and then I wouldn't recommend live action reboot of Mike Tyson.
Live action reboot of Mike Tyson. I guess
Um,
they kind of teased a match between the other Logan man. It's like, okay, cool.
you keep the dollars rolling in, I guess. You know.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess, but I almost wonder if after the first one, people would just be like, "Oh, whatever." But maybe they won't. Maybe they'll be like, "Oh, another fight."
Who knows?
Ooh, another fight.
Who can say?
Another
Which
one.
kind of leads us to what we're here to discuss today, which is Arcane Season 2. Long awaited,
Arcane.
long anticipated. It's, to be
Yeah,
clear,
baby.
Season 1, if you don't already know, chat, is kind of something we prop up and celebrate quite significantly. One of the
Yeah.
Oh yes.
best new things ever. We were blown away
Yeah.
by it, adored it. I'd
Mhm.
say that it's the every aspect of it pretty much. There's flaws, but like anything. I was about to list it all, and I was like, no, just everything.
This is
Very
pretty good.
positive.
Yep.
Broadly
For how
across the
complex
board,
it
very
is.
positive.
Oh yeah, for all the stuff that they've got going, for how complex it is insanely high quality. It is a very, very complicated dive that is pulled off extremely well, and it gets insanely high marks. One of the best shows.
And so, holy shit, a sequel, more
Oh my gosh,
episodes.
what?
It's been a
Whoa.
bit painful to wait for as long as we've had
3
to.
years.
We've talked
Yeah.
about it on different episodes as we come by that this is coming up. Very excited. 2024 has not been fantastic. Put it that way.
No.
Hasn't
No.
been great.
I
Hasn't
guess
been
it's
great.
been better for other people, not for us though. Like we weren't as happy with certain things compared to others. I guess you'd say
Yeah.
Deadpool, Wolverine, for example, or
Yep.
I suppose
Joker
we-
2, everybody agrees on that.
yeah,
one,
everyone
though.
hated Joker
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, that was Jesus
I
Christ.
didn't.
That movie.
I loved it.
No.
Oh.
Ironically.
Yeah, and then of
No, I
course
seriously loved it. No, I didn't.
House
No,
of the
I didn't.
Dragon was a bit disappointing, a bit, especially the ending.
Yeah,
A
overall
little bit.
good, but it definitely had tism. Oh, we had some tism.
Trying to think of what else there was broadly, but we've been
Outlaws.
Well, Star Wars Outlaws really lived up to all of our expectations, didn't it?
It definitely was the thing we expected it to be. I
Lord.
guess.
Yeah.
A golem-like.
Well, in any case, this was something that not only are we super excited for, but we were like, all right, let's watch this the moment it comes out. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, it was coming out right around the time that an EFAP episode would happen, as in Saturday. So we were just like, well, probably should do the episode after, so I have time to actually like break it down, watch it more than once. And so we are a week behind. Actually, as of today, the episodes 4, 5, and 6 are out, but we're not going to be discussing or referencing them for the most part. One, because
That's right.
don't want to spoil anything for anybody, but two, because it's kind of how we do things when we break things down chronologically. We try to do it, you know, like you're watching it as it happens, sort of stuff. We'll have a few sly implications about like, what could this be? I suppose maybe we'll find out, that sort of stuff. Yeah, we'll get there, I'm sure. Yeah, and then next week, all of them will be out, and Arcane will be over as a series. They said they're only doing the 2 seasons, and we'll have to see what they're up to beyond that. I'm sure there'll be probably a tease or two by the end of this season as to the future
Oh,
of
100%.
what we can expect. In any case, I suppose that brings us to the beginning. Unless there's anything anyone wants to mention before we start deep diving, digging, doing things.
No.
No, let's just
I
get started.
yeah, I think I'm
Yeah,
ready.
we're gonna be here for a while, so
Yeah,
you know, off
we'll
we
be
go.
here a while.
Let me get my trusty copyright cover.
Whoa.
Mwah.
Got a job today, fella. You're going
EFAP.
for a while. I suppose we can talk about the intro as it arrives, which will be soon. But the end of season 1, there was plenty of speculation as to what is going to happen as a result of Jinx's big old rocket. Is it going to kill everyone, or will it kill a select group of people? I think we just had discussed it, but there's a little clue with Mel. Her armor seems to be reflecting something, and she seems to realize something before everyone else does. There's obviously like an implication that she's got some kind of ability that, to be honest with you, she might just end up in the game as a support at some point. Wouldn't surprise me. She probably has like a bunch of other moves maybe they'll throw onto her. Who could say?
Yeah. We
But-
got Ambessa in the game now.
Yeah, she is. And then, you know, there's just speculation on who's going to live, who's going to die, and there's some fun ways to decide what would happen with the story depending on the result of that. But we have our answer now. It is in stone. We begin with Jace and Mel, who are pretty unharmed. Got some debris on them and stuff. Clockwork Lady with the clockwork necklace. She's injured. And then this is going to be hard because I don't quite exactly know all of the counselor names, even though they do repeat them a couple times this season, actually. The fellas who died, but the one that Mel gave like a children's toy to in season 1 seemed kind of, I forget his name, is bald guy. He's gonzo.
Yeah, the puzzle.
He's toast.
Dead.
He's dead. We got Robot Man, the Techno Union Man.
Union man.
Techno
Yep.
Union.
He's gone as well, in pieces, gears all over the floor. Unfortunate. And I suppose the
Ripperoonie.
most shocking death for this sequence would be Cassandra Hirraman.
Wow,
Yeah.
most shocking, but also like definitely was gonna go. She was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
she
was
definitely the
that
one
seemed
who was
like
gonna
a
get
pretty
killed.
good choice for just drama, especially because she doesn't occupy a huge amount in terms of like what potential you have for a character, but her death has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
But of course, a big question then would be, what about Victor? And Jace spots him. He is seemingly on death's door. We'll move on with that in a second. I just want to say that this, as a result, has been discussed, and a couple of people seem to be critical of the choice of who is alive and who is dead, as in, wow, all the main characters made it, but all the non-main characters kind of didn't.
Yep.
I mean, there is a shot a little bit later in this episode that kind of explains that it is a power Mel has that's protected her. and she would have been Jace was to her left and Clockwork Lady was to her right. The circle of protection she has protected him and most of her. So like that to me all lines up. Victor surviving the blast a little better than other people could be explained by him having his robot mods somewhat. And he's certainly not in a good way, right? He's near death. So then all you've got left is Salo is his name. He survived, but he's both of his legs have been broken beyond repair. I think.
Yeah, they seem to have been pinned under something on the explosion because somebody's trying to drag him out of it.
Yes. And as was mentioned, Mel and Jace, no injuries. Like, yeah, they were fully protected by whatever armor she has. I don't know if they're going to be explicit about her armor in future, but I would say there's enough to gather that it's definitely something that she's got, likely from being with Noxus / maybe her mum gave it to her. Maybe she's had dealings with people in some way, shape, or form, but it just, it's protected her and Jace. So that's the answer. That's all fine with me. I don't know if anyone else has any issues with how this begins before we move on.
No issues. I was
No,
under the
suppose
impression that
not.
Mel was actually going to die because I didn't think that armor was actually doing anything. I thought it was just reflecting the light of the missile, like as just kind of like the warning before everybody sees it hit.
That is a way to take it for sure. They could have done that.
With Mel dead, then oh shit, Ambessa's fucking furious now. We're getting things in order. So I was kind of surprised that Mel actually lived.
Yeah, she was on my maybe list because of obviously with Ambessa the plot potential for Mel being killed by some as of now unknown assailant could be really interesting. There's a lot they could have done with that.
Yeah,
I was like 90% sure for some reason that she would survive because like the way the armor sort of shined, it was more than just if you went shot for shot, it was more than just reflection. It was as if her entire like clothing just was gone and it was just her and her armor that was like shining golden, which I thought was like a very deliberate choice from the animators. So I was like, that's not there just for
the thing is, if there was
vibes.
no magical protection for himself, I'm not sure how easy it would be to justify how anybody's alive in that room.
Yeah.
Especially, I think that actually helps the idea that maybe other counselors could have survived because the protective shield, whatever she had, would have kind of altered the explosion's pathway a bit. As in, like, it may not have exploded in such a way that it clears out the whole room, which it probably would have if not for her shield.
splashed outwards a bit more.
Yeah, maybe. There's you got your good old film grain and like debris just floating everywhere. It's just you're reassured immediately about how good the animation and the direction with sort of sound design and an attempt to get you into the feeling of the characters, because even the sound is all like muffled and fucked up. A big old this was a disaster type of feel, which is exactly what it should be.
And might I say too that I'm glad that they took. I'm glad they chose to just get right into this scene, because with a lot of shows who end on a cliffhanger like this, and then they begin their next season, they always got to start it with a fucking flashback or 3 days earlier or something like that, just to blue ball you with information that you just didn't need. It's like, fuck this flashback. What are you doing? I don't care what they did when they were kids at this very moment. Please just get into what we're here for. And they did. So
all right. So yeah, upon spotting Victor, they do a kind of neat flourish with the editing where as we're watching Jace realize that this could be that Victor's dead, we're intercutting with him sprinting to the lab with Victor's body. I presume because I don't know if there's like a medical facility within this building, but it seems like a panic move from Jace of just if because he looks like he checks the notes in the lab before concluding the hexcore might be able to save him, but I assume that was already on his mind potentially with everything that's happened in the season prior.
Yeah, I had the same thought. I was like, oh, you're just gonna get him immediately to the thing, but yeah, this seems to be like a panic thing, as it's as you said.
Yeah, and in this
When he comes
moment
through the book, it's a sketch that has like a bunch of runes on the body with like markings, like it shows where all these runes are on Victor's body, I presume. So I think he's looking for, I guess, some medical related or magical related way to resuscitate him.
Yeah, well, in any case, he ends up pushing the core toward Victor, and looks like it's kind of like absorbed into him. We'll get more on that, but
Big choice, since he promised to destroy it
Hmm.
in their last conversation before the council meeting.
yeah.
Although, it is implied that Jace did not understand what Victor meant when he said, "You have to destroy it." Jace probably thought that he meant to destroy the technology that he had built, not the core.
What?
I don't think
What?
so. Like, but because
He said
within
he asked him to destroy the hex core.
well, and Jace does recognize that, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Jay says he will.
No, I think because again, like I thought he looked to his hammer when he said, "You must destroy it," and I feel like Jace thought that he was referring to the weapons that he had built, like the hammer and the gauntlets and everything like that. And so
No,
when he said "I will," he's probably referring to he's probably thinking of the weapons, and he's probably not realizing that he's talking about the hex core. That's based on the visuals of what was happening in that very scene. I may
No,
be
it's
wrong
supposed
about
to
that.
imply
no,
I think it's
okay.
supposed to
So I
imply
think I know what
one
you're
of the
going wrong because
implications.
he says like you have to destroy it, and then Jay says I know, thinking about the weapons, but then I'm confident Victor says like
But
you
then
have to
Victor
destroy the
says
hex
you
core,
have to the hex core.
and then he says he will. So this is a big choice he's just made here. Not
Yeah,
only
well,
to not
'cause
destroy it, but to actually fuse the hex core with Victor.
Hmm.
and this choice is important in terms of what will happen later for them in the conversation. Like it is, Jace essentially has to recognize that yes, I didn't
But
do what
yeah,
you said.
because he wanted to save his
Gotcha.
life.
Okay,
Which of
yeah, it's
course,
been a couple of
you
years,
look
so
at
I
that as
probably
a
didn't.
situation and go, man, big drama like coming up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's,
for sure.
that's a big choice he's just made there.
Yeah, been a
Mhm.
couple of years, so I probably just missed the correction.
it's all
Um,
good.
mhm. I just want to highlight in this opening sequence, like visually, usually I really, what I deeply admire about Arcane is how fantastic it is at visually translating people's inner mind in the current time. So right now, during this entire sequence, there's a lot of grain added to visually to the scenes, and at first I thought it was in sort of because of the smoke to, you know, highlight the smoke and all that's the ruin. But even when we cut to Jace and Victor in the room, the grain is still there. So I really appreciate that a little addition that they didn't went for the stereotypical, like blurry, hazy sort of visuals that would explain Jace's mindset right now, or his where he is sorry, where his mind is at right now, and sort of because Arcane is usually so clean, it really
They play a lot
emphasizes the
with like the
fact that
blur as well. The blur comes in and out.
mm,
A lot of smoke and distortion. It
yeah,
is it's
visually,
very frenetically edited to help
yeah, it's
convey
very,
that
very
tone, I
much
think.
One,
emphasized how wrong things are right now.
I appreciate the when Jace is running to get Victor into the lab, and they keep coming back to him realizing he's there on the floor and his state. Like I quite like the idea that as he's running, all he's thinking about is that moment of realization of like, good God, he's gonna die. Like that's it. You know, like but the intercutting it just keeps you in very much the tension of that mindset, but also the moving things along in terms of he's getting there, things are happening, holy shit. And yeah, Victor near death, getting splashed fully with the hex core. It's like, well, that's moving on now. Whether or not anybody is not interested in it happening, as in like Victor himself, which is probably the way to write this, right? Because like he can pull back when he realizes it's going too far. What happens with Sky and everything, but with these events, how these have unfolded now, he's going to go further, whether or not he wanted to. And that is the opening. Dunzo.
Yes.
Which takes us
Which
to
brings
the
So far, so
new
good.
opening.
intro.
Yeah, the opening.
So,
Yeah.
there
Well-
was discussion and speculation from everybody as to whether or not they would stick with Enemy from Imagine Dragons. I don't know if this is a hot take, but the hope was they wouldn't.
Yeah.
But they did. It is back.
Yeah, it's not even like a
So,
remixed version or anything, it's just the same, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, I was hoping they'd remix it. I figured
Yeah.
we'd probably be stuck with it. It just seems to be that's how a lot of these shows work, is contractually. But because it's one of the things I saw a lot of people sharing was like, man, couldn't do any other song, even a different Imagine Dragons song. But okay, it has been kept. Oh, the misery. But we got new visuals. How about that?
We do.
Yeah,
Woohoo.
we sure do.
So
Mm.
they have a lot of the main characters portrayed in little references to Greek tragedies, which is interesting. You have stuff like Victor doing a bit of a Phantom of the Opera type thing. Jinx got Les Mis. Got Mel and Ambessa doing a bit of Julius Caesar. And I think it would be Macbeth for Caitlyn. She puts her hands on her head and it makes a silhouette of an evil crown. So I wonder what that reference is. Who knows? And yeah, and then just expressions in general of just some of the stuff these fellas will be going through. I'm sure there'll be more to say about the visuals when more of the story is understood, as was with season 1. But yeah, I mean, what is there to say? What thoughts is everyone having?
So far, not a
personally-
fan. Not really a fan.
Yeah,
I
it kind
prefer
of
the
it kind of gives
statues.
this. No, go ahead.
Well, I just prefer the statues.
I do too.
I also kind of find it almost odd to like have one season where it's statues and then the second one where it's just like them. You know,
Yeah,
like it almost
everyone's
feels
hanging
like
out in
I
loungewear.
think because my assumption was there'd be different visuals, but that it would maintain like with the statues and the carvings and everything.
Yeah, they
But,
just get different
no,
statues
like-
doing different things.
It's just like no. Obviously, the music is the same, but it's like very different.
Yeah, there's something oddly like 3D anime about it, where they just kind of like recycle assets from like the 3D anime and just throw them together and tied into a intro and just call it a day. So there's some. I know that's not exactly what they did. It just has that feel.
It
Mhm.
doesn't feel so one of the things about the first season's credits is that as you watched more of the show, the credits would make more and more sense and they'd be more thematically relevant, and they really did a good job in kind of creating the story beats and the credits and the imagery to go along with it and what that symbolized and what it meant. So I expect to see this evolve and change over time based off what is happening in the story and kind of what they want us to, almost like a teaser as to what they want us to think that these characters are going towards and things of that nature. So
Mhm.
that's why I don't want to speak too strongly about it so far, but just in terms of, subjectively, the stylization of it is I just don't like it nearly as much as the first seasons.
Mm. I appreciated the first season's punchiness, and it was so much better at like snappy, on the beat, and it really created this cohesive experience that felt very good, But here, it's much more dull. I would I would say.
You know what?
Mhm.
I'm gonna
And
agree. I think it's a lot more dull. It's people standing in empty rooms. Maybe you get a prop, a little bit of light. Just
yeah.
not. No, it's not catching me. It's not grabbing me. I think as far as the opportunity cost on the potential of the opening credits is, it's not not doing it for me.
I'd have
Mhm.
been curious to see how it could have been to do statues of all of these visuals, right? So that it's actually
Mm.
Yeah, I mean,
something for us to figure out.
seems
We're like, wait, who
viable.
even is that? And why are they
Yeah.
dressed that way? And why are they doing that? It's like an extra layer because I really love the statues. They're cool as fuck. And there's my favorite shot, even though there's a couple to choose from in the original intro, is the Vanda sort of protecting Vi and Powder with Silco
Mhm.
looming over them. It's like
Mm-hmm.
it's
Mhm.
just
Yep.
cool, and you might be like, well, it's not hard to figure that one out. I'd be like, no, but when you watch more and more and more of the show, it's just that's such an interesting shot to think about.
Yeah.
With how those characters turn out. So there's that. But the visuals in this one, yeah, as Rag said, you know, that they can evolve in terms of what I might find interesting about them. It's probably worth noting that it's a possible connection, but that there's a sense with Arcane that the champions from League of Legends are going to be pretty protected, that they wouldn't kill any of
Mhm.
them. In a cynical sense, so that, you know, more people can get more invested in them and be encouraged to play them in the video game. But also just in a sense that they are a big part of the IP. You wouldn't want to harm them. Will harm the made-up characters. But maybe there's an idea here with the choice of these plays. With I think the majority, if not all of them, the protagonist dies. So that could be the connection they're going for, and that they're trying to foreshadow that we're getting a lot more, you know, death than we may have expected. Just a
How do you
reminder, not
feel?
to imply a single thing, we are not talking about 4, 5, or 6 at all, alright? That's not being considered.
Yep.
We're analyzing this as though 4, 5, and 6 aren't out yet, alright? We couldn't do
Haven't
it,
even
but
seen
we
them
are.
yet.
Yeah, Das hasn't even seen it. There you go.
Mhm.
The idea that these are supposed to be very directly referencing Greek tragedies in the real world, do you feel like that's really strange for them to so accurately mimic something in our world that doesn't exist in their world, to the point where it's a specific, like, these are specific plays? And
This is obviously like even their clothing, right, is very much not the world of Arcane. It's all very odd. I think they were intentionally going for that. It's just that how much it works for a viewer is complicated. I think that's why the statues were like, give me them statues back. I love them.
Pretty good
Mhm.
statues.
Yeah, I think in between the episodes, some people have pointed out that there are some glitches. Every episode has a slight difference between intros.
Hmm.
There's some little additions in every episode, which I think is kind of true, but I'm kind of disappointed by that. I would rather it be a single cohesive intro that gets more context added to it, and you know, the more you watch, the more you realize, as opposed to it changes a little bit with every episode. I would rather have one.
I'm okay with changes in intros and stuff when there's like pretty subtle. There's like maybe some changes that
Mm.
reflect the episode before it. Something like that could work. I think
the
it works for
first
some stuff.
the first season's intro did change over time, didn't it?
I don't recall.
Mm.
Do you remember, Mahler? Springy? Anyone else?
I thought the intro was consistent, but the meaning changed because you'd seen more
Okay,
of the
that's supposed to
story.
be.
Mm.
I don't
That's what
remember
I'm
there
thinking
being
of
any
then.
like noticeable changes in the season 1 intro. I think it was the same the whole time.
Okay. Because I do remember as I watched more of it, like you understood more of it, what if it was more of what it was referencing and things of that nature. I just couldn't remember if they actually did add any changes over time, or if it was just you understood more as the story progressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I skip the intros a lot.
Andor's had like a different sound to it, right? And then you could combine them all.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
That was
video
neat.
they combined all of it together, and it's
Yeah.
like this new sound, which is really cool. But yeah, Andor's the visuals the same, but the music is different, which is fun.
But yes, that is our intro for the season. I think we spent more time talking about it when it was season 1. It's just that there's not much else for me to say about it. Anyone else want to say anything? Perhaps we'll come back to it as the episodes progress. Who knows?
Mm.
Maybe.
Very well
Yeah.
might.
No, I got nothing.
We just might.
Yeah, a lot of symbolism. Not a
Mm.
fan though.
Well, that takes us to, and it's going to prompt a discussion probably immediately, a music video. Somewhat.
Yay!
I don't mean to be dismissive describing it that way. There's a controversial conversation happening about that very concept. But
Well, I suppose what's interesting is I feel like the conversation gets prompted later, right? Like first, because first time around you're like, oh yeah, all
well,
right.
sure,
But then when
but we are in the future of that having happened, and
yes,
so
we're in the future. Well, I mean, is it worth mentioning? I know we're trying to go
I think
chronological. but, like,
all of the people listening to this are going to want us to at least mention that that is a conversation and that we can get to
Mhm.
it now or later. I don't mind. I don't think it makes much of a difference in terms of the
Later, I think.
up to you
Yeah,
guys.
like I would feel like I'd rather
Later.
talk about it later.
Yeah, later. We'll get into it later.
So
Talk about it later, you know?
we have what I would describe as a pretty gorgeous musical sequence for Cassandra Kiriman's funeral, as well as probably the other. I don't know if they've done everybody at the same time, but it's mainly focused on her.
Right.
The council
Her
all
funeral, yeah, as far as I know.
died.
But yeah, this one I like. This one seems appropriately placed with fitting music. I like the visuals a lot that are mostly black and white with some color here and there to highlight some things. I think it sets a somber tone well. This one I like.
Yeah, I
So-
like it too. And the black and white, I think that's all hand drawn. I'm pretty sure. Which
Yes.
I bet
So-
no doubt helps in cost cutting for getting all those characters. You know.
It looked to me like charcoal. I'm curious if that's the,
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it
Absolutely.
is.
And so that's a really cool, like it's something you can rely on for Arcane to use art styles that are pretty familiar to everybody, but simultaneously you just don't typically see in shows like this.
Mhm.
Just to have the whole world in essentially like a dark and muted, and even like the decision to have it, for lack of a better term, low frame rate, right? Like it's all very staticky. But then the characters, you have Caitlyn Vi and her mum and Flowers, like, are all in color. Very striking, very deliberate, and kind of beautiful.
What's kind of interesting too is like I don't know if this really means anything, but I noticed that like her dad shows up in the background and he's not in color. He's just in as much black and white as the rest. And I don't know if that like reflects his state of mind and how he's more broken than the rest of these characters. But he's over there very briefly in black and white as well. So
I
Even
gave a
though
listen
they
to the full
focus on him.
song. I really like the song, and it's a shame there's actually a more intense part of the song in the full version that doesn't make it into the show that I would have liked to have heard. But it's still very much excellently sung and sets the tone very perfectly as well. Yeah, and there's a little moment where the casket's closing and Caitlyn moves to try and get a bit more time to be able to look at her mum, which I think is pretty sad and effective. There's also just an effort from her in the scene as she's looking around a little bit, like to maintain herself. And like
trying really hard to maintain composure and not show any weakness, if you will.
Yeah. I guess it's just like this is the kind of thing you would expect for the result of this having happened.
Being professional, yeah.
There is a bit of a jump happening in terms of Caitlyn and Vi got back from the end of season 1, and obviously there would have been a few conversations that would have been interesting to have seen that we're past already now. For example, telling the leadership exactly what happened and what's going to be done about that. We do get, I guess you could say, the equivalent of that somewhat in a bit, but I just...
Well, it's I suppose it's that we'll have to learn over the course of the episode what they actually know and how much of that knowledge has sort of gotten out. Like what did they explain like exactly what happened in like lots of detail? Which the assumption would be like yes, that they know not just that Jinx blew up the council, but also that she killed Silco. And then and then if they know that, and like it's, you know what I mean, it's just like, yeah, how much does everybody know what was said? Was anything left out?
Yeah, which would be interesting to know, and then to see what, like, why they made the decisions they made as to what to tell and not tell. But as far as I would guess, they would tell everything as it happened accurately.
That's the assumption.
Because I don't know why they wouldn't, really. And if they didn't, then that is an important thing that we need to be made aware of as an audience.
But yeah, I don't know if there's anything else anyone wants to say. I think it's a really cool aspect of Arcane to incorporate music and sort of effects this way and art styles, and very happy that we've still got it. Like I said, there's another conversation to be had. We'll do it a little later.
We'll get to it later.
Sure.
Yeah.
Indeed. I also like Caitlyn's little lip quiver. Like she's really trying hard to keep it together in front of everybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, it almost feels like it's, in a sense, it's like it's so consistently, reliably quality in terms of art and animation that you almost like it's like, oh yeah, do we need to mention it again? It's like, oh yeah, probably. It's probably worthwhile to mention
Especially because
again.
we have like a lot of different art styles that still
Yeah,
come up and are being used.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
I suppose, yeah, we'll just make
makes sense
sure
to mention
everyone
those.
understands, and I guess this does include 4, 5, 6. The animation is phenomenal throughout. There's not really a
Absolutely.
time where I was like, ooh.
Ew, this looks stinky.
Yeah, no, not once,
Um,
not so
So
far.
if we fail to mention it in any way, shape, or form going forward, just know that we feel that way about the whole thing. It's
Very
excellently
lovely.
done. Top
Very,
tier.
very lovely.
Which takes us to a council meeting. Got to decide what's going to happen as a result of all this. Which is we have Mel is here, Clockwork Lady, who's had some work done, I guess, to account for the portion that was blown off, and
Yeah, she's not very
Salo.
clockworky anymore.
No, I'll miss her necklace. And yeah, Salo is here, being pushed by Ambessa, which I feel as a visual on its own is enough to tell you a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably get more to that. The one. Oh, anyway, you have Mel reassuring Caitlyn about her mother's death, which I appreciate too. That she would. Mel seems like a pretty caring character.
Hey, hold up.
Yeah, I'm hearing
You're
some
really
roboting.
roboting for me.
Oh my
Let's-
god!
Hold on.
Singapore, let's go.
We have gone to Piltover servers now.
No,
Ah,
Play that well.
Perfect.
I joined the Techno Union temporarily.
Oh no.
But,
Oh no.
is everything back to normal?
You
Sounds
sound
good.
good to me. You
Excellent.
sound good to me.
I was just saying that I do think it's quite in character for Mel to care for any given person. Really, she seems to be at that point, and so expressing to Caitlyn that what her mother was and how important she was and how much of a friend she was is just stuff. I try not to. I don't want to overblow people being normal, but
Unfortunately, we need to mention it these days.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times in shows, people don't act like human beings. So it's nice to see people acting like human beings, you know?
So this conversation starts up with Salo saying, "To think we nearly extended sovereignty to the creatures who did this," which, like, oh, I guess he probably doesn't know yet that it was one person, because he very likely would have been in some kind of hospital care. I don't know if this is the first conversation he's had about this, but Caitlyn obviously and Vi would know exactly who did it and, you know, the nature of it. So yeah, he says there's going to be no fairy tales of peace until we scour our basement of its demons. You just get Mel saying, "Thanks for assisting him, mother." But yeah, because Ambessa's she's got some interests. They're going to be made very clear soon enough. And yeah, I whether or not Salo is being puppeteered somewhat right now, his perspective is pretty normal. If you don't know more about how everything has happened, this was a disaster and it was horrifying, and a whole bunch of people are dead.
If I remember correctly, he was also pretty outspoken about the Undercity being disgusting and everything. So for this to happen is just like, well, proving my point, are you?
Yeah, and so he says, as we're at war, it's prudent to solicit the advice of an experienced veteran, which I think is good enough to justify why Ambessa's here, I suppose. You could argue, yeah, she's real useful and intelligent, blah, blah, blah. Be like, yeah, but we know why she's actually here. Everyone knows. So, we have a little bit of a back and forth about what should be done. We flood the Undercity with hextech enforcers. That could be fun. We'll just, hell yeah, you know, enforcers with all hextech weaponry, just like mentioned in Season 1, would probably annihilate the Undercity. And, but that gets countered with, this was one deranged individual. We would unify the underground if you broadly attack them. We've got to pin the entire thing on Jinx. And Clockwork Lady says she's not comfortable with that being left to chance, as in, like, give us Jinx, and there's, you know, that'll be justice somewhat. So the compromise, instead of invading with hextech enforcers, and instead of simply asking them to give them Jinx, we're going to have a compromise of we're going to go in and get Jinx. And they say that's settled 2-1. Now,
I think you're missing someone.
that's a bit
Thank you, Miss-
strange.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
shouldn't be settled 2-1. It should be 4 votes here, but someone is very
Yep.
notably missing. And I would say more than notably missing because they're possibly the most invested in this discussion out of
Well-
every character.
I mean, Jace broken the deal that they were voting on.
Yeah.
Yep, he was the one who had just. I mean, how many is his days prior? Maybe like a couple.
Presumably days prior.
Yeah, like a couple days prior, delivered a very generous terms to Silco, except for the Jinx thing. That was really the stinger at the end. But yeah, that should be something that is. I mean, that's extremely important, and this is coming in between that peace deal. And also,
Yeah,
this is a discussion talking about the weaponization of hextech on a scale that hasn't been seen
Yeah.
before.
Which he probably has to build as well.
Which
Because he got like the
is,
big
yeah,
forge and everything.
Instrumental. Yeah.
There will be an attempt potentially at explaining Jace's absence. I don't know whether to get to talking about those reasons now or when arguably they're more suited to come up. But he is notably not here, and so I guess in the experience of watching the show, you're like, they best explain that because he's so important, and it's not just that his vote matters; it's that without him, they can't really do anything. Like he can't if he doesn't make them the hextech weapons. Victor can't right now, and they're not like factory made. He makes them in his little hammersmith place, so. Like, he's super duper 100% important. So the idea, like Salo being like, we're going to invade with hextech enforcers, like, good luck if you don't get him on board, which he's obviously not going to be on
If he
board.
said no, then
Yeah.
then what are you gonna do?
Like, you can vote all you want, but you can't force
Yeah.
him. Or I guess they could, but like, I don't think they will.
When are we? Because do you want to have the conversation about like what why he's not here and like what the explanation might be?
Well, some people in chat are saying that he resigned from the council. I don't recall that happening.
No,
he hasn't.
He
resigned
never
yet.
actually gets to resign. He says he's going to
Yeah.
resign, but he never does.
Yeah.
Right.
But he hasn't
And-
done it.
And
Yeah, exactly.
also, there is no way that he would resign
This is
with
why
this happening.
maybe I don't know if we should save this conversation for another scene or not because of when it comes up, but it's like it's going to
Right.
open up a whole bunch more discussions if we want to take it piece by piece. I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
that's yeah, sure, we can do that.
But like I said, for now, if we treat this in continuity, we're just being. It's been said that these 3 councillors have decided the future of the war, and Jace is not here at all, which is very odd.
Jace
Especially
is
when he was
depressed,
the
crying
most-
in the corner.
Like obviously he's got to be dealing with and helping Victor, but like he was the most invested in the like the peace deal. I mean, he made it, so it is
Yes.
just like
Yeah,
man,
you can't be
it
like, "Yep,
feels
I
like
offered a peace deal. I'm out."
well, especially when like it was about to get through until Jinx fired off the rocket.
I would say as well, since the council has been slashed significantly, I would have appreciated a line or two about the nature of potentially bringing in Heimerdinger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That would have
He
been
was
great,
one of
actually.
the-
Finding
Good
him
point.
and bringing him back. Yeah.
Yeah, as much as he was
It was a little bastard.
deposed, expelled, removed, etc. I imagine now that Piltover is desperate and that to have the eldest member of the city, right? Like he's like the oldest person
I think
and
so.
help
Yeah.
build it.
Yep.
And a lot of this arguably could be considered stuff he warned about. I'm not
Yep.
saying that it should have to be that he now joins the council. It feels like it's something that should be mentioned. It's like, should we not contact?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
people would be.
Yeah.
People would be asking about him. This didn't
Well,
happen when
especially
he was
when,
on the council.
Ambessa mentions, like, oh, well, you got to show a unified front. It feels like she'd also be like, also, Heimerdinger, like, he's really well regarded by the people.
Yeah.
So if we can get him back, that'll be like important for morale or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one even knows he's missing. No one even asks questions where.
Yeah, like I'm fine
where
with the
he is.
idea that if they said in this scene, we need to contact Heimerdinger, we need more leadership,
And
we
they
need
said, like,
more
we
experience. Yeah, and they
can't
said we have
find
no
him,
idea where he is. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I quite like the shot as it ends with the console. I think right. It's been just completely blown open. Everything's ruined, and the rain is just falling all over it. Like it seems to me, it's a big old symbolism of like the damage that's been done to Piltover and the foreshadowing a bit of a dark future. It's been we got bad things on the way, more than likely, in terms of desperate decisions being made.
Mhm.
But that is the shot that can kind of give you a sense of the protection that Mel had. If you can see here, for those at home, for you, that is actually so overt that if you had a detective come in here, they might want to ask some questions. Like,
How did
uh,
this not
Yep.
get broken?
Who was sitting here again?
Hmm.
Oh, that's interesting.
well, yeah, and the obviously
Hmm.
notably the three least affected, and that's what they see. You know, it could be a physics thing in terms of just like I'm not sure how it happened, but it happened. But it is. I would say this is just confirmation of Mel's magic, Mel's armor. Not sure.
Mhm.
And like how it works.
Some
seems
mysterious
kind of
protection
dome.
in place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the floor, how clean that line is right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When she's obviously secretive about it too. I think she's like Jace is sort of asks in a
Well-
general sense, and she's just like, "Who knows? Things are crazy."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who could say? You know, crazy things happen.
So you got Caitlyn going through some mail, and she's got a letter that is black. I think these are the memorial invitations.
Yes, we see it. Yeah, that gets confirmed later.
And yeah, she shares a scene with her father, who provides her the Kiraman key. And she admits that she's got a heavy bit of guilt because she did in season 1 have a chance to kill Jinx, and she didn't quite take
And she
it.
didn't-
Yeah.
Yeah.
So knowing Jinx did all of this, obviously, it's just she's kind of got that "I killed my mum" kind of feel deep down there, probably.
hmm
But yeah, this I'm glad that was remembered, and that's good stuff. And her dad wasn't, he didn't have a lot of screen time in season 1 either, so wouldn't expect he'd get a lot here. It's just that they are very sad, which is very
He is taking it
appropriate.
really hard. Yeah.
Yeah, and Vi's doing a little peek around the corner, and the dad is like, "Can you fuck off, you rat? I hate
What
you
is
people."
she still doing here?
Which isn't very nice, but you know what? Racism is alive and well. Not a fan of Undercity people. This scene with Vi and Caitlyn, it begins with a big ol' hug, and I think it's very representative that Caitlyn has been trying to keep up a front for a long time, and she's finally able to let it go a bit. Now that they're kind of in private and together.
Yes.
Yep.
Very good stuff. And then we get a conversation, a back and forth, you might even say, where Caitlyn wants to basically express the plan, right? So we already know that they're planning to invade Dawn and capture Jinx. Be useful if Vi were on the team. And Vi says that Powder is gone. She's very come to that conclusion, which I suppose is what you'd expect from the end of season 1. And she says, get Jace to fix the gauntlets, and I can fix this myself. Which, yeah, maybe. Like
very Vi of her
Maybe
to
ask-
say.
Yeah.
Maybe ask Jace first. I don't know.
I guess.
Well, isn't that what she's suggesting? Ask Jace to fix the gauntlets.
Well, get Jace to fix the gauntlets is like a.
Right.
I mean, it makes. I think it makes sense. She would be asking Caitlyn, right? She's an authority figure with the council, somewhat. I mean, at least this is just
Right.
like the plan. And she says, "No, we're
And
sending."
given that people, given that people are already like distrusting of her, they're not going to let her talk to Jace. So it's best Caitlyn does it.
Sure, yeah, that's another angle. So yeah, they're sending all the enforcers to get Jinx, and Caitlyn says, "My arrogance led me to take on more than I could handle, and my mother paid the price," which is an interesting line.
It's a strange line.
I'm not entirely sure, Because the arrogance of going down into Zorn alone / with Vi is what gave them the actual edge to discovering, partially what Silco's plans were and Marcus's corruption. They technically would have been worse off if Caitlyn hadn't done what she did. And I wouldn't have described her sparing Jinx as arrogance, unless,
mercy
I guess,
isn't something you do out of being arrogant. I guess you can, but it certainly wasn't. She certainly didn't spare her out of arrogance. I don't know what is the arrogance that she's referring to.
if
That
she would say something like,
blame all of this
I was
on.
arrogant to think there could be peace, or some kind of line like that. But it just felt a little odd.
That's weird. I arrogantly thought there could be peace between us. Or
I don't know
Maybe-
if that's what she's going for. I just
I
think
don't-
like when she
I
tried to
don't know
take the
what she's
case on
referring
her
to.
own and like get to Vi and everything like that, she had acted mostly on her own without like the
Yeah.
backing of the enforcers or anything like that. So I have to imagine she's just referring to the fact that she has taken so much of this case of her own volition and her own
Mhm.
drive, and so that's what she's referring to.
But post Marcus, she knows that like he was purposefully trying to stymie her investigation. She had to go around him to do that.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's weird to be like, whoa, I had to go through the official channels of the guy who was corrupt. Like, it doesn't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
for the record, I get she's guilty, but about everything, but it's just it's an odd choice from the writers to choose arrogance as the what she would believe her fuck up was. I don't think that's quite what she would think. So anyway, she says to Vi, "Hey, join the enforcers. Why don't you pop on the uniform, get that little badge, and show the world that not all of Zorn follows Jinx." Which I thought was a little bit of a jump. Like, whoa, why would we
Yeah.
assume that Jinx is actually pretty not liked in Zorn, generally speaking?
She would be very hated, especially if the if it got out, which it obviously would, that she killed Silco. And
The problem is,
if
does she not know
she's
that?
the one.
Does Caitlyn? I mean, I guess what I'm
Caitlyn-
saying is it's a weird. It's not that she couldn't think that's possible. It's that she assumes that's the case. I don't know why she would.
Well, I don't think she knows that people don't like Jinx and Zon.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I don't know why she would assume one or the other then. Why would she say, not all of Zorn... We want to prove not all of Zorn follow Jinx. Like, where did you even get that was a thing?
I'm sure
she was
I'm
Silco's
sure she's
right-hand
just
man,
trying to
essentially.
dispel people of the of topside of that very thought.
I mean, that is a useful aspect of having Vi work with you.
Right.
It's just interesting because the conclusion so far should be probably that Jinx is going to be potentially hunted down and killed in Zorn because of what she did to Silco. Like
well, that's the
repercussions of
thing.
what
I don't
Piltover
think
will
anybody. I don't think anybody topside even knows that
well,
is
Vi
what
and
happened
Caitlyn
to
do.
Silco.
Yeah.
Wasn't Caitlyn
And
knocked
they
out
would
at the time?
tell everyone.
Okay, well, it wouldn't matter, right? Vi saw it happen, so Caitlyn would know, and then all of Piltover would know.
Remember the council scene? They said Silco was dead.
I certainly hope that we're not to conclude that only Vi and Jinx know that that's
Yeah.
what happened. I think
That
that
couldn't be
be
the
weird.
case.
really, that is
Because
there's no
they-
way.
No, they
Because
know
that would
Silco's
mean
dead
that
in
they
Piltover.
told-
They know he's dead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
in the
So they do
council
know he's
scene, they
dead? Okay.
referenced
Yeah,
it.
there's no way
Yeah.
Vi tells them Silco died, but she doesn't tell them who
Yeah,
killed him.
he died. He had a heart attack.
Well, yeah,
It's
they're
sad.
just
Just
wondering.
follow
They
them.
just don't know
Nobody's
how.
fault. Nobody did it.
Yeah, they
It's
just don't
such
know
a
how.
huge.
Well,
It's such a
but-
huge piece of information. When you were having a conversation, basically the leader of Zon is dead. The fact that we miss it, because there would be so many follow-up questions: how, why, who, how did it happen?
I guess,
Right?
I guess to
Was
me it's just
interest
like-
was that?
Sorry, actually, yeah. Finish what you were saying.
No, I mean, I think that's like sums it up for me. But yeah, it's such a huge conversation, and the fact that it does not is not shown, and they would be all about sort of Silco's death here in Piltover. They would be having so many conversations about it. Tactically, what are they gonna do now that this huge leader is dead? and
believing that the
who?
deal was broken with in the first place.
Yes.
Also, this is the
You know,
thing.
he was
Jace would be one of the most interesting people to see this news delivered to. Telling him Silco is dead right after they were about to broker peace that was historic.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like, could
Mhm.
you imagine his face? Like, he would just be like, we've destroyed everything. Why did
I
they
just
kill
saw
him?
him yesterday.
Well,
And the
he
thing
would-
is, he'd be like, why
he
did they
would-
kill him? They killed him because he was close to getting peace. Whoever's done this
Yes,
sabotaged
exactly.
the
Well,
peace.
yeah, who
Motive.
knows what the yeah, exactly. Like what is, because of course, yeah, like what are the assumptions that people make about why it happened?
Yeah, and the fact that now we assume that yes, they were told that it was Jinx, but even if you told them, right, you tell like Ambessa that oh yeah, it was Jinx, then it would be like, why would Jinx kill Silco? Aren't they like a pair in this? So that would prompt so many more questions. Are you lying? Is that true? Why would Jinx do that? Is she associated with somebody else? There are just, politically and tactically, this would mean so much and prompt so many more conversations and questions that are not even posed.
Yeah, it's a bit of a big deal. Not just the everyone knows that Silco is dead and the repercussions of that politically, but also who killed him and why. These are, as was just mentioned, I need to know who knows and who doesn't, and then I need to know why and what they think of that. The fact that I don't know if Jace knows that Silco is dead right now is strange.
Though, I mean, you would figure that like everybody would know.
That would be
I feel like that's
That he's
reasonable
dead.
This would be a
thing. Yeah.
serious subject
Yeah,
of discussion. This
everybody
would be
would
a
know,
huge topic.
and it would be known not just by everybody in the council, but that the news would be out. It would just be out there, like it would be known.
Well,
in Piltover and in the Undercity.
Yeah, the Undercity sure as shit knows.
Silco is said to have like disappeared, at least in the earlier episode.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that, it's just like there's like, nah, I don't know about that. You know, I feel like people know.
The sort of development of this politically would be if someone's sabotaging the peace that Jace has desperately tried to craft by killing Silco and blowing up the console, then we need to get word to Zorn immediately that we did not kill Silco. We're not the ones.
If you want to try
the
and
same person who killed Silco
and
tried to
blow us up. Like this Jinx
Yeah.
creature is trying to destroy everything.
Yeah, that everybody can unite against her. It's like,
yeah, they only have reasons
we'll
to
get what we want. Let's get her.
Moving on with this scene, I was a little bit disappointed that Caitlyn asked Vi to wear an enforcer uniform because she knows very well that Vi's parents were killed by enforcers, so she should be very aware of what that would mean for her. And saying like it'll be a symbol that we're the worlds conjoined, that Zorn, not all of Zorn follows Jinx. It to me is like you can make all those arguments, but you have to understand what this means for a person.
Yeah.
You gotta get past the fundamental that she has trauma associated with this.
And also,
I think a lot of it is. Oh.
No,
okay, so
one
I
of the
think a lot of
foundational
it.
elements of their initial distrust.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it too is like, okay, look, I know you want to help, but the only way you can help is to wear this shit.
Yeah, like I think Caitlyn as a character deserves the writing to acknowledge she knows the pain that would come with it, but instead it seems like she didn't think about that at all, which is explicitly said.
If that was their sort of intention to show that Vi stands next to them, they can do that without putting her in a clown outfit. That's totally doable. And also, I love how this conversation is right after Caitlyn saying, "Oh, I was arrogant. I'm not arrogant now. Please wear this enforcer outfit for me."
Well, no, I don't know. I think that she's owed more. She cares very much about Vi, and she's specifically been given a lot of information about her past. I don't know why you would forget that her parents were executed by enforcers in front of her. That's big stuff. That's probably the main thing you might remember about the history she's had and why she hates you guys. That's the cause of this big conflict.
The line that really like sort of makes it really strange is when she, when Vi basically just affirms again, like, I don't want to wear this. And then she
Mm.
says, "I thought you were on our side." It's like, what? Like that? That's not what's
Yeah.
happening right now. Like that's not what Vi is expressing. Like that's not what she's talking about. It's such a weird thing to say.
Yeah, little guilt trip. Because at first, you could say like, "Oh, I understand I understand what it must feel like to not be able to fix some of your own mistakes and stuff like that. I'm giving you the chance to fix your own mistake because, like, I wish I could have fixed mine. So I don't want to like, take that from you by just going in and doing our own thing and leaving you behind up here. But at the same time, it's like, the only way to help you or have you help is to wear this shit." And then she pulls that line. It's like, "Ooh, okay."
And I would say as well, she says to Vi as another sort of like move in the argument that blood is going to get spilled like no matter what at this point, and the council can't stop them like from engaging in the invasion. This annoys me because it was a 2-to-1 vote. One that I think Clockwork Lady Necklace probably could have been convinced. She seemed like she wasn't fully into it. But secondly, if Jace were there with his countable vote, it would have been a stalemate, and they wouldn't have.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been able to vote for the invasion. So the idea that it's like we're heading toward blood, it's like, well, only because Jace was not at the council meeting for some reason. And like the idea that there's just what reason are we going to get that can account for Jace, whose entire life has been all about like trying to make the world a better place through the combination of magic and technology and trying to, like, a man of progress. He's all about bringing things together. The arc he's gone on in season 1, and by the end of the season, what a commitment to peace that he actually accepts all of Silco's requests, right? Like unequivocally, he doesn't even negotiate, which is something that Silco was even surprised by. That's how invested he is in not having a war, especially not with hextech. And he didn't turn up to the council meeting to decide to invade Zorn.
Yeah,
A bit
that's
strange, that one.
It's something to think
That
about
would-
too. Is that he now knows, thanks to Vi, that it was one deranged actor. It was not Zorn's decision. It was not Silco's decision. Like, this is super important stuff because, by extension, right? If we had a big council meeting that had this discussion with Jace, we would get the answers we were looking for earlier, which is, what is the situation in Zorn? How do we find out who's in charge now? Like, there's a huge power vacuum. We need to speak to the next set of leaders, and we need to propose the peace terms to them. We need to discuss with them the nature of Silco's death to prevent a big old civil war.
Yeah, because it feels like the next thing should happen, as you said, find the next de facto leader or whatever, whoever that's going to be. It's like, hey, I don't know. We know who blew up the council. It seems like you don't like him because whoever that person was killed your leader. We're actually about to have peace. Is there anyone else we can just sort this out with? And then we can all find that person together. And then this should be settled, I think. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing of it is, though, that's kind of contingent on the top side having any manner of respect for the Undercity, and they barely even agreed to the peace deal as it was. Basically, Jace and Mel were pushing a whole lot of it, and
that's the point.
Even though I mean,
those two are instrumental.
So
and
why would they?
Yeah, why isn't Jace here? What's going on?
Well, we know. Well, it's covered later, but we also, without Jace there to essentially say, like, let's pull it together and try the peace stuff. Without him there, now everybody's all like, they can go back to their default beliefs of the Undercity is Garbo.
Yeah, I'm actually somewhat with you. If Jace is removed from the council meeting, then it is likely that they would decide on war. But we have to make a good reason.
You saw them jump out of their seats over the whole idea of the peace deal. You saw them jump out of their seats and.
Well, several of those guys are actually dead now.
How is it a valid vote?
I guess that's what Maul is getting at, though, is like, given that that's the case, shouldn't that give Jace even more motivation to be involved? With the awareness that if he's not there, shit's gonna...
He's the primary stabilizing element in Piltover's relationship with Zorn. He knows that.
And I don't know why they're allowed to make votes without all the council present anyway. That
especially when he's very reachable. He's actually
illogical.
He's a 5-minute walk away
downstairs.
from the maximum.
Next door.
Yeah, he's downstairs. Yeah.
And we know that they can hold council meetings in any given room. There's no cultural requirement that they do it in that console room. So they could have gone to the lab.
It seems to be wherever the council is, a council vote can take place.
Yeah.
It's covered that way.
this might sound kind of nitpicky, but it bugs me how politically incompetent this whole situation is, because the fact, of course, it's an immediate danger that a war could break out, but that's not the only cause of concern. If Zahn is in this type of situation, there are so many more conversations to be had, because now, for sure, Zahn being in a position that it is now, or in a inferior position, must be quite profitable for Piltover, and they need to contain Zahn in that position,
I don't actually
not
know.
just prevent. Or if it's not profitable, they need to contain Zahn, to not kind of morph into something else, even if it's not war. They had placed so many chess figures in season 1. There was so many influences of power that are almost all of them are gone in Zahn, and Piltover is kind of losing control over it. So, besides war, I think there would be a lot of interest in sort of containing it.
I don't think they have if they have the capability to police on in that to that degree. I don't know how sustainable that is I think that would just make things worse. Essentially, a sort of occupation of Zahn. I don't think that's doable for any foreseeable amount of time that has a purpose. I think the issue here is mainly with Jace not here, and quite frankly, I think if someone mentioned it, Mel has a huge interest in Jace being here because they're
practically partners.
Their goals,
Yeah.
their goals align very much on this aspect.
I'm sure, she can represent his interests, but she can't vote for him.
Vote for him,
Yeah, and
exactly.
to be
Which is where it
100% clear,
counts.
the invasion doesn't happen if Jace was in that council meeting and he voted no.
That's right. Yeah.
Correct.
Mhm.
Which changes everything.
Yeah.
And if the idea is that he wasn't willing to leave Victor to walk upstairs to stop an invasion, then that solves one problem with a much worse problem, arguably. It is not. No, this is too. The concept of what happens after Silco dies and how Piltover interacts with Zahn and their political situation over there is a very, very interesting element of what this world and the world building of the first season has kind of led us to believe as a possibility. So when the pieces don't quite align to get that to happen, I start to feel quite disappointed.
We're gonna.
Well, to be fair, that meeting looked pretty impromptu. Didn't look like it was very official, but they just decided they were just going to start making decisions right then and there.
I don't know that that's a good
Which
thing
they
either.
can't. That's not good.
Especially when it's the most important decision in the potential history of the city.
Yeah, let's vote on an invasion without one of the council members who's downstairs, and Mel doesn't mention it.
I mean, you can kind of argue that their hierarchy was kind of stupid to
They're
begin
all
with,
council
but
members.
Well,
I mean, they're voting.
there's
on
that, but there's
stuff
also
and-
just Mel should be like, holy shit, 2-1, I'm losing the vote on the invasion that I'm against. If only Jace were here, which I can go get right now.
Mhm.
We're not
Yeah.
even allowed to take votes without all of the council members present, obviously. But I guess the show says that they can, which is nonsense.
There's no way there's a rule that we can suddenly do council meetings and we don't have to tell other council members who, if they don't turn up, their vote doesn't count. You understand how exploitable that is, right?
Yeah. Folks are in chat that keeps bringing up that Jace resigned. No, he did not resign officially
not
to the
resign.
council.
Resign.
All he said
He
is
did not
he told
resign.
Victor he was planning to resign. Then they got attacked before he even told the council he was going to be resigning. So let's not worry about that.
Let's be clear.
And he hadn't resigned officially.
Let's pretend that he did fully resign. Why would that explain him not being hyper invested in these council meetings?
He'd probably be invested, but council
He
would say,
would
fuck
be
you,
I
you
guess he
left.
wouldn't have voting power then anymore.
He wouldn't have
after all,
voting
I
power
guess.
anymore. But the thing of it is, he didn't. He
He would be
resign
there
in
though,
time.
and when they
Oh, yeah,
say
he
He
would
would
definitely
say,
he
"I'm
would.
not making you weapons."
when they say we're gonna have hextech enforcers, he would slam his fist on the table and say, "No, you fucking won't. Like it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what you vote, I ain't doing that."
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Sweet.
just so everyone's clear, it's a bit of a jump forward, but he does tell Victor he was going to resign. It's a bit of a weird thing
Yeah.
to say if you're not already resigned.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Being blown up kind of puts a wrench in the works there.
we have Vi doing a sad, walking around in the rain, and she tosses a bottle.
Well, I mean,
Oh, go ahead.
So we're done with the conversation with Vi and Caitlyn.
Well, it ends with
Is there anything you want to add?
the line that was mentioned, the whole like I thought you were on our side, and then she says you didn't think at all, and they
And
sort
then
of
she leaves.
yeah.
Yeah, this conversation is too short.
Yep.
It's too short.
There's more that they needed to say.
Yep. I'm particularly disappointed at Caitlyn for saying that last line, as you mentioned, that I thought you were on our side. After all the stuff that you've been through together, after what just happened, damn, that's cold.
It's cold, but you can also argue that she's emotionally compromised.
I don't want to use that as an excuse. When there are things I would expect her to say. She could be aggressive. She could be a little bit cold here and there about certain things, but it's so odd to treat Vi this way with everything she knows about her.
Yeah. So what do we think about the "you didn't think at all" line? You said you wanted to touch on that, Fringy?
Well, like,
oh no, I just wanted to sort of mention that I felt that the conversation was too short and that there were things that weren't said that ought to have been said that I would have expected these characters to say. It just feels like it's too short.
And the whole like, I was just gonna say quickly on the actual line. It's to me it's like a fine line because it's prompted by Caitlyn's lines that I don't like. You know, like Vi saying you didn't think at all is like, yeah, I guess true. Because
I guess that is true because she
wasn't
thinking
really
at all.
Just rolling on emotions. So it's like, yeah, you didn't think at all. You're rolling on emotions right now. Sorry to say, I'm out. That's what I had gotten from it. So.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying it maybe in like a less positive way. If it's just like, yeah, I mean, I guess she didn't. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like it's too short. I feel like there's more that needed to be said.
Because like being emotionally strung out unlocks a bunch more dialogue that you wouldn't normally have a character say. I totally get that, but there's still a line. There's still things they wouldn't say. It's not like you know if. There are certain characters that if you make them drunk, they might say something that they wouldn't have normally, but they can't just say absolutely like character ridiculously nonsense stuff. I shouldn't use drunk for that because you can't say nonsense stuff or drunk, but you know what I mean. Like when you're particularly aggressive or particularly happy or particularly blah blah. It's like there'll be a sheen over everything you're saying that'll be modified by that. But like I said, there's just Caitlyn feels clumsily written in that scene to. You start to turn your head toward like, oh wait, what's the goal, as opposed to why aren't they saying what you would expect them to say?
Is it just get them apart? Is that it? And then it seems to be,
we'll see.
at least for now.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
Yeah, Vi bumps into, and I'm not saying this to be mean, but I don't know his name. Shield Man.
His name is Loris.
Yes.
Loris, okay.
Loris.
Into Loris.
Don't worry, I had to look it up too when I first talked about this.
I looked
I
in
had
the
no
credits.
fucking clue.
And
I call him Vander too.
Yes, he does definitely have some Vander vibes to him. I called him Blander before I realized his name, so he is Loris now.
And yeah, he seems to care about. Well, rather, this is I knew he said something based on marketing rather than what this scene is. So sorry, he happens to be here, and he it seems the implication is he's here for the same reason, loss from things that have happened or something. He's very much upset. He asks if she's lost someone in the attack, and I guess they're just having a little sit down together, being sad in the rain, in the dark, drinking alcohol. Oh, that never leads to anything good. It's all very sad. That is his introduction.
I mean, and that's the end of the scene, and I wish that the show told us what Vi's answer was, or that she gave an answer. I think this would have been a really good.
I don't understand why there wasn't more dialogue. This is the first time we've seen this guy, and he's going to have a role. I feel like we should give him a bit more.
Yeah.
Based
I
on how
don't
things
think
are structured, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a bit more flashbacks and a little bit more meanwhiles in later episodes. That's just a guess, though.
Yeah, let's hope for that.
Let's
Mhm.
certainly hope for that. Yes, let's hope that happens.
Next up, unless there's anything else anyone want to say about that?
Nope.
No, I just
No, I guess that's
I really think
that's him.
we should have got Vi's
Yeah.
answer to that would have been a really good thing to see. We could look into what she's thinking. Obviously, you know, her situation with Caitlyn is pretty fractured at the moment. Caitlyn said a really, really big thing to her that was essentially a potentially relationship terminating accusation. Um, she's in a really difficult spot with what happened at the end of the first season and accepting that Powder is gone and Jinx is all that remains. There is a political instability that could lead to the invasion of her home. I feel like she's got a lot on her mind, and this is a way where she can maybe open up to someone who's not going to be judgmental about her, or that she doesn't have a. I feel like she could. Getting her answer and what she decides to or to not say would give us some very, very much desired insight into her state of mind and what she feels, especially if she uses it as a way to sort of vent things about Caitlyn that she didn't want to say to Caitlyn's face directly.
Yeah, I agree.
Which moves us on to our boy Jace. He's finally getting a scene. Thank goodness.
Big
worried about
J.
him there. Here
Big
he is.
J in the morning.
The scene. The first thing I want to talk about is before any dialogue is just Victor seems to be in some kind of vertical hextech bath thing.
Yeah.
It's
because last time we saw Victor, he got like the hextech core just, I don't know, it
Like
fused
sucked
into him.
Yeah.
Like Jace just kind of held it over him, and then he goes like, oh, and now we come back, and he's like in this thing. I guess it made that. I think.
I'm guessing that it did spring from him.
Yeah.
Based on the runes.
I'm happy to assume that what we're seeing of Victor right now happened, like quote unquote naturally, or whatever, consequently of the combination of Victor with the hexcore. But my thing is, it's treated very normally.
Yeah.
When I saw that,
of course.
I
comes
feel
in
like
here and it's like,
I'd be like, holy shit, what the fuck happened to him? Is he okay? What's going on? Is he dead?
Who Han Solo this man?
I feel like we're missing a scene a bit on this one. Like, you know, there's like flashing lights as the core is hitting Victor, and then, you know, maybe the lights go out, it's all darkness. Jace asks for his name, and then he gets like a torch, and you see this sort of thing, and he's like, oh god, like what, you know, and he's like terrified, and then someone else can come in and see it, and they can do some basic readings and be like, he's okay, but we don't know what this is, we don't know what to do, we don't know if we should touch it or not, and it seems to react to it, you know, that whole bit. But like instead, like the scene begins, and it seems like everyone's pretty chill with this being the state of Victor. It's just like, okay.
Oh, hey Jace. Oh, hey Victor. He's awfully quiet lately.
He's very sleepy.
How's the glob going?
Yeah, he got globbed.
I feel like it almost gets emphasized by Mel walking up to it and sort of like holding her hand in front of us, like, dude, I ain't going anywhere near that.
Is this?
Well,
It's getting all spiky to her hands, like, ugh.
Yeah, it gooms,
like,
and
I'm not getting. Yeah, it does good, but it's like, what if it got you?
What
that has Jace all over it.
What if it's like the
just
blob?
swallows her up, and that's it.
Yeah.
and Jace just watching her do it, like, no, you probably don't want to touch that. You know,
yeah, back up. That's
I will put a sticky note on that. So help me God, do not touch this.
Yeah,
You just
maybe he
sticky note that says
underlined
no.
and italics.
Maybe he had still his hand down or something, but still, it's like, man, this is here now, huh? You just accept this. All right, that's
cool.
cool.
That was at the goon tube.
The goon tube.
Victor's in the goon tomb.
Do not disturb anyone in the goon tube.
Do not disturb.
Or there will be dire consequences.
Listen, if the tombs are rocking, don't come knocking.
So, on the dialogue, we've got like Jace is looking pretty exhausted and worried, obviously on behalf of his friendo there.
Mhm.
And Mel is reassuring. She's like, you know what, he's gonna come back to us. There are a few questions for us, but you know, you'd broadly expect this is going to be answered by the episodes as they progress. It's like, what is Victor now? Is he more machine than man, or goom? It's hard to say. We don't really know.
Is he more goon than man?
Is he
Exactly.
more hexcore than person? Yeah.
And Jace says like, how am I fine and he's there? You know, like, and the implication is that Mel knows very well why that's the case, but she's not going to be saying it because I suppose that's knowledge to keep to yourself. I wonder if it's to avoid the potential of like, you know, can you share that technology, or if it's like a did you choose who to save, somewhat. You know, like it just avoids
Or
all those
does
questions.
she? There's reasons to be quiet about it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Sure.
it's also just a big failsafe for her as a defensive thing, so it's better that people don't know about it, I guess. But
Although the other
yeah.
question is she aware of her armor? Is she dressed by others?
I suppose it's possible she might
Probably
not be
she is.
aware, but I'd assume she is.
I got the vibe that she knows and she's keeping it to herself.
Yeah, that's a vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, otherwise she would be like, "Why am I alive? This is weird."
Yeah. It makes you wonder though, why is she not telling Jace of all people? Right, so there must be
I
a
think
pretty good reason.
probably. I mean, I'd assume. I mean, she's already set up as a very smart and kind of manipulative person. I think she understands how like scientifically motivated Jace is and how obsessive he can get with stuff, and yeah, depends on the extent of.
Well, I guess she tied into her big sort of thing in season 1, which is her sort of conflicting allegiances. That's something
Yeah.
that starts to become more and more of a problem for her as the season goes on, that she's starting to get torn between like what she feels like are obligations to her mother and Noxus, and you know, attachment to Jace and his goal and mission, and also Piltover.
Yeah, and so she mentions that Ambessa is pretty overtly manipulating Salo to push hextech weaponization, and Jace says he promised Victor never again. She says, "I won't let them corrupt your dream," which is not an answer to our questions at all.
Yeah, the next one be like, speaking of which, can you come to the council meeting next time so that we can, you know...
Yeah.
It's weird that we had it without
you kind of left
but-
me high and dry up there, man.
Yeah.
Well, and so this was the first counter I'd heard of, which is that he's too busy with Victor to be able to go to the council meetings.
Busy how? Staring at him, or
I don't think we need to even address it, because the following scene is him visiting Caitlyn to ask how she is. So if he can do that,
and plus
he
the
can go to
council
the
can
council.
fucking come down
He
here.
can go to the council meeting.
Yeah, if anything, the council can just come down there, you know?
Yep.
So there's
Yep.
Yeah, no
which
excuses.
I think at that
No
point actually we
excuses.
have covered the two major arguments, which is that he's resigned and that he's too busy, neither of which
Yeah,
are compelling
neither of
whatsoever.
them
Yeah,
work.
that
Yep.
solves that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
uh-oh.
Not fantastic, especially when we start rolling in the consequences of him not being on that council meeting. Obviously, there will be future council meetings, so perhaps the next one he can right the ship, so to speak.
Maybe.
Maybe. Anyway,
Because also,
yes.
correct me if I'm wrong, but in the at the end of season 1, he was like a pretty like almost leader-like position there.
He was on his way to being the
yeah.
king of Piltover, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
Yeah.
it was like he was it seemed like he was the big decision maker. He was getting there anyway.
Well, he met
Yeah,
with
exactly.
the
Then he
opposition
had
leader.
eventually-
He had the complete control of the hextech technology. He was deciding whether or not and how the hexgate technology is used, which is the, I think, primary like source of trade and financial benefit that Piltover has in this era. And then on top of all that, he and Mel plan together, and they are two separate votes. But they seem pretty... Like, the point of the final scene of Season 1 to me was that Mel had basically decided she's going to side with Jace's dream and Piltover's sort of sovereignty from Noxus as opposed to her own family's interests by putting the ring on the table. That was like a big deal. And I think that's reflected in the actions we've seen so far this season. She is the only one to vote against the invasion, even just to get Jinx. So yeah, like all that lines up. It's just that him mysteriously being missing is in danger of becoming a huge problem right now for
Yeah.
making things happen.
Absolutely.
But hey, we get some more absolutely gorgeous landscape here. Like this place is very pretty and very ready for a background on your desktop, as well as being inside Caitlyn's head. She approaches in a very artistic way this almost demonic-y version of Jinx and wants to shoot at her. I will say we are halfway through episode 1, and we've skipped over enough that I'm not sure we should be sacrificing almost any chance for additional dialogue for things that we know already, even if they are beautifully presented. We are very aware of how Caitlyn feels about Jinx.
Yeah.
Yep.
This scene, again, beautifully done. It does show Caitlyn, walking toward Jinx, aiming a gun, considering firing, and Jinx laughing, and it's all just very like, yep, I gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, it would be weird if she didn't feel this way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we spent about 2 full minutes on the funeral sequence, and it was lovely, very artistically appropriate, and it was very nice. For it was ultimately not really a prominent character at all. We are running out of
way more for
time.
Caitlyn.
It's way more for Caitlyn, but we need
she
to.
is getting a lot of time this episode, which is not a surprise, but also there's like a lot there's like a lot of things to be dealt with, in terms of like trying to figure out what the optimal balance is for the amount of screen time that every character gets and what their conversations pertain to,
Yeah, we have set up a lot of moving pieces and characters from that first season, and there are a lot of repercussions across all kinds of different places based on what happened.
Yeah, I wish we sacrificed a little bit of this and actually got to Vi's mindset, which is completely neglected so far.
I don't know if I'd say completely neglected what Vi's thinking about.
She's just been drowning her sorrows in booze. There's not much to
Bubes.
think about when she's all boozed.
Not many.
I think in terms of what happened with Jinx and her sort of take on the whole situation, the table.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because there was just so much sister talk and family talk there that is completely skipped over, at least in this so far.
It's just that you get the sense, obviously, that she's feeling a bit guilty about it, about how it all went.
I thought an interesting. This is very small, but it's just curious. She says, "How did you find me?" And Jace says, "Your dad." And I was like, "Why would?" I mean, it shouldn't be difficult for Jace to find Caitlyn. He's pretty familiar with their family, and I mean, in the sense of like,
findable.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily mean this in a sense that it's not out of character for Caitlyn to ask it, even if it were to be tiny. But it's just, why did we need to hear that? Like of all the. Like, I don't think anybody was like, "How did Jace find Caitlyn?" Like, what is this? What's going on?
Very good friend.
It would be strange if he couldn't.
Well, she's sitting here mentioning that this place is an important place for her family whenever they needed just like some quiet time and to not argue and stuff.
It's just that
so her dad would know.
If she were pretty much anywhere, I wouldn't be surprised if Jace can find her. He's got lots of resources. You know what I mean? It's just
unless Caitlyn was specifically trying to hide, there's no real reason to, like, of all the dialogue that we're missing out on, even so far. Interesting that they devoted lines to making sure that we knew how it is that Jace found Caitlyn.
Let's just pretend alternate universe, there's no line, and then I say, "How did Jace find Caitlyn?" I feel like you'd be saying, "Well, there's plenty of ways Jace would have found her."
Went to her house and talked to people, and she's
I
not
think
trying to hide or anything.
I think the reason that line was brought up is because Caitlyn is now going over this specific spot and how important it is to her, and it would seem kind of stilted if Jace just walked up and that you started spouting this shit. Like, what? I didn't ask, But by saying like, "Oh,
say that,
your dad said that you were here," and it's like, "Oh, well, of course he said that because this place is important to us,"
That's kind of what I mean about
I
we would
wished,
infer that anyway, but fair enough.
You could have just
I
said
wish
you weren't at your house or anything.
it was kind of the other way around. Caitlyn just asking, "Where have you been?
Hmm.
Where,
Mhm.
where are you?
And then he could say
We need
something that
you."
makes us feel better about the council meeting
Mhm.
at some point, please.
Yeah.
She then says, "Ever since it happened, I see 3 faces. The first face being a mother, and she says, every fiber of my being sinks like a stone swallowed in dark water." Feels a little okay. You know, like they usually.
She's dooming.
I just feel like they usually take it. If you're gonna use a it would be a metaphor, right? Like that. It's
Maybe a bit more.
you pick something that evokes something. To me, it felt like a I feel like I'm sinking, like something that sinks. Like yeah, fine. It works, I guess.
Kind of, yeah.
So yeah, and she says it's a line that was in the trailer that I found particularly interesting. She says she wants to tear that laugh from Jinx's throat forever. I like as an aggressive line. It's good stuff.
Mhm.
She's very angry. We understand.
And she said, and then there's Vi, and I asked her to put on the uniform. Suffice to say, she declined. And then Jace is like, Vi, wear a badge? And I thought this was really strange tonally. Like that we're sort of like, haha, Vi's not gonna
Yeah,
wear a
she
badge.
would
Like
wear a badge because she's a bit of a renegade. It's like,
she's not wearing a
I
badge
think
because
that's
her
like
parents
another.
were
Yeah,
brutally killed by enforcers, which is it's weird now of all times that you would be flippant about that when this is all about your mum having just been killed. It's I
And
feel like the delivery
she
should be.
probably
I asked her to wear the uniform, and then Jace would be like, obviously that was.
What were you
like,
thinking?
yeah, that was a mistake.
Yeah, like I thought I could, and I totally misread things, and I was too desperate to get her to help us, or I didn't, I was too focused on my feelings and not hers, or something. Where he's like, where she tells Jace the things that she wishes she could tell Vi if she was here.
but does
Yeah,
Jace know that Vi's history? Does he know that?
Well, it wouldn't
That'd
matter
be a
if
pretty
he
interesting line.
did or didn't know it. It's more so we're trying to find a way to like properly tone. Like I would prefer Caitlyn does it on her own. I wouldn't want a character to correct her, but if we're gonna keep the line as is, you'd probably want someone to bring her back down. It's almost bad that Jace has no idea that Vi's parents were killed, and that's why she doesn't want to wear the uniform, because it's like, geez, that changes the whole request. You know what I mean? Like he's almost at a loss argumentatively here. He's just like, yeah, she hates them topsiders. Hee. Like, do you know why, Jace?
Yeah. I guess that could be a pretty interesting little line where it's all like, I tried to get her to wear the badge. Jace could be like, "What were you thinking?" And then Caitlyn could be like, "I guess I really wasn't." So, just call back to what Vi said, just briefly. Be a nice line,
Sure.
I guess.
She mentions to Jace that Vi thinks those gauntlets of yours will solve all of her problems. And Jace says, what if she's right? I was like, what?
Like, huh?
What do you mean, what if she's right? You know that's not right. That's what you learned in the end of Season 1. And the only thing that's changed since then is Jinx, an individual, destroying the console, potentially in the hopes of destroying any sense of peace. Especially since you now know she killed Silco, the man who agreed to the peace settlement, whatever you want to call it, like the treaty, the negotiations. I feel like he should be more motivated than ever to say that hextech is not the answer, which I thought was what he was saying in the prior scene when he said he doesn't want the dream to be corrupted or ruined. But this, I guess
Now
you could
he's
say, like, well,
like,
it's okay that he questions it, right? And I'd be like, I don't know that he would. I don't think that he would say, what if
This would
hextech weapons
solidify,
is
potentially.
the solve to all problems? I don't think he would ever say that, especially after what happened with the boy.
Yeah. I mean, that was
Point.
very recent, and seeing it's very likely that he thinks that Jinx's actions might be as a direct result of, I don't know, maybe the peace deal, which came about because he was being violent, or with hextech. But yeah, what a weird flip for him. It just seems really flippy that he'd say that. It's definitely like a
this feels backwards. They have Caitlyn tell him hextech may keep us alive, but it's not what's going to save us. Shouldn't it be he says that to her?
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
Like
Yeah.
It does seem
Because
like
if
a line that would be much more appropriate for him.
Well, it feels
Because even when
important
when they made the treaty, he said, "Hey, I saw what we're capable of at full power, and you'll all be slaughtered, and I don't want to do that."
exactly, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's because what happened in season 1 is they weaponized hextech, and then they went into the Undercity and had that fight
Where they
and it was after
dominated.
that yeah,
Yeah.
and then of course the the unintentional consequences of that was essentially what made Jace go, nah, I'm not using these weapons. Like he was, I mean, and then brokered the peace. That's
Mhm.
so yeah. At this point, unless there's like now been a almost a reversal, right, because of the attack on the council.
But
like it's
well,
important that we
for
see
one,
that.
it wouldn't do that because he's got the context of why it happened.
Yes, that's right, exactly.
It would be like if he got punched by a drunk and said, "You know what? This violence has encouraged me now to consider that peace is not an option." It'd be like, "Well, no, you have to like it's the
Yeah.
context. Why did it happen?" If Zorn collectively decided that they trolled you with the peace and they actually were just preparing to destroy Piltover's leadership in order to start a civil war, like, yeah, I could totally imagine that would change his mind. But he knows for a fact from Vi and Caitlyn that this was deliberately done by an individual actor, and that same actor killed the guy that the piece was struck with.
Now you've said that, though, that's made me think about another thing that's got to be important. Did Vi and Caitlyn tell the council that Silco was actually going to turn down the offer for peace in order to protect Jinx? Do they know that?
Well, to be fair, that was something that he said moments before he bled out to Jinx, right?
That's true. Maybe they didn't hear it.
Yeah, I would.
Like,
Well, so
maybe-
for one, I don't know if they heard it. For two, I don't even know that you would say like I think he was telling Jinx that because
Well, no, wait. But sure. But I guess because remember he yelled it before. Of course, that was before like you could say whether or not he was lying, right? That's kind of like the whole point of
my
that
main
scene.
point was going to be we have to have that in here. Like, how could you not include that? As in,
It's insanely important.
like, where's the council meeting where they say, yeah, Jinx killed Silco, but Silco was never going to agree to peace anyway? Like, if that was something that was going to be this important to the plot line, like, where the fuck is that scene?
I guess that's all I'm saying is like now if it was like another thing to add on of was there conversations about that like obviously the idea of Jinx acting alone is like, well, sure, but like is there a conversation to be had about whether Silco was even going to accept the deal?
Also,
right?
I can buy
make it happen, but
I can buy
yeah.
from Silco's actual character perspective that he may not have accepted, but when you take all the information together, he was tied up, and Jinx was threatening to potentially kill him.
Sure. So like because Vi could be like, well, I think he was telling the truth, and then they'd be like, well, I'm not so sure.
Wouldn't that be an interesting scene if it was brought up
That would
and
be an
then
interesting
Caitlyn
scene,
says,
yes.
well, depending on how you want to run the drama, you could have different characters saying, "It's like that was bullshit. He said it to not piss off the
Get out of that
psychopath," and then someone else would be like,
situation, yeah.
"No, that's exactly who Silco is. He was definitely not going to accept the piece." You have that back and forth, and then you could have
Was
Jace
Caitlyn
cite
wheeled
that.
up to the table?
Mm.
Sorry, was
yeah.
Caitlyn wheeled up to the table
Yeah.
when they ungagged Silco?
Well, Caitlyn wouldn't have heard his dying words, but she would have.
No, I'm not talking about the dying words. I'm talking about the moment that Jinx
what I'm
tore the
saying,
tape
yeah.
off his mouth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she had got wheeled into the room at that point. But I mean, Vi's
'Cause-
there, right? So she can say it.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Silco was
Silco
straight up saying, like, to hell with the council, I'd never give you up, they can all burn. So
Yeah.
clearly, Vi and Caitlyn heard that, so they would know.
Well, it's that this could have been a scene, a conversation.
Well, and there's
about
nothing
this,
from
but
Jace that references anything like that.
Jace doesn't get to react to the idea of what happened after the peace deal was
But he's
offered.
the one who
It's
broke it.
wild. Yeah, that's kind of wild.
Like it at this point, we've missed a couple of scenes. Like it feels
Yeah.
that one would have been integral. The all the information Kate and Vi got from that last scene of season 1 being expressed to the council, and it would have been really great too, because everyone would have different perspectives on all of that and what to do about it, and then the votes would come in. The problem is we can't even speculate as to why Jace may have changed his mind. We know he hasn't. He does not want to invade. He's been very explicit about this.
I think that those two lines with Jason and Caitlyn was kind of and I think I don't know. I think that was from the writers saying basically, it was Jace talking about Victor, basically. Maybe it can save us hextech. And Caitlyn and the writers being sort of kind of sneakily meta.
Well, to be fair,
being
he
like,
says, what if
it
she's
might
right?
save.
For the other line.
Yeah.
The line she says is the
Yeah,
gauntlets.
Yeah, but I think, that's true. But I think I think my point still makes sense. And and Caitlyn's answer is from the writers being like, it might save us, but it won't keep us alive, sort of nodding to Victor a little bit there. I think that's
sure that
where
line
he's
very
coming
effectively
from.
would map
That's the
on to
intention.
Victor, but well, what we're addressing is she explicitly says the gauntlets is a solution to all problems, and then he says, "What if she's right?" Like, that's obviously referring to the violence.
Weapons.
Yeah, if we think that the writers think about that in this moment, but I don't think they were thinking about violence. They were sort of trying to sneak Jace's attitude towards Victor's survival there. And I think that's why they put that line in, maybe.
Perhaps. But yes, not sure what is going on with Jace right now. We'll guess talk more the more we get on him. It's so weird that not more is being focused on Jinx, considering she's the individual that's done
I'm fine with
all
that.
of it. Wait, fine with what?
I'm fine with that.
With
What?
what?
I'm not actually fine. I don't like Jinx very much. That's all.
Oh, okay. Anyway, there's a line from Caitlyn where she says, "I just understand now how easy it is to hate them. One vicious act," which is again just feels odd because she knows better than anyone how this was an individual, not Dawn. Like an act from they've covered how much she hates Jinx. It's just weird to transmit this over to Zorn when I could see how that can happen in certain circumstances. For example, Salo feels right to me that he's not really interested in the nuance. He's like, this was the fucking Undercity rats. I hate them, that sort of thing. But with Caitlyn, she's got such
my point again.
Yeah.
Caitlyn's got such a specific experience and understanding of how everything went down that it feels so odd that my worry, as it stood when I was watching the scene, is,
are we going in
oh dear, I think I see where you're
yeah.
taking her.
Yeah.
That scene pinched me out. That shot.
So
it's especially because she's animated in a slightly unhinged way, right? Like a little bit like, oh, you're like, you are fucking angry, aren't you? Like, yeah.
I think
it's like
this
anger in a
whole
way that
dialogue
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, for sure. This whole dialogue is just writers attempting to sort of write her, push her in a direction that she's just is kind of out, would be normally, if well written, kind of out of character for her. And they're struggling with this. So she's shown to be emotionally aware, kind of self-aware, saying something unhinged, then taking it back, being like, oh, I'm being too unhinged, but then saying something unhinged again, because that's the direction they want to push her in. But she as a character, as established, is very much resisting that, because that's not how she's basically characterized so far. It's really, they're struggling a little bit with her writing here.
Well, especially considering Vi. Like, what, you hate all the Zonites like Vi? Like, it's doubly weird considering her and their relationship, whatever that may be at this point.
Something that annoyingly counts for apparently very little is Vi, like, beat the fuck out of a bunch of Shimmer monsters that help save a bunch of enforcers. That's gotta count for something. Like, you know, the idea that Vi is very much like we have a really good understanding of Vi because we're the audience. But like, if you want proof that Vi is not a Zornite through and through, that there's complications happening and it's just an interesting thing of loyalty, and she hates Silco. Like, this is what I mean. Caitlyn's got possibly the best understanding of anybody in Piltover of the nuances of Zornites now, or at least one of them. You know, it's not. This is not quite the direction, I would say. Not quite. But onward. The next scene is Vi waking up after being, I guess, drinking the whole night away with Shieldman. Jaundice?
Well, he's not-
Lawrence, I mean.
He's not
Loris.
Shieldman yet.
What?
He's not Shieldman yet.
He probably has a
man to
shield.
die.
You're jumping ahead.
Yeah, he
You
probably-
don't have it
He
yet.
probably is a shieldman now. We just haven't learned it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And we get introduced to two new and fantastic characters. One being Maddie, and the other being that guy. I can't remember his name.
Oh, yeah,
Blue
he's-
guy.
The
He's my
fish.
favorite.
He
I
looks
love
like the
him.
Sylvari from Guild Wars. It's
He
really
does.
weird.
He's like a Sylvari officer, and we don't know his name whatsoever. Credits don't even say anything about this man.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Poor man.
Yeah,
So,
so for
yeah.
now,
Fish
he's the
man.
green guy that's got some odd Silco vibes to him. Maybe I just missed the man. I
Ginger,
don't
yeah. Ginger and Traherne are over.
know. Yeah.
And they say hello. He
Yeah,
shows
so
up.
this is sort of a just catching up with Vi scene. It's not quite what I would be spending time on for her. We open with her saying, "There's no point in sticking around, except I'm the one who created the monster," which felt a little too flippant even for drunk Vi for me in terms of like, wait, you talking about Jinx, man? Like that's like your
A drunk fight would be more earnest. That's typically what people kind of when they drink.
which is again
they tend to be more,
treating something that is so painful for her, that's had one of its biggest repercussions recently to someone she loves. I think we could probably say that. It would strike me as odd that she's like, you know, like I guess there's no point in being here except I'm the one who created the monster. It's very like.
Yep.
It is odd, especially something that she'd be like, if I wasn't personally responsible or felt personally responsible for making Jinx this way, I would fuck off. Like,
But
really?
it's not like a huge problem. I just wouldn't. I would expect it to be much more despondent / existential crisisy.
Pouring her heart out to this Loris guy.
Maybe,
like in
yeah,
that last scene, the scene where she met him. I just feel like I just want to. Oh, I need to just unload on you all the things I'm feeling and thinking right now. I'm in such a strange and bizarre place, and oh, things are not going well. People are dead, and my girlfriend hates me, and
we discover that she is now something of a legend among the enforcers, which I don't mind.
I find stupid.
I mean, what she did in season 1 could spread. There was a couple of enforcers left, and you got Jace as well. As like we were all getting mercilessly annihilated until Vi came in and kind of saved all of us. You could see that story spreading, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Legend
Like
is probably a bit
legend?
much considering it's been days. It's, you know, like it's kind of like
Especially enforcers. They probably hate these guys the most.
well, and I wonder how much
Yeah.
we'd be
Follow
impressed
random
when
Zon person.
she was using hextech weaponry, meaning like you could have an angle that they'd be like, yeah, I could have done it if I had those two. You know, like I don't know. It's hard to say. We don't have a lot of, for lack of a better term, enforcer culture. We had Marcus was our small window into it, but we were mainly focused on him rather than how the enforcers as a people feel about everything. You know.
Frankly, I'm suspicious of Maddie.
Oh yeah, because
she's white.
she's Scottish.
It's kind of fucked up.
Yes, exactly.
She's-
But also because I just find
No,
it
we
kind
were
of
setting
interesting.
you up for you to say no because she's a woman, and he didn't do it.
Ah,
Oh.
shit. You're right. You're right. I'll work on that.
You
But
fool.
I don't know. I'm kind of a little suspicious of her given the other characters that are surrounding her. First of all, there's fucking Loris sitting in the freaking fountain with his officer garb on and everything like that. And all the fucking Silco officer does is kind of poke him and stuff like that. You would think that they'd be all like, what the actual fuck are you doing? We're the best of the best. Actually act like it, right? But they prod him and then they just walk away from him. And I find it also interesting that she didn't even introduce the Silco officer. He just kind of walking around with her and everything like that, doesn't refer to the guy in the fountain or anything like that. Now I'm sitting here wondering how much of this story of her being a legend is even true, or if Caitlyn even said any of this, and maybe like they're trying to get her on their side in particular. Because I'm noticing this shifty-eyed officer and Loris looking at both of them in such shifty-eyed fashion. I'm almost wondering if like she's up to something and she's using these two officers to kind of coax her into one way or another.
I don't know. What does everyone else think?
I didn't consider it that way at all. I think that this was exactly what they were presenting it to be. That Maddie is excited to meet this Vi character, of whom a legend has apparently very quickly developed among the enforcers, and she's very excited to meet her and see her.
Yeah, I just feel like she's buttering her up.
Perhaps. We don't get a lot more on Maddie.
Yeah.
So, I guess what I'm
We don't
saying.
get too much. I'm just guessing. I'm not,
Sure, yeah.
I don't know.
Because she says, yeah, Caitlyn made quite a scene at the station. She tried, what they were trying to deny your enlistment, and she threatened to withdraw her family's funding. Oh, anyway, I'm glad you're joining up. I was thinking when I heard this, I was like, I know that the show doesn't have time for this, but the idea that Caitlyn is using her position as a Kiraman / the funding of different institutions within Piltover to force authority figures that are her friends is like, that could be such a controversy. Like
Especially after
threatening.
Marcus, that would be
Yeah,
like corruption essentially.
it's just,
Which is
yeah.
not like her at all. She's very focused on this idea of getting to the truth and justice being delivered, and this doesn't seem like that seems very un-Caitlyn like.
I mean, she
And
would probably
also,
argue with special
I don't know if
circumstances.
Caitlyn.
She believes it'll be the way
Well, I don't
to
know how
end the war.
Caitlyn's allowed to do that. The father is in charge of the family finances, not her. How is
I
this
guess
Caitlyn's call?
I guess she can still make threats. It's just that, like I said, it's the kind of thing that would likely lead to a lot of controversy, but we've not got time to be doing that. In this world, right? If things were calmer, they could run a whole story on that, like the Kiraman corrupting the enforcer sort of stuff with whatever, like putting their own people in it. Like you said, especially after Marcus, I feel like that's a controversial move, but it's said here just to prompt the whole like Caitlyn's trying to get Vi to become an enforcer thing. She says, after the sheriff betrayed us, well, let's just say it's nice to know there are still good ones left. And is she referring to enforcers here, saying good ones left?
She's got to be
guess so.
saying Zong Knights.
Maybe
Surely,
just
right?
good people in general, possibly.
She wouldn't
Yeah.
say that about enforcers, surely.
Well,
No, because
Like we're talking about Marcus. Marcus mainly handled things on his own, and even in the first season, we saw him taking steps to not involve other enforcers. And even like on the bridge scene where he died, he made sure that the other enforcers couldn't hear some of the things that he was saying to Echo and Caitlyn. So she said because Marcus was corrupt, she thought it's good to know there are still some good ones left. Like, does that count her partner that she's with? And like I think it'd be stranger for her to have it be about the enforcers. I thought it was about Zonites.
maybe she's referring to higher ups who have like hard name recognition, and then she's like, "Oh, the heroes that
maybe
I've
it
known
is.
of."
She's just referring to people.
Perhaps just people in general.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
If I was there with her, I'd feel a bit like be like, hey.
It's like, whoa,
Thanks.
you do mean I'm cool, right?
Well,
Yeah.
So
This scene is like the
begins.
most I've related to Vi in all these 3 episodes. So kind of like it.
All right. We're on our
She's
way
just as
to
annoyed as
Mm.
I would be.
the
Sorry.
memorial.
But first, I'd
Yes.
like to actually point out Loris getting shifty-eyed in the fountain, just as Vi's trying to wake him up. He was awake the whole time and like peeking at her, just like fucking Fishman was doing. They're sitting there shifty-eyed at her again and again. So I feel like they're up to something.
I thought this was him being like, I am awake, but I'm going to pretend to be asleep because I don't want to move right now, and that explains why he's not at the memorial.
No, he was shifty-eyed before she tried to wake him up, and then he was still shifty-eyed, and then he pretended he was asleep after she tried to nudge him. So he was awake and listening.
No, I know. What I'm
And-
saying is that he. Oh no, he is at the memorial. Okay, yeah. That's...
Yeah, and then he
No,
yeah,
they
then
go
he
to
comes
the
with them.
memorial together.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Well,
even though
at that
he's
point,
wearing his jacket like an asshole still.
Is it
It's
like-
that's kind of weird. Why are they letting him get away with that?
I actually don't have any answer for why you'd be shifty-eyed. Is it just?
I
it's
don't
probably-
either, but I just find it interesting.
Is it like he's just curious about Vi in general?
He's just thinking
no.
lesbians.
Yeah.
Lesbians. No, I just think like maybe like him and the Silco officer are just like part of Maddie's plan to try and get him to join up with the enforcers. Why they are like in on this, don't really know. It's only 3
Okay.
episodes.
Anyway, yes. So begins the memorial of the horrifying event. Mel shall be speaking, and I'm not sure how exactly we'll approach talking about all this. It's a very big scene. Lots of things happen.
Yes, it is a big scene. A lot of things happen.
It's like almost everyone is here. Everyone you can imagine. It's going to be a big event to remember those that have been lost. And as the scene progresses, it seems that not all is as it should be. There are we've shown some ladies in outfits that make it so you can't see anything that they may or may not be holding or what they look like. You got some enforcers that have some tattoo that looks a little sus. And as Mel is speaking, we gradually start to realize, oh dear, something is afoot. Something bad. Something
Something's afoot.
terrifying. Vi spots that tattoo and realizes, oh boy, that's probably not an enforcer at all. That's probably some evildoer from Zorn Land. And so...
Well, I imagine she's seen those tattoos before, either in prison or in Zon.
Yeah. Unusual for an enforcer, I'm sure. And so he's holding a bag as well, a duffel bag. Who knows what's in there? He walks by the crowd of people and drops it at the foot of the lady in the big old outfit, who's near Jace. Who knows what that might lead to? And yeah, as the conversation is, or rather the speech is going on, we have a worrying thing building, tensions coming up. Vi is moving forward. She gets more and more concerned enough that she's going to start pushing past the enforcers to try and stop that guy. I don't know why she doesn't shout and warn and say, "Holy fuck! Someone stop that man!"
Can I point something out before we keep moving forward?
Yes.
Before she sets down the duffel bag, you'll notice there's a quick shot of him walking past some of the officers, and one of them like peeks at him and then like looks away, like, oh, didn't see shit. So it's probably not just this guy working alone. It would appear as though maybe some of the enforcers are in on it as well.
Well, if he was how would that be different from if they weren't corrupt?
Well, I would say some of them are corrupt
Why?
based on that side eye and then the look away that the officers are doing. So some of them on the top side seem to be in on this. It's not
Well,
just like the Undercity doing some surprise attack.
Well, if
they had
they
help.
weren't corrupt, then they would just see one of their guys and then look away.
I think
Well,
Rags is saying, what does it change about the scene right now if they were or weren't corrupt?
Why is she looking at? Shouldn't she be looking forward? She looks like specifically looks away. everybody else is looking forward,
This-
right?
Well, I mean, I guess I
you're-
just it doesn't seem that important to me right now. I don't know. It's maybe.
Maybe.
It's just
Okay,
Dustin for
anyway.
that. Don't mind him.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like, you know.
Yeah, people can look around.
I appreciate it when Mel is reading out the actual names of the counselors when she says Cassandra Kierman. It looks like Caitlyn has she looks very emotionally affected by it in that moment, and it's just like it's just a thing that I think is very real, where it'll hit harder even with stuff as simple as just reading out their name or seeing a picture of them, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just good to keep track of all these impacts on different people. But yes, that guy, he doesn't do much to shout to stop him, Vi, even though she seems to be realizing he's pulled a gun. He's heading up the stage to Mel, and meanwhile,
Oh my god.
it's Chem Baron lady is talking to Jace, and she says, "Doesn't it fucking suck when you lose a loved one?" And he's like, "What?" She's behind him, and everything is about to explode. Mr.
Where is it?
Mr. Totally Not Enforcer Man hits Mel with his pistol / I don't know if it's like a flare gun or something, but yeah, he
A flare gun.
he hits
Yeah.
her with it, she falls over, and then he fires it into the air and starts saying stuff like, "You're not safe, you bastards, we're gonna get you."
Rapscallions.
Yes. Meanwhile, chainsaw is pulled. A double chainsaw is pulled from Chem Lady
It's
from
a triple chainsaw.
Is it a triple?
God.
Jesus. Don't you
Yeah,
only
it's
need
got two
one?
little ones and a big one.
I didn't
You
know
really
they had the
need
technology.
Well,
three.
if you're really angry,
Well-
you need more.
Well, here's the thing. If you want it to be worse, you can add more than one. Yeah.
Why don't they use that for trees? The triple chainsaw.
Because you get these really awkward discs that it kind of leaves, you know? Like it's like whenever they have
Yeah.
Wolverine cutting people, they don't have the two awkward discs that are in between the
Oh
blades
yeah, I know what
come
you
flying
mean.
out
They often
too.
don't show that.
Yeah. They just
Depends how
it's-
gory they want to get, I guess. But so the lady has a triple chainsaw, and she is standing
triple.
organized like sardines right behind Jace, and she swipes at him, somehow misses. I'm really not sure how the fuck you screw that up, but luckily Jace is okay. He did not get chainsawed.
Well,
Oh
she had
boy,
to
that
talk
sure is
shit before
fortunate for him.
swiping.
I don't even think talking shit would have. She could talk shit. She the swipe she does. I don't know
This
how
is
the
a
hell
really,
she misses.
This is a really big weapon. This is
That's true, yeah.
They show he
Like,
really
she probably shouldn't have catchphrased him, and then she probably would have gotten that hit.
Well, I think she
No,
would have
it's
gotten it
just
anyway.
plot armor.
All he does is
It's-
sidestep to
It's just plot
turn,
armor.
and then he moves his like
Well, no.
head back.
Well, she alerted him to her presence by saying, "Oh, doesn't it suck to lose a loved
Yeah,
one?"
yeah,
She
yes,
should have
yes,
just
yes,
pulled
yes,
that
yes,
sucker
yes.
out and got him.
Absolutely,
Yeah, we
you're
heard
totally
you,
right.
but
She would have
just-
insta-murked him, but she also would have done it the way she did it.
Yes.
Okay.
There's no way he's surviving. He turns around to spot that she's doing it right as she's doing it. Like he's not prepared to move that far away. She's got him. But hey, this is not the first instance of severe plot armor we've had in Arcane as a series. So, you know, it's happened before.
Have we talked about sorry, unless I blanked out for some reason. Have we talked about how she was able to get in?
I suppose that's something we can talk about later, because we don't have all the information on that yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
For
not sure.
now, we'll leave a big old question mark on how that could have happened, but we'll talk. It'll happen. No worries.
Sure.
So a flare goes up, presumably to signal the support that is about to arrive for these bad men. We have several enforcers very cleverly closing the distance with the chainsaw lady, and then missing their shots so that they can be murdered. The classic.
Great. Awesome. Love
They don't
love
have
to see this
faces,
incredible
though.
competence.
They're
Yeah,
wearing
they're-
helmets, which means that they're more likely to die.
No, they
They're
have
just
Which
here to
means
faces.
they're
die.
basically guaranteed to
Oh
die.
no, a
No, they got
couple of them
faces.
do. Yeah, that's right, but most
Yeah.
of them don't.
Get to see
The
him
first
go,
victim has got a face.
Yeah.
That's
Red
right.
have
shirt
a-
enforcers.
Yeah, but most of
I have a
them.
gun. I can't hit her. I'm moving closer. There was one of them who has like a little inky dinky baton, and the psycho killer woman with a massive chainsaw that's glowing and everything. He's just
Well,
like, I'm gonna be the one to take.
What a
her out."
hero.
This is
you
my
know?
day. I'm feeling
What
good.
a
He
his
was-
heart was in the right place.
Yeah, he was like,
and now
"I'm
it's in
gonna
a separate
get
place
ya."
because he was
Mm.
chainsawed.
But he couldn't quite get the kill shot.
Yeah.
We see Caitlyn grabs a rifle off an enforcer, which I thought was kind of funny. Like, excuse me, get your own.
It's just standing there.
I need that.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't using it. He was just standing around, not doing anything.
Yeah, he hasn't quite accepted the situation yet, I suppose.
His
but
face.
like, "What?"
He's working on
Hey.
processing.
Then we get a big old blimp type thing, and it shoots out a whole bunch of Shimmermans.
Whoa.
A
Here they
blimp?
come. I don't know if it's
And
a
a
blimp
Shimmer
or not.
Big Daddy,
It's like-
too.
Airship.
So there's like an airship involved now? What the fuck? How is this a thing?
Well, it came in real fast and real under the clouds. Slash. Well, I mean, we can have a conversation now. I guess it's not like a huge deal of how
I mean, we can.
how did these fellas get in here? Well, how far do we want to go here? There's information in episode 3 that gives us,
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
I
I think it's
don't
safe
see how
to-
anything in episode
go ahead.
3 would make it so that they could get an airship in like this.
You don't think anything in episode 3 would help explain it?
The airship in particular, the fact that they have one, they could get it in like this, that no one would notice, that there would be nobody who would like. I don't know how you could arrange this to be something that happens or is allowed to happen that's this prominent.
That's why I think the topside enforcers are kind of in on it. Not all of them.
All of
but
them?
Enough. No, not all of them. Just enough of them to slip some of the shit by.
An airship by?
Well, to get it ready in the air and everything. Yeah.
Very
To get
with
an
very
entire airship in the
conveniently,
air?
very conveniently placed and positioned clouds is all you need. They probably
They
also...
definitely want you to buy that the clouds were instrumental in its secrecy.
yeah.
It must have been it had to have been hiding in the clouds the entire time, with nobody noticing it, or no one having seen it lift off beforehand from anywhere, or take off, or is there a place for it in Zon that wouldn't be instantly spotted by anyone in Piltover? Because
So
it's a
the
big old
clouds was
ship.
a paid actor.
we know there's a lot
They
of
paid him.
air traffic in Piltover, even since the first episode, right? Like the older times in season 1. What I guess I'm saying is like the presence of an airship alone is not going to surprise anybody, but surely they're all catalogued and tracked, you'd think, by some kind of
And
traffic
this is like
control.
an evil looking one too. It's got like the
well,
Well, because
you
it's got
know,
sharp edges, that means it's an evil one.
yeah, it is.
there is corruption within the enforcers, and there is assistance from a large power. I just don't know if it should be mentioned now or not. I don't think it's going to spoil anything to just say it now, right? Who's behind this?
Might as well.
Yeah.
It's got to be Ambessa.
Sure.
So, well, it is Ambessa. She is definitely behind this
Yeah.
organization. Helped to facilitate
I think,
it.
a very stupid shot in this episode is enough to give it away.
Whether it's Ambessa or the cloud thing? What are you talking about?
Ambessa, when
Mhm.
they're talking about who did this. and
Oh,
it's
yeah,
just,
no,
you
that's-
know,
Oh,
That-
right.
Oh yeah, and then
That
the
was
camera
not
just shows
subtle.
her.
We'll get there.
no.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah,
That was
like
really funny.
that is the logic for how they've managed to get in, is that Ambessa / any corrupted enforcers would have facilitated these fellas getting through security
Mhm.
checks, etc.
Yes.
It's just lucky that this guy didn't get tackled immediately while he was approaching Mel with a gun in his hand.
Well,
That
it's
is
also
facing
just-
the crowd.
Like I said, if Vi
I think
had
we're
yelled,
establishing very quickly the enforcers
Yeah.
are extremely incompetent often.
yes.
Yeah, because Vi just goes over those rail guards and she just kind of starts talking to these two guys that stop her, but she doesn't yell out.
Well,
It's
so
like,
if
there's a
Vi had
guy with a
said,
gun.
yeah, that enforcer is got a gun, anything, fire in a theater, the kind of thing. It's so weird they
Yeah.
didn't let her shout something, and it makes you think like, well, they
And
couldn't,
apparently
'cause-
she is somewhat of a legend to some of them, so they'll probably listen and at least have a look, right? Her
Well,
words
Well,
have
people
some.
would just like everyone would
reality
notice that
is-
there's clearly a man with a gun.
Doesn't
on
even
the
matter,
stage.
It's
to
very
be honest,
strange
like,
for him to be approaching
you
the
know.
stage anyway, but you can clearly see the gun. It would be like, what the fuck is he
Yeah.
doing?
Mm-hmm.
But I actually take more issue with the chainsaw lady and Jace than I do with the awesome man with a gun. But hey,
I want to
Also,
point
if-
out a little bit of an inconsistency too with Nose Girl. When she's wearing the hood at first, before she walks up to Jace, she has a nose. Then she just doesn't anymore.
Oh,
And
really?
this is
when she
Really?
what-
walks
when
up to
she
Jace,
turns
she
to
has a
get in?
nose.
Before she walks up to Jace and she's seen over that overall panning shot and everything, she has a nose. And then when she walks behind Jace, suddenly her nose is like concealed again.
Okay, I'll have to trust you
Oh,
on that.
this
Yeah.
is yeah. I don't know how far her little thingy, her little nostril cover, extends.
I mean, anyway, the fight continues. It's gonna get real action packed. Go ahead.
Oh boy.
Also, like, if sorry, I keep mispronouncing her name. Ambessa was sort of orchestrating this, and she sort of made this deal with the Zon people. This woman, wouldn't there be like clear instructions whom to like kill off and who they were not allowed to touch? Because this woman is obviously her main motivation is to, off Jace, but that would be very, very big no-no for Ambessa because he's the main hextech guy.
That's
That would
actually
be
a
a
very
huge
good point.
loss.
Oh,
It is a pretty good
right.
point. But
Totally.
yeah,
Yeah.
Mel being spared makes plenty of sense. Jace, on the other hand, I don't know.
Well, she would just have to count on her fucking up.
Yeah.
Basically.
Just again and again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is not something Ambessa ensures because she's not in the fight for the majority of it. Neither are her men.
No, well,
Yeah.
she waits until a specific point to intervene, but like jumping ahead, Jace gets saved by not Ambessa. She gets saved. He gets saved by Vi when he's
Yeah,
about to
which
get
is an
killed.
outlier in this plan from what we can understand.
Well, there's
Oh,
no
wow.
way that she'd be able to account for this. There's just a
Right.
lot that she can't account for in this
Mhm.
situation.
I tried to take a screenshot of the nose thing you mentioned, but when I try to use light shot, Netflix goes black. So Netflix, or
I'll
light
get
shot
it.
is yeah.
I'll get it.
Foiled you again.
Yeah, I guess so.
So the Shimmermans arrive, and we've got like Veronica Shimmerman. He's a big ol' tank iron creature thing. He's larger than we've likely ever seen before. Horrifying. What we're gonna do? And their intro when they land, they very instantly kill like 6 enforcers. It's just like dead, dead,
instantly.
dead.
But
Mhm.
it doesn't. They don't have faces though. So it's
It
fine.
does a great job of showing just how lethal, threatening, fast, and horrifying these guys are. And so our heroes are in a rough state right now. We're gonna have to do some real clever fighting to get them out of this situation. Best of luck, of course. So how does everything?
I feel like you got subtext there in what you said.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
Okay,
I don't know what
excited.
he's talking
yeah.
about either.
All right, let's
Bringing,
go.
I don't know. That's
let's
a
get
different
going.
person.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, there you go.
That's a different person.
that's not the outfit she's wearing.
That's a total.
Daz.
Not
Yeah,
the
it's
same
totally
person.
different
Okay,
veil.
never mind then.
No, totally different veil.
Oh,
Oh,
you
dude.
fool.
You fool!
Get rid of the tinfoil hat, does. It's just
There's
damaging
sort of a
your
nose.
brain.
Scrunch it up and eat it.
Because when
Eat it.
when
No,
when
different
Chainsaw
outfit.
Lady
No,
walks,
you're right.
well, because when Chainsaw Lady does walk by, you do get a bit of a profile where she sort of has a nose, but I don't know how large her schnoz is with the metal thing on it. So I
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
I
know
just
for
made a
certain.
mistake. It's just a
Yeah, it's all
different
good.
person. Never mind.
So we have after the killing of a bunch of enforcers, it's like, all right. So Vi comes in with, I think she's got a fire extinguisher. She hits the back of one of the Shimmer lads, and he hits her down pretty much straight away, and then goes to swipe at her, and she dodges. And then we cut over to Jace. Now the thing for me is, like, cutting away from that is a bit of a deal for me because I feel like she's gonna lose. These guys are super fast, and they can just kill you
Yeah,
with one
she's
swipe.
unarmed.
They
You
got
don't
like
have her gauntlets.
And they have like this was actually something we brought up in season 1. It was a bit of a problem. They're really powerful, such that even Jace with his hammer, it's a bit of a stretch that he does as well as he does against them. There's some good stuff in that
Vi's
fight sequence for
more-
sure. Yeah, Vi with her
Vi's
gauntlets
more,
I can
so
buy
she
better
makes
as well,
more
but
sense.
it's just that like this is gonna be tough to help me buy this, and to cut away I'm like, all right. Like, I guess I'll have
I
to
see what you did there.
I'll have to assume it all worked out for her, I guess. We have now moved up to the stage. Chainsaw Lady is continuously swiping at Jason. He's picked up a guardrail thing as a way to block her. It would seem
Very helpful.
there are just no enforcers left to be able to help him. Unfortunately, very busy with the Shimmermans, I think we should probably assume. In any case,
Mhm.
you know what? I don't think he needs them. He blocks the chainsaw, moves it to the side, and tears out one of her Bane tubes. Like the
Bane
Bane
tubes.
tubes is a good way to describe it.
and
I like Bane tubes.
I was kind of happy with this in terms of like, yeah, he's not shit. He can, even if you have a chainsaw, you know, he's still gonna have some moves. And doing that, I actually thought prematurely maybe that this fight is over, because either you're Jace and you sprint away, or you finish her off, because she's on the floor. Basically, she's dropped the chainsaw. She's going blah 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 with the goo flowing out. You know, this is the time to finish her.
Jace has already grabbed it. That's how he stopped it. Like before, he was holding on to the non-blade part to stop her
Yeah.
from hitting him. So he already had his hands all over it.
Well, and just think of your options, right? You would either push the thing away so that she can't have it, or pick it up yourself and use it on her, or continue to just get her in a headlock, break her neck, strangle her out, punch her more until she's down, or,
Rip
like
the
I
other
said,
tube
sprint
out, yeah.
in the complete opposite direction such that she has no chance of catching up to you. He does not opt for
yeah.
any of these options.
Like, I would at least buy that he would try to grab the weapon. Maybe not so much beat with his bare hands. He doesn't quite seem the type, but he doesn't even do that, so.
He opts for an option that I would consider possibly one of the worst things he could have done.
Yes, exactly.
He allows
Oh,
her to
yeah, if
recover,
you're-
and he moves a couple meters away and hides behind a box.
Yeah, it's a bit
If
dumb.
If you're
man.
her,
Child.
like jackpot.
But his silly decisions aren't over yet.
Oh god, Jesus.
Anyway,
You would think he made a mistake here. It's like, okay, no way he's gonna make another dumb mistake. That would be dumb. That would be cringe.
so the
but, you know.
counselors are being poured into a carriage. I think we've got an unconscious, or at least damaged. I think Mel is in there.
I thought you
with
meant like a
clockwork.
liquid, like they were in a cup and they were being poured into a cup. Like, what the fuck?
It's a defensive move for the counselors. They
Did
turn to liquid when under attack.
you know that counselors adopt the shape of their container when in stress?
So they're in the carriage, and we see Maddie pops off a smoke bomb, which is super interesting. I think what we're supposed to take from that is it's
What
defensive.
a bizarre move.
I think it's supposed to be defensive for the carriage. Unfortunately, this is generally speaking, your friendlies right now have guns, and the enemies are all melee related. Like they're all like smoke bombs. Generally speaking, is going to benefit the enemy right now.
Yeah. For sure.
It's a good point, actually.
Because it just sort of like lands in a spot and it's
Yeah, I don't even know what she fired it at.
And I'm thinking, like, what's going on? Why did you do that? Is it just like,
Yeah,
oh, well, I've got it.
But
Might as
I
well
mean,
use it.
hey, she's panicking. Maybe if she'd shot it like directly under the carriage, there's actually some viability in terms of just hopefully they don't realize this is where we are. But yeah, she fires it off somewhere, and well, that's that. Anyway, off they go. But a Shimmerman boops them, and off the carriage goes. Oh no! Will the counselors survive? And then, before you can even think about what's going to happen with that, Caitlyn gets personally manhandled and tackled by a Shimmerman and is not dead. It's amazing, actually.
But they
not
instantly
squashed into
killed all the other
paste.
ones, though.
This is kind of what I get out of that. It's just like, come on, you showed us insta kills, and then when it's a main character, they're not allowed. Like, you got to do something else. Just do something. You don't need to do this. Just do something else.
What should I do, boss? Should I hold mode or toss mode? There's only two choices.
But before he can get his kill strike, Vi grabs him by the helmet and sort of does I don't know what the move is called, but when you weight yourself like such that you're high up and then back down to throw him down and smash his helmet into the ground, which
That's
works
the
out.
Vengeful Willy.
The Stone
The
Cold
Vengeful
Stunner.
Willy is
That was not a
Yeah,
stone
that's
cold
that's the Vengeful Willy.
wow.
Vengeful, very.
I would have thought
Very
Mel would know. That's
Willy.
got to be a wrestling thing, right? The Vengeful Willy.
I mean, didn't really look like a wrestling thing. You
Also,
were
Vi-
describing like
Vi's
a you were describing like a DDT or something, but I guess like something like that. I don't know.
Vi's feet are hitting the ground like really fast before she leaps into the air. That was kind of funny looking.
Wow, making fun of the animation.
Lord,
Wow.
Lord.
Vi, with her strength, manages to pull off the valve here. Not sure about that. I get that you're strong, woman, but that is a tough one. But she does anyway, and it fucks up this kind gentleman. He's unable to
He
continue
was
his murder spree.
just wanted to hug, a shimmer hug.
And Caitlyn offers her a hand to get up. And
Isn't it? Sorry, I'm just annoyed by this because she just rips it out. It's clearly a thing you turn. Why don't just turn it open and open it up like this, and make it sense? Make it make
cinematic.
sense.
Okay, that's...
No, it's not cool.
Yeah, like
You can
just
do that,
awkwardly
but you can do
spinning
that
it
with
around
her
would be...
gauntlets.
So, we see a Shimmerman, the big Shimmerman, heading toward the carriage. He is as much as 2 to 3 meters away from it. It's very horrifying right now, because if he gets in there and he wipes out the remainder of the Piltover leadership, that's going to have huge repercussions. So Vi says, you, Caitlyn, go protect the council people, and I am going to be right back. I find this very much... the editor probably couldn't do anything about this. This is definitely on the writers. But to show us, essentially, the Hulk is meters from the carriage, and then to not show us Caitlyn immediately firing, you should just be firing in this whole scene. Just boom, 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 onto his weak spots, his little pipes. And so it's awkward. It's kind of not good. They're like discussing what the plan will be when right in front of them right now could be the end of the 3 council people. So what's odd to me is just like, one, Caitlyn's not acting probably in character as she would be right now, but neither is Vi. The idea, so to be clear, Vi is going to go up Piltover's capital tower to get Jace's hammer, bring it back down, and use that to overcome... specifically ends up being an attempt to overcome the Hulkman, who's after the council people. Now, I would say that if I were her in this scenario, or rather either of them, I'd be like, listen, their plan, but there's no time. We can't do that plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no way you'll be able to get there and back, and everybody still be fine.
Yeah, there's no way. Obviously,
It's
we're doing
so
the
far
thing
away.
where she comes back just in time. It's like, nah. The thing is, we don't really exactly know where this is and like to where we are right now. But the way the camera goes, it looks like up to the tower. And I think what we figured out is that his workshop is like farther up in the thing, right?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm still not 100% sure. I'm very sure it doesn't make any, like, time-wise, it just doesn't check out one way
It's
or
like
another.
you said, Metal, the shot shows like the building and kind of higher up in the building.
Yeah.
I feel like you just standard sort of, television film vocabulary is that's where she's got to go, but that's really far away.
I mean,
Logically,
it's gonna take
it
ages to
can't
get to the
take-
building, let alone get up the building.
Yeah, get up there.
The best like case scenario, at least it's gonna be like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
That's
and
still-
That's
still-
a lot of
That's
time.
probably
Yeah.
generous.
Well, when people are killing each other,
This is an entire...
Yeah.
Brother, this would be like 3 missions in Dishonored all strung together. What she's trying to essentially attempt to do on the fly.
Right.
Also,
And also, I had to step away. I was listening on my phone. The whole Caitlyn thing, not shooting, it's just her incompetence is solved if they just have her shoot and she has no ammo, and she has to like look
She
around
needs
for
to get more ammo. Yeah, that'd be
or
Yeah.
she's
a
just
way to
out
do
of it.
that.
She needs to go and get some,
Yeah.
because he's like, without bullets for my gun, I'm obviously useless against this creature. I need to go get more
Well,
bullets.
There's also
Unfortunately,
smoke everywhere.
they
so-
didn't think about that.
yeah, and
and they instead put Caitlyn on pause all the way, like for a long time. We'll highlight it, but I saw mentioned character not acting optimally, therefore bad. You're better than this, guys. This is Hulk Machine Man. I don't know what else to call him. Shimmerman Hulk. Veronica. Here he is, and as you can see, this camera pan shows this is the counselors. So you could say he is within range of fucking them up beyond all recognition. And they show that Vi and Caitlyn see this. This is not too far away from them, and that's what prompts Vi to get the weapon, and she says to Caitlyn, defend the council people. The idea that it is simply not behaving optimally for Caitlyn to not shoot here is batshit crazy.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion.
And also, I love how Vi says the line, Caitlyn sort of answers, and during that, she's sort of like, while saying the line, she drops the weapon. She is aiming it, and then she just, it's so weird. Like,
What's interesting is she could be shooting right now, and it could be
Yeah.
annoying the Hulk creature, but not stopping him, and that would be fine. Like I don't need to that she would defeat him. I just need to know that she's acting in best interest of her values, but she's not. She's on pause. It's very odd, and she will be on
Not to
pause
mention,
for a
she
while.
seems to be able to. She seems to be able to bullseye a lot of little weak points in this
Oh, yeah.
bad boy. So it's like, yeah.
Oh, she is sending. Well, her shot on like Savika's arm in the first season.
Oh
and
yeah,
her
no, she is
contest and everything,
established to be the best shot there is.
Yeah, when she misses a shot.
Someone's just highlighted, by the way, and I wouldn't want to go this far, but it is a little bit like the fact that Vi sees this situation and it says get the counselors out of here is like, that's a death sentence. You understand that, right? Like that creature, Caitlyn's got to get the perfect bullseye on destroying it before it gets to her, when it is the most threatening thing I think we've seen in this universe so far.
Mm-hmm. Also, can like Vi get into the castle or whatever without like problem? I mean, I think.
Well,
Vi...
so that
been there before.
We can talk about that next, I suppose. We're just getting over that sort of bit there. We can, I mean, there's a couple of things that happen, but we can just do Vi's side of the story first, then we'll go to Jace. So she will run up the tower, then she will bump into a man who drops the keys in order to justify how she can get to the weapons, because of course they would be hidden behind locks. And then she gets the hammer, Jace's hammer, and runs all the way back down, and then uses it to try and essentially save the day. She does save Jace's life with it. Timing-wise, we'll get to it in a second, but of course, one of the first questions would be, did she know what room to go to? I guess she did.
The answer is yes, she did.
And,
or she was really quick when she was looking.
Or she asked someone and they said, that's the room up there.
Yeah.
Did she predict that she was going to run into that guy? Or, like...
No, that was incredibly lucky, because
that was just pure luck.
If she hadn't run into him and he hadn't dropped his keys, like,
unlocked room?
she would have had to have gone to the room,
So
realized
what
it's
was her
locked,
OG
and then
plan?
be fucked. Well, she would. She goes there, the door's locked, and then she yells, "Is anyone here? Can anyone unlock the door?" So.
And that's, of course, assuming she can make it that far without all of the security going off in this building, and with all the enforcers running around, because there's an attack going on outside and down below. Actually, I say down below. It looks like the building is actually a fair distance away from where the memorial is being held. I mean, like you say, this is like 3 Dishonored missions, like in a row, getting in, going there, getting out, stealthing through. Like this is nothing short of madness that she is able to accomplish this.
Yes.
That she had to decide between doing all that and just jumping the guy.
That's the thing. I think
big, she ain't gonna be able to jump on that.
Well, no,
she
so that's the thing.
Yeah, it's probably gonna take a while to get to the hammer, but like, why?
I actually think she would opt to find at least get that thing. She would opt to find something in the battlefield she can use or distract the creature. I doubt for a million years that she would go, I'm going to go somewhere that's going to take me so long that everyone might be dead by the time I'm back.
Good luck. Good luck. Hold down the fort until I get back.
Yeah, like for me,
I think that she was lying and she just didn't want to fight.
Vi is definitely the kind of character that would see the Veronica Shimmerman and be like, all right, like crack her knuckles and then
Also,
try to figure out how she's going to do this sort of thing. Like, I don't think she's the kind of character to be like,
yeah,
I can't do this. I have to go get the hammer,
yeah,
even if
and
everyone
it
dies.
kind of seems out of character because especially she's established as someone who doesn't think; she just punches first.
Well, there's
Um,
that. There's also just, why would you send yourself to get the hammer as opposed to maybe Caitlyn take her rifle and you fight the monster, you know? Like, the idea that
yeah.
she's like, Caitlyn, deal with the Hulk monster. I'll be back. Like, what are you talking about?
What
Well,
should I
I
do? Oh,
mean,
okay. All right.
Vi,
Okay.
well, Vi sucks with a rifle. I imagine it's like, okay, the
Well, it's not
person who
about
just says shoot, do
it's not
your
about his
shoot
skill
shit.
with a rifle. It's about you got one mission which is collect and retrieve a weapon, and the other mission is defend council people from a giant Hulk monster. Which do you think Vi would sort herself and Caitlyn into?
Well, I have to. Well, I mean, again, when it comes to Caitlyn, they have all the guards there enough to distract everybody and fight the monsters back. She probably believes that they can buy her enough time to get that thing. She
Nah,
knows it works.
That feels a bit of an awkward one. It's like, yeah, guys,
Well,
get whittled away while I go get
well,
this
she
hammer.
she probably
You know?
has better faith in them to keep them back. Whether it's to she knows the hammer works. I just don't see why we're so
Sacrifice
hung up
your
that it's
lives
going
to
to
buy
take a
me
while.
time to go get the hammer. I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, what's she gonna do? She barely managed to take down that thing with the valve handle, even though she could have just spun it. But even so, she knows that her bare hands ain't gonna work. But she's seen that hammer and what it does. It insta kills those goddamn things. So
It,
it's like, yeah, I'll take the risk.
her bare hands tore off the valve of a previous Shimmerman. I don't know why she wouldn't think she could do that to the big one if she gets the jump
But
on him.
I feel like it's just the fundamental problem is you're not going to get the hammer and get back in time. There's no way.
Yeah.
Well, she's willing to try if she thinks that the forces can hold those monsters back long enough for her to do
Why
it.
would she
She
think
knows
that?
that it's a
Can't,
guaranteed
Why would they
win.
think that when they
So-
landed and
clearly
they killed
can't.
like
To be
10
clear,
of them
in episode
seconds?
8, we had, what was it, like 20 enforcers all with rifles, and they
and
got
got
annihilated.
wiped out. Yeah,
And Vi saw that.
very quickly.
And then she's seeing a return of that right here when they're getting
Well, we
annihilated.
saw it before when they landed. They wiped out like a dozen enforcers in like 10, 15 seconds. And now she's counting on, like, it's as if she knows, well, nobody's going to die because they have names. They're good.
Yeah. The
They'll
way
be
Vi
fine.
is characterized, she would say, Caitlyn, go and get Jace's hammer. Do whatever you can to get that hammer down here now. And then she'd be like, no, I have to help people. And then Vi's like, I'll take care of it. And then you'd have that moment of like, you're going to take care of that. And Vi would be like, go, get the hammer now. And it would be pretty cool as a sacrificial sort of thing of like, I'm going to do everything I can to delay that horrifying monster until you get the weapon that can probably kill it. I think this
So
is...
distraction is a good plan now because
Well, if she's the one
Vi.
actually making the sacrifice instead of saying like, you guys keep them distracted while I, in safety, head off and go grab
like,
this
yeah,
weapon.
Yeah, like, to be clear, Dash,
Where's
do you
the-
think Caitlyn we would expect Caitlyn to last more than 5 seconds against Shimmer Hulk?
I mean, she seemed well. I think that Vi has just more faith in Caitlyn than just to be like,
So Vi
yeah, dude.
literally just saved Caitlyn from a lesser Shimmer monster.
Uh-huh.
Like, she was about to die. She saved her life.
And now she's got to deal with a bigger one.
And Caitlyn then saved Vi to the same monster. The only reason that that Vi was able to get one over on that monster is because Caitlyn shot the blade before it stabbed Vi in the face. So it's like they trust each other to get shit done.
So
that's I think that's starting to breach into her being incredibly stupid and careless.
yeah, I wouldn't believe
So
for a
I'm
second that Vi
wondering-
would pit
There's no
Caitlyn
way,
against even an individual Shimmer monster, especially without a hextech weapon.
At any point here, did we establish that the glass at front is like unbreakable or something? Because that seems like a very easy, weak spot that they would probably aim for and would easily be able to break through and choke out a person or something.
We see a couple of times where they shoot the glass at the front and it can cause cracks and stuff, but
Cracks.
I guess you need more than rifle bullets to
It's
break it.
Vi, I would expect you would take something very heavy, just, punch it into the face, and just that's it.
Well,
Doesn't
so that's
matter
the
how
thing.
big
We
or
see Vi
strong it
actually
is.
deals with them better than any other rifle in this sequence. I'm
Yeah.
not sure they should have established that, but they have now. So, like, she disables one of them, and she saves Caitlyn from one of them, and she saves herself from another direct attack from one of them. She's basically the best weapon we've got against them right now, if we don't have the hammer. Which is why, like I said, makes the most sense to me that she would send someone else to get the hammer while she tries to save people from these things, because ultimately, whoever's getting that hammer probably not going to make it back in time.
Nope.
It was an opportunity for them to do something clever with implements that were laying around.
Yes.
Where is like
Agreed.
we've got a little we got this little grenade launcher that can launch smokes. Does it have anything else it could launch? What if we shot it point blank with that thing? What if we caused a distraction and then I got on its back and turned the valve? What if we lodged a grenade?
Well,
what if I could lodge a grenade onto it and then you shot the grenade from a distance?
there's
Things
the
of that
clever
nature.
sort of things like that, but you could also, I mean, this is taking the story a different direction, but what if Caitlyn did disable with Vi one of the Shimmer people, and then their Shimmer tank is, leaking out, and it's like, you could take that drug right now, and it'll make you faster, stronger, and
yeah.
better, but you'll also potentially start getting addicted to it. Like, that could be a decision that Vi ends up making to save them here, sort of thing.
That would be interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
You could also, obviously, from a disabled
lot of
Shimmer
stuff that
person,
goes down
try
with
to
them.
use their weaponry against the others. The lady with the chainsaw, maybe that's an effective weapon. I'm not sure a chainsaw would be that great against these guys, but maybe, just you could rewrite it such that she has a weapon
chainsaw, yeah.
that would be useful on them. Yeah, there's lots of ways to approach
Yeah,
writing
they
this.
got that one there.
Not a
Like,
huge fan of how they do it.
Vi's logic here is equivalent of me going right now, I need to grab a drink. I need to run down to the nearest market, buy one, come back before this sequence is over. Before
Best
we
of luck
finish
with
talking
that.
about the sequence.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna be
think
real quick.
a lot of people who watch this were just like, "Holy fuck!" She was running fast, I guess, because
There's what she knows she can do.
Yeah, teleport equipped.
that's what
obviously.
what when I said running fast, I didn't mean literally a fast runner. I mean the Flash, which she is
I got
not.
it.
So anyway, we get to see what Jace's decision was in terms of all those alternatives he had. He, like I said, went a few meters away and hid behind this box, which feels like a really odd choice that has now completely removed his advantage, because it's just hide and seek with a lady with a chainsaw, which maybe
Like,
not
she's
going to end
probably
well.
going to find you eventually. As opposed to
Well,
if you
so
ran off.
why didn't he
you
just
ran
keep
away.
running? Why didn't he keep running? Yeah.
You can outrun her. She's holding a massive weapon. Like, you can outrun her.
No,
Yeah,
well,
that's
yeah.
why
Not
I
only is
mean,
she
in
going to
high
be,
heels.
not only will she be slower than you, she can't use it at range. So you'll be fine.
Exactly. So now's the time to just run off. Why
But
did he do this? Well, we know why he did it.
Yes, keep the fight going. So
Drama.
he finds a little hammer, just standard hammer, and he's like, "All right, well, I guess I'll be using this." And we cut over to the council people in the carriage where Hulkman has arrived. What's going to happen here? He peels off the door and he picks out Maddie. Now, I guess it's time to say goodbye to Maddie. We didn't get to know her very well. It's a bit unfortunate, but when a Hulk Shimmerman picks you up,
it is a shame.
he's holding her by the leg.
Reporting.
Like, that leg is fucked,
Yeah.
and he's probably going to execute her in a second. But I will say, it's a bit lucky. Of all the people he could have selected, if he had chosen Clockwork Lady, that would have been another vote in the council completely down. Salo, the repercussions of picking him would have been huge, especially Mel, if he had picked her. But he picked the driver.
Picks Salo up, he's like, "Oh, this one's broken."
And he just kind of holds her in the air for a while.
Well, we can figure out exactly how long, because he picks her up, and then we have the other enforcer guy, sees this
Ocean
happening,
Man.
looks around, spots an axe, and so then has to pick up the axe, get out, and then sprint to attack this guy. And in all that time, he did nothing with Maddie.
Yeah.
He
I
is
mean,
lucky.
bear in mind, something that emphasizes how long this takes is that once he picks her up, we cut back to Jace. We
Mhm.
cut back to him in the middle of this, dealing with Chainsaw Lady. What the hell?
who he hits with a hammer. Yes, you got her.
Yeah.
And
He
then
drops the hammer.
watches her recover very slowly.
Yeah, instead of
And
just
even
keeping
grin at
going.
him menacingly. It's
Like,
like,
just
okay,
keep
hit her
going.
again, and
Yeah.
again, and
But then, no,
again.
he dropped the hammer.
Now,
He
It's
At
dropped
least
like-
it.
unlocked.
there are
There's
a,
some
unlocked,
layers.
and then
there are a
it
lot of
stops.
options one has here, and he chooses none of the optimal ones,
Yeah,
and
he drops
instead
the hammer and runs off.
he gets finned, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know why we're doing these sorts of injuries, because when you show a chainsaw going through someone's back, I feel like it'd be like, oh, you're done. Like,
Yeah,
shit.
I've kind of
Yeah.
lost my
Like,
legs now.
Ripperoonie, yeah,
That's what I thought they were
fine.
going with this. I thought he was going to be a wheelie chair man.
No, no.
Out of
I don't
No,
know,
it's
like,
just a jump scare.
look at this injury. How is his spine?
Yeah, and he's
Slash.
crawling and everything. He's way down.
But it's just a flesh wound.
Yeah, just
Yeah, don't worry about
general recommendation for any writer: if you show a character get slashed in the spine, please commit to some kind of spinal injury instead
Yeah.
of no. It's
Especially
just,
don't slow-mo it.
yeah, of course,
don't
because
slow-mo it if it's not a big
cinematic
deal.
language
Trauma.
tells us that Jace is in a fucking bad way now. This is
Yeah.
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 Yep.
You slowed it down. You
His
have
legs
the
don't work no more.
noise.
Yeah, but turns out that the lady's really shit with chainsaws, and it's not a deep wound, I guess.
Yeah.
It
Turns out
looks
there are
like
no
a deep wound,
repercussions.
though.
All right,
Like,
then.
it kind of
Okay.
looks like it's
lucky
deep
for
enough.
him. They're
No,
also
Don't
sure
worry
as
about
shit
it.
is.
I know he's a chongo, but did all of the muscle on the back, is that like...
He's got some extreme
back.
back muscles
Yeah.
for a nerd.
I also think they do some cheating with the editing here, and there's a reason, as Fringy just mentioned, we cut away from the Maddie thing so that maybe we'll forget that she should be dead. But I want
Yeah,
it
exactly.
noted: Chainsaw Lady just did this. Jace has fallen to the ground. She is at most 2 meters away from him. I wonder where they'll be when we
Yep.
next see them.
Surely not. I mean,
because,
right
yeah,
where
we-
they were left, right? 'Cause
no,
he
no,
can't-
we're cutting away.
But just
Oh,
after
okay.
those two quick events, Vi has reached the room she wanted to get to. Holy shit. That was fast.
Yay.
She's in moving of speeds excess of 100 miles an hour.
We need to study her
Moving
legs.
around at the
In a
speed of
straight line.
sound, got places to go. I don't know the lyrics after that.
Gonna fuck up my sister.
And so, yeah, we cut back to Maddie, who he's still considering killing. He's thinking about it. He's like, I'm gonna get you. Then he charges up his kill move.
She's kind of cute. I don't know if I want to kill her.
And before he can strike, other guy comes in with the axe and annoys him. And he's like, what the fuck you doing with my leg?
Why would he
And-
even need to charge up a kill move? All he needs to do is just
Crusher?
slam her down. Just like, like throw her down on the ground, and that's it.
It'd be kind of neat if Maddie didn't lose her grenade launcher and started like trying to fight back and shoot him in the dome. Maybe that'd delay him long enough. I'd believe
Absolutely,
that.
yeah. You'd want to
Yeah,
use
that'd
all
be
these sorts of
something,
things.
Absolutely.
But they showed her dropping it. Like,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
actually-
exactly. If
they-
she
they
didn't
made
drop
an
it and
emphasis
used it,
on her
I'd believe
losing
this
it.
way more.
Yeah, but no.
So in response, the guy gets knocked over in a way that's like the rubble moves him. It's kind of acceptable to me.
Yeah.
It looks a little
Yeah,
like
it's okay.
but it looks
It's fine.
alright.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
before he's given the kill shot himself, ooh, who comes in but Shieldman with a shield. And
This
he
is
got a shield.
lucky. This is
Yes.
lucky. Is
Well,
what this is.
there's a little more than lucky. I'm not sure this is possible.
He's also
With-
very
yeah.
strong. He's a strong boy.
This thing is pretty
Uh,
big.
Oh,
They
yeah,
actually
yeah. So
Thing is
first of all,
huge.
yes, it's lucky that he's even in a position to block it with the shield, but also, like, dude, look at this.
Yeah, you can do this.
Like, I know you're a chongo, but he's an ultra chongo.
He's a methed
He
up
is so
chongo.
large. He's so large.
he
He's
is
very big.
he's not small. You could say that, yeah, relatively.
He's
But
like-
gargantuan.
he also makes a tactical blunder. Veronica Shimmerman. He instead, after hitting his first arm on the shield, he puts the second arm on the shield as well. If you just come in from the side, Mini Vander there's fucked.
Yeah,
Look,
That's
he's
right.
he's
Yeah,
too,
or try to
he's
pull
too-
the
his
shield away
arm.
from him.
yeah, like his arm. He could just come in on the side and punch him flying.
Mhm.
He's all frizzled up with the shimmer and stuff. He's not thinking.
He's not thinking.
was
He's not thinking
rationally.
straight. Well, to be
yeah,
fair
he's
to
not
him,
thinking rationally.
this
He's
should have
just
worked
in-
anyway.
He's in
Yeah,
chongo mode.
yeah. Physics
He's been-
has essentially betrayed him.
So,
Oh, yeah,
to be
he-
clear, right,
yeah.
after all of this, we see gunfire. Who is it? It's Caitlyn. Where the
Oh,
fuck
she's
have you
decided
been?
to-
Where have you
Wow.
been? She
What have
found
you
those
been doing?
bullets, I guess. or
What were
something.
you doing in
It's
all the
so-
time that it took for Vi to run into the building, run up the stairs, and bump into the guy in the hallway?
Dude, it's so
What
odd.
were
They
you doing?
they reveal her like, aha, hero moment. It's like, you weren't gone. You were
She was-
here.
she was 5'5".
Where did you go?
Remember me?
Why did you leave
Yeah.
us? And like Rag said, I feel like this is solved if she clearly shows a click or whatever to signify that she's out of
Yeah.
ammo, and then Vi says, "I'll get the hammer,
Well,
you
you
get
missed-
ammo, and we'll meet back." Even that, without all the other criticisms. But no, she was sent to protect the council people, and apparently was put on pause until now.
That would be a
Well,
neat
are the,
scene
are
to
the council
show,
people completely out of the fight yet?
Well, they're in the
they're in the
carriage.
carriage
Still in
still.
the carriage. Yeah, they're just
So have they been wheeled out of this scene?
No, this scene
No,
kind
they're
of
in the
dealt with that,
carriage,
right?
yeah.
Like, he's next to the carriage and he was killing Maddie on top of it.
and now he's been moved because he followed Fishman.
Yeah, which is fine,
Mhm.
but it's just that where the fuck was Caitlyn this whole time?
Yeah,
Just
because it's like if
go
the
on.
council were completely brought out of the fight, you could at least believe that she managed to get them out and then came back. But I don't really know yet.
Yeah, and I'm guessing the tear gas stuff was because to have this shot with Caitlyn, which is so
Yeah,
stupid.
super cool.
Dude, that's so funny though that
And
if
why
the
aren't
tear gas
they-
from, or rather just gas in general, the smoke from Maddie made it so that Caitlyn couldn't shoot anything. Like this shot
I
here,
can't
it's like,
fucking
She
You
comes in and her
dumb
eyes are
fuck.
watering like crazy.
yeah.
There's too much in the way. I
So-
can't see.
Also, what's the point of this gas? Even though normal people aren't affected at all, they're not
Are these just
coughing.
Well,
they're not-
Smoke
it's
for
just
cover
smoke,
is
right?
a thing. It's just that it's, as we
Yeah.
said, it makes no
Okay.
sense in terms of like it's benefited the bad guys more than the good guys,
Yeah.
yeah.
even though it's a good guy smoke. So we cut back
Up on
to
the
Jace,
stage. Yeah.
and he's
Look at him
now
go.
at the podium. How did that happen?
Oh.
Where's
Maybe
Chem
maybe the
Lady?
podium moved closer to him.
the podium crawled to Jace. I'm gonna save you, buddy. So
I'll get you.
a little bit odd, but I guess she's monologuing. That's probably what she's doing. Like,
Yeah.
I got you now, buddy. You thought you were gonna beat me? Yeah, she's slow walking, not saying much. But she's
Just gotta
enjoying her
enjoy
victory.
this.
She's breathing it in. She's like, I got you now. And she says, for my son. So if it was unclear to Jace why this is happening, it ain't anymore. However,
Mhm.
before she can execute him, we see that
No.
Vi has arrived with the hammer. Holy fuck, that was
Yay.
fast, but here she is.
Really?
Oh,
That is,
fucking fast.
If she was
that is
5
not
seconds,
possible.
If she was 5 seconds late, that would have been the end of Jace.
Yep.
Yep.
Now we need to
She's
pay.
just
And
gotta be
that
really
would have been
annoyed.
really bad, as not to mention that would have been really bad for Ambessa's plan. If that had,
Yep.
if she had
Oh, yeah.
succeeded.
You'd think Ambessa would have had a failsafe for that, but nope. Anyway,
Well,
this.
you figured that this would be the time that she comes in and helps, right? Because they were standing on the sidelines. Now it's the time to jump into action.
Save the man
that
who
would be
knows how to
cool
make
if-
hextech weapons now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, the stuff that you really want for your war.
Now,
Oh, it would be so interesting if Ambessa was the one who jumped in here, and it would sort of seem like she's like protecting her people, but in reality, she's like stopping the plan from her own plan from like
yeah.
sort of
Yeah.
de-escalating.
Yeah, if
This
Ambessa stopped this would
would
have
be
been better.
really cool. And the reveal of like her being behind the plan would hit a lot harder if that happened.
It would add. It would remove an element of. Like it's a really dumb element of the plan as it stands right now, and that would be removed by her personally being the one
Yeah,
to watch.
there's
over
lots of fixes you
Jace.
can have here.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah.
not getting many of them.
And right here, this is just like the worst outcome. It's just like, damn, man,
Speaking of
fucking
that,
lucky.
Fringy, this
Yeah.
shot fired from Vi is going to annihilate good old, not kill, but very much harm to the point of she's being out of the game. Chem Baron lady, she puts her little chainsaw in front of it, I guess, to try and soften the blow. But as they show us, it electrifies you and fucks you up. We know this.
Well, yeah, I
it
mean,
killed the
we
boy.
saw what happened
Mm,
last-
well,
yeah, we saw what
essentially,
happened
it's-
last
yeah.
season.
It's pretty
Exactly.
destructive. Now, I'd like to direct you to this image.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Jace is right
wow.
there, man.
Does anyone remember where Jace is right now? He is right
Uh,
here.
I think somewhere behind that ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, this shot
Oh, sorry, I
will
mean,
cinch it.
in
We've
the
got
ball.
skeletonized.
Oh,
The-
wow.
when they drew this, when they animated this, did they not notice, like, so she's fucked, but Jace is okay?
It's
Plot
funny
armor
to see the
prevails.
skeleton when she's basically touching Jace. Jace is closer than she is, really.
um,
I
We have
guess
season
Jace
3
is more
callback,
grounded.
and
yes.
Jace is dust.
Jace is fine. He's fine. It's okay. In fact, I think this healed his spinal injury.
No,
Oh
no.
yeah,
Maybe.
it's one of those abilities in a video game where if it touches an ally, it heals them. If it touches an enemy, it damages them, and it just knows which is which. And it's very helpful.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, they're cheating.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
there's no-
this is a cheat.
See, look
This
at that.
is a
Like,
cheat.
That's not what. Yeah, like look at that.
There's
You
no
see
way
the
to deal with this,
that-
right?
Yeah.
She's standing on top of him, and then when she spots what's happening, all she does is turn her head, meaning she is still directly on top of him when the shot hits her. So,
Also, he could have very easily be hurt with chainsaw there while this is escalating.
oh
She
yeah,
could
Oh,
have
he
dropped
dropped
the
it on him?
chainsaw,
She
like,
dropped it.
not impossible
for a
yet, but
millisecond.
she does pull it up to use it as like a shield.
That's true.
That to me, I'll give a pass compared to this.
It's also the
This-
AoE right here. Yeah.
Mhm.
The whole what's doubly frustrating about this is that the concept of collateral damage and accidentally through that use of hextech weaponry doing things that you don't intend and causing damage you don't intend is very plot and thematically relevant. And for this, they're just like, nah, it's fine.
Well, dude,
Don't
what
worry
a
about it.
what an
It's all
end to
good."
this story. At least this part of it. If Vi, in an attempt to save Jace, kills him with hextech.
Oh god.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even. I'm saying that's a really powerful thing to have happen in the story.
No, that would have been very interesting. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
especially if it's after he approves its use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that only applies to characters that writers don't give a shit about, so.
We're in a position where there's been a heavy amount of plot armor. Now, like I said, it's not like season 1 didn't have it, and you can definitely have plot armor
That's
and be a fucking great story, but this action scene, it feels like it's only been plot armor. I've not really seen anything
Yeah.
I can celebrate other
annoying.
than, animation.
Because something I
wish-
like about the scene in general is that you can see at least the urgency of the characters to try to save each other. So if we wouldn't have had all these, weird cuts and Vi making it here in time somehow and just putting all these people on pause, it could be pretty good. Like, I mean, we've been through some of the things, like be crafty with the things you have because you've been ambushed. Try to fend someone off with like the grenade launcher or anything, but yeah, as it stands, pretty flumpy.
I suppose moving on, because we're far from over on this the action sequence. We got a couple things happening more. There's a shot here that I kind of found amusing, being that I assume it's artistic, all right, but Shimmerman Hulk has fucking grown in size. If you remember,
Oh
Yes,
shit, I didn't even notice that.
gargantuan.
Yeah.
he was he was definitely big. It's just compare his size to Shieldman when we were just watching to now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you could squish that little dude under his thumb.
He's
He
like
he
catastrophically
used his
grown. This is bad
he used
news.
his ultimate.
Well,
He's not Hulk anymore, he's Godzilla.
yeah. I mean, the thing is now, you wouldn't believe for a second that Shieldman could defend himself from this.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he's further away, meaning he's bigger than this in reference to Shieldman. It's just, I don't know if this was supposed to just be a like artistic rendition to make you feel as though he's more imposing. It's just a bit of a like.
I think so.
What? I was
Yeah, I
just
didn't even
like,
notice
Depends how
whoa.
the shots line up.
He's big chungus. But anyway, we're coming down to the finale here. Our heroes are surrounded. They don't have a huge amount of hope. Can Vi save them with hextech is the big question, and so she begins to prep it. But unfortunately, she doesn't quite know how to use it, and so she can't get it ready. Which it has to be said, I understand the payoff they're going for here, and I do like the angle that Jace
Yeah.
helps her operate the weapon, thus symbolically proving that he believes hextech is a solution in this scenario. But man, it is so fucking lucky she managed to operate it to save his life, but she couldn't
Yeah.
operate it
Yeah, she
here.
just used it. She just did. She just saved his life with it.
But yeah, she's blah, 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 and,
Interesting.
yeah, he props it up for her, corrects the thing, like does a little ditto with it to make it activate properly, and helps her aim it. They fire, but what happens at the same time too is Ambessa's people have moved in, the Noxians, and they are gonna fuck up a bunch of these Shimmermans by throwing their spears and halberds and stuff. And the shot misses, which to be fair, I did have a look at when he fires those shots in the first season. They can annihilate people. They don't seem to do anything to structures. So it not doing anything to the structure there is normal. It's just really lucky that it didn't obviously hit anyone, which you'd think they might have taken advantage of, considering the whole nature of hextech collateral.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you know, that's what happened.
And they focus on it a lot. That shot very deliberately missing and then going and then hitting something in the background.
But yeah, the threat is over. They all get annihilated by Ambessa's people, and we see her executing Chem Baron Lady as well before.
Oh, and I don't know about how a bullet can't pierce these guys, but someone throwing a spear can.
Pretty
That's a
sure
tough
they
sell.
have magic chisms on those spears. The one guy has like these runes on it.
All
You
of
see
them are
later.
magic?
He's got runes on his. I don't think anyone else's does.
I just assumed all of them have them because I
'Cause they
thought
don't
the
show
same
any
thing,
magical
Rags, with the.
effects.
I thought the same thing with the bullets.
No, like if you slow it
'Cause they
down, you
don't-
could see they look like standard spears. There's no runes on them.
No,
Yeah,
that
and there's no
sucks.
magical effect for it. It doesn't make like that green glow that they have. But yeah, that's gonna call BS on that. That the spear can get all the way through it
But you don't want
because someone threw
that.
it
You don't
instead
want
of
a spear being more powerful than a bullet, like in terms of pure force to breach material, because it's going to be confusing in terms of
because
stakes.
it's going all the way through the metal and everything, and I'm like, no, and it's no, that's not how it works at all.
Well, and also it should,
Also-
if it were that they are more powerful than the rifles, then Jace should have an interest in Noxian weaponry. He'd be like, what is this? Why are your spears better than our guns? Hey, it's like Wakanda. Those fucking dumbass spears they had.
Also, my question is, where are the rest of the enforcers? Because this place seems very
that-
empty, and if Vi had a time to, run into the whatever tower and run back, when you would assume they have like army of them, right?
So,
Where are they? How
I
many
would've
of them are
said
fighting right now?
there should have been way more enforcers at the memorial. It makes no sense that there wasn't a shit ton of them. But then, of
That
course, yeah, we're
and-
next to the capital. As you said, Vi had the time to go over there and come back. Alarms would have been raised. Where are the forces? Where are they?
It's-
But yeah, they had some very
The world
clear
seems-
goals with this sequence. And it's very obvious to everybody. Ambessa has the Chem Baron lady essentially done and captured, and she executes her. That's something that should be brought up at some point, because that was a big
It is
source
something
of
that should be
information,
brought up.
and that was just wiped out. But that is
People
the
should be going,
sequence.
huh.
In totality, which is our big first action sequence of Season 2. I've been a big fan of the action in Season 1. This was disappointing.
This was a pretty bad start to the action of Season 2. A lot of stuff just did not make any sense whatsoever. Even character decisions are quite disappointing. The logistics doesn't match up. Way too much plot armor, kind of all around. People doing things that are certifiably superhuman. Really not at all happy with this first fight scene.
Unless there's anything anyone wants to say about it, we can move on.
We can move on. We can
Mhm.
move on.
Please do.
Okay, so we're in the aftermath, and everyone's just recovering, and Caitlyn's getting seen to. She's got a bit of a bloodshot eye. And Vi says, "I thought for sure you were going to get yourself killed," which is a really strange line.
When you told her
You
to
told
go
her to
and
defend the council
do
people.
things, go and be a participant in this fight, despite all reason.
I'm not like I don't get that at all. I feel like the line should be, "You did incredible considering the situation. I'm so glad you're alive. We made it," and that it doesn't feel tonally right either. Like I thought you were gonna get yourself killed.
Mhm.
Like
A
no,
lot
we
of
should.
people
Yes.
died.
Yeah, that should probably be the vibe.
A lot of people are dead.
You see a child getting comforted by an enforcer, just as quick symbolic of the damage that's been done. And Caitlyn says, "A memorial? What kind of animals?"
And they do a close up on her looking a
So-
bit of an unhinged sort of yeah, look at
Yeah,
that.
so-
Like,
It's really angry now.
Well, this was we know how visual language
This
works.
is, yeah, we know what's happening here. It's like, yes,
Yeah.
she's going down the dark path. Yes.
Oh,
But
man.
Caitlyn, she's getting really mad, and she's gonna
Well, first thought
the
I
cycle
had
of
is
violence.
okay, I understand what you're doing, writers, but I mean, it's going to be hard for Caitlyn to be this mad when she finds out this is all because a kid was killed in Zorn, right?
Mhm.
Like, when you find out that this is a mother's revenge for a child getting executed by Jace with hextech weapons, you can at least see why she would want to kill him and thus run this attack and hate Piltover. But what we're quickly going to discover, and I'm going to mention this more than once, that information is
Yeah.
not shared from Jace to anyone.
No.
And that would be an interesting character decision that would have to be explored if that would be the case.
It is
Hmm.
incredibly important to, for example, the nature of the console attack would be considered like a big deal, if not for the fact that we know with certainty that was done by a crazy person. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like such a political move. Like they bombed the council, the leadership of Piltover. They're obviously trying to start it. And it's like, no, they weren't. That's not a cool case. And so it like defangs a more militaristic response. And I would say the same here, that the Chem Baron lady would despise Jace with complete fervor. All she would know is that her son was just killed brutally along with almost everyone else in that sequence, right? She doesn't know anything more specific than that. So she would have the worst view of him possible. And she did, we already knew that. She makes clear to Jace that he killed her loved one, her son, and that's why she was there to kill him. And she was clearly the leader. We already know she's one of the significant powers of Zorn. So, all of that considered... oh god, chat. It's saying council, not console. Console is not... It's the building, it's the room. The council is the people conducted in the room. That's why it's different. I'm not...
Well, it was weird because you said console like once, like hours ago, and then they got like really hung up on it.
Console, Consul, not console as in like fucking gaming console.
We have to. Oh my god, the Xbots are running Piltover. They're protecting the console. We have to invade Zon so that we can get games for our PlayStation 5. We don't have any.
It bugs me because this is incredibly important context and information to discuss about this attack, and Jace would be incredibly invested in making this clear to everybody, because otherwise everyone might
Or-
interpret this another way.
Direction. Yeah, we're going in the
Yep.
direction of the cycle of violence. Caitlyn's getting absorbed by it. Look at how angry she is. I don't know, doing a close up on her, like, you know,
It's so
calling them
cringe.
animals is a bit like, all right, chill. Like, I don't know.
So on the
Yeah.
nose.
A bit, like, chill a little bit. I get it.
The season hasn't been subtle.
Well, so
or
actually,
this episode or in general.
You know,
just no.
I'm hyper invested
subtlety.
in the conversation that's going to happen with everybody about this, but to see this immediately, animals, and the camera zooms in on her mouth. I was like, oh no, 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 because it'd be like writers know, like, but Caitlyn will have a lot of complicated feelings about this, and she have to have a lot of discussions. She wouldn't immediately think of all of Zorn as like animals to be executed. Sort of, no, 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 no. Like, don't go this way. Not yet. Like, we haven't earned this. We gotta do some other stuff first.
This is happening too quickly.
And the edit makes it so obvious. Like, what's happening here?
Yes. And the last conversation with Jace and Caitlyn, that sort of works against the scene so much. Like, it bugs me. The continuity with her writing is all over the place. Because, yeah, I mean, she seemed too self-aware, too empathetic to turn into this so quickly.
Moving forward, Vi says they're trying to scare you. And then Caitlyn said, all they did was piss me off. This is not becoming of Arcane writers, these two lines. First, they're trying to scare you. Why the fuck would Vi say that? People have died. The idea is like, they're just trying to scare. It's like,
Yeah,
no,
you
Vi,
did
we're
a
well
lot more than
beyond.
scare.
Yeah, we're well beyond
They tried to assassinate Jace.
This is obviously
wanted to
bad, and it
scare
has
her-
to be responded to, obviously.
If they want to scare Kate, they could do that anytime at her house. That's where you go. You go to their house. You go to her house.
Yeah,
You violate her
make a
sanctum
threat.
of safety. Yeah.
Well, you imagine someone fired a whole bunch of machine gun bullets at you, luckily missed, and then someone said, Rags, they're trying to scare you. You're like,
They succeeded. They've succeeded at scaring me.
Yeah.
The plan
you
was
were-
an
you were wearing-
unmitigated success.
Yeah, you were wearing body armor. They hit the vest. Like, they're trying to scare you. You didn't get injured. You're fine.
And then for her to say, all they did was piss me off, that to me is still not a line that she would say. I feel like she'd be like, Vi, what are you people are dead. Like,
A lot of people are dead. Jace is miraculously not dead, and Mel actually too. So like, I have no clue like why he would say that.
And then Vi says, you need to call off the invasion. Vi, are you insane? The invasion was already happening, and after this, you think it would like not happen? Like, there's any way of that possibly happening? And she says what? And then she says, well, this battle was on your soil. Down there, it'll be their terms. The implication being that you'll lose even more if you go and fight them down there. But that's... Do we not remember Season 1? The conclusion was, if we fight them on their terms with our hextech weapons, they'll get annihilated. They won't stand a chance, which was shown.
Even in the council meeting, the concern wasn't that they would lose; it's that a lot of innocents would get killed because of the destruction. Like, winning was guaranteed. There's no question about it.
I was so confused. I was like, I thought a lot of this foundationally was built on the fact that Piltover would crush Zorn in an actual war. That's why we don't want to have one, because all of the people would die. All the innocent people would die too.
Yeah, the collateral.
It's what is happening here? Why is Vi saying these things? What's going on? Why are we spending time with this conversation when there's like 4 other conversations we need to be having right now?
Yeah, she just thwarted the deaths of 2 people that she's close to, and she's like, it's no big deal.
Also, Vi should be having her own little existential moment there because existential crisis, because she would be questioning Zon a lot right now. She would be like, okay, should invasion be happening? What is going on? Why did this people? What was their motivation? She would be very, very confused about which side to stand on, more so than ever. Instead of
Everybody
being
should be
going up to
wondering.
Caitlyn.
Well,
like
everyone
this
should
and
be
be
wondering
like,
what's the
call it
motivation.
off. Yeah.
It's like, well, they said that Caitlyn and Vi said that it was a lone agent who did the attack on the council. And then at the memorial, a very clearly organized and planned Zon attack by one of the Chem Barons and the Shimmer Goobers, they come in. And so like, oh, this is a follow-up to the previous attack? What's going on? Are they trying to provoke a war? That sounds weird. Surely they would get destroyed in a war and they would know that. what's going on here?
Mhm.
What's the real motive? But since
Um,
Jace, I guess, hasn't told the real
Also, I was going to
motive,
say, there was a reference in chat to like how clearly she's talking about Zorn is trying to scare Pilt over, and it's like this is not a line she would be even have the capacity to say if she knew what Jace knew, which he should be telling everybody, which is this was not Zorn, this was the Chem Baron getting revenge for her son being killed. None of this like is working properly if everybody is in character. We have to actually like cut different people off at different places. But I also don't think that's the thing to say right now, that they're trying to scare you. You need to be saying other things because people are dead. This is well beyond scares.
Maybe Jace was affected by the bombing. He seems to have lost a lot of brain cells.
Oh, like he hit his head or something. Maybe.
Hmm.
And yeah, there's reference as well to how she means they would lose if they don't have hextech, which is what they've currently agreed to do with the invasion. I don't remember if Vi was even told that was the case, but obviously the invasion does take place with hextech weapons. So yeah, like I guess all I'm saying here is just like this scene is odd, and I think it's supposed to just remind us that Caitlyn is now further radicalized.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah, but
all right, message received. Show.
Yeah, feels like we
She's
should have
using.
had a whole season on that happening gradually and not in the first episode already, basically, or in the first
I
three
feel like they could have
episodes.
got. I feel like with better written lines, they still could have done this with the time they had.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I think Caitlyn says she dies and leaves this giant hole, and I'm supposed to fill it like she was never there to begin with. Meaning, I guess, you know, her taking up her mother's somewhat responsibilities of the city is weighing on her as well in this moment, I guess. But I get that, and I get the loss of her mother and everything. But I just would have thought we're focused surely on figuring out
The
why.
immediate shock of this
Yeah.
situation.
But I mean, I like the line that Vi gives us as the hole gets smaller, but you never fill it. I'm just not sure if
Yeah.
this was the time and place for that to come in. You know, this.
Yeah. We went from talking about invasion to how Kate feels about her grief, and it doesn't
Again.
seem connected at all.
This is something they should have had when they first met in the episode. I feel like when they were still, when she asked Vi to be an enforcer. I feel like this is stuff that we should have had then, when the loss of her mother was like a subject, and of the very much fresher on the mind, and finally it's Kate finally opening up to somebody emotionally.
And yeah, she says I was wrong to spring the badge on you. It's just every way I slice it. If I go after your sister alone, one of us comes back in a box. It's all coming apart. I thought that was really strange because she doesn't have to come with you as an enforcer. She can come with you anyway.
Yeah, like she did in the first season. She, essentially as a bodyguard, hireling,
if you're worried,
contractor, call it what you will.
You know, like I need Vi to be with us, otherwise one of us is definitely dead. So like Vi can be with you. She doesn't have to wear the badge. Be with you.
Yeah.
But that's not it's not actually discussed, because we are on the verge of jumping through some scenes now.
All right.
But yes, no discussion as to why this attack took place, what are the motives of the people involved, and then of course there should be pretty obvious information that this was an inside job, at least somewhat. This is referenced later, so there needs to be an investigation, for sure, an internal affairs type thing. I suggest a detective character, because I always love detective characters. Give them a little plot line, doing stuff. Not like the Squid Game Season 1 detective plot line, that wasn't very good. Let's not do that.
No, that was long and pointless.
Yeah, a little Yordle detective. That'd be kind of neat.
Oh, dude, yeah, that'd be fucking awesome.
Honestly, any non-human character I'd kind of appreciate.
But with Silco having died, you know, who is the leader and who can we address about this attack? Who can we ask for context? Is anyone claiming responsibility for it or credit? Like, has there been threats been made beyond just that guy on the stage saying, you know, none of you are safe? Because a crazy man might have thought that these events were designed to force a war by individuals, you know? And if that's the case, we need to make sure we understand what the leadership of Zorn have to say about all of this.
Yes. Why would they want to do this? What's the real motive? What is the political stance of the leaders of Zon? Especially now, one might be dead, with no with this might result in a power vacuum with Nose Lady being killed.
Mel already believes that Ambessa is trying to stoke a war. She benefits from a war taking place, and she was the one that executed the woman with the most information we could have had about the context of this herself. I'm just saying. Feel like someone could ask some questions about how any of this is going down. Feel like there's some stuff here to figure out. But okay. We are moving on, unless there's anything else for anybody.
No, I mean,
Nope.
I think that trying to figure out what happened and trying to piece together an attack of this nature could have been the subject of an entire season's worth of television that leads people into clues and double crossing and alliances and the different sides and their motivations. But I mean this is basically all we get it's really disappointing, I think, how fast the show just sort of progresses past this event.
And progress past it we do. So, the next scene begins with Caitlyn using the Kiramin key, and we discover that it sort of gives us some context with a sort of report that she's loaded up from the archive that is... And she says, I know you doubt the merit of your birthright, Caitlyn, but there's wisdom in that, but remember you're a Kiramin, and that the context of what she's discovering and going to use here comes up more so at the beginning of episode 3. For now, her family had control over the pollution in the fissures related to industry and I think the general smog there, and who knows, something may be happening with that. And we also cut in with a lot of stuff is happening, and it's hard to sort of run it out quickly, but I guess that's how the show does it. So Caitlyn's on her way with her enforcer team to another secret council meeting. I guess someone is mysteriously absent from this council meeting again.
Again.
No Jace. But maybe that wouldn't be a problem this time because we've got a different development. So Caitlyn's going to come in and we're going to think about what's the response to this whole attack. And broadly speaking, it is the suggestion that we need to do the invasion. Enough is enough. Zorn are crazy. We've got to sort them out. And it is suggested, surely someone up topside actually helped them conduct this attack, and that's got to be something. And she says that while the camera focuses on Ambessa. Which I think is more than enough now. We've got it.
Yeah.
Who knows if they'll make that more explicit as time goes on via editing. Anyway, they're very much talking about the notion of using hextech, and Mel is still anti, but you can tell she's struggling to make arguments now as to how they shouldn't be using that, which is annoying to me because, again, if what Jace told her which is true about the nature of the recent attack, then they're still at square one. There's no reason to have bumped up anything, actually. Especially knowing that someone is deliberately doing this to create a position of war. And that we've got inside jobbers doing shit as well. There's so much to figure out. There's so much we don't know.
Yeah, how come we haven't sent an official delegation to all of the leaders of Zon to have a meeting to figure out what the fuck is going on here?
So Caitlyn bursts in.
Like a letter or an email.
Salo is like, what the hell are you doing here? And she says, I am a decorated officer. I am the leader of House Kiraman. You will address me with respect. First of all, you're a decorated officer from which event?
Yeah, when did this occur?
Working, I guess. I don't know.
It would be
also,
that would have been a really neat scene to have seen, I guess.
Yeah. And I do think it's strange that if the mother Kiraman dies, the husband that she's married to doesn't, and there's no inheritance yet, right? The dad gets everything.
Well, it's
the
just
husband.
surely he should be the leader of House Kiraman.
Everything.
I don't understand why.
Well, not the young inexperienced daughter who just gets everything. Why doesn't he have access to that? How come she gets everything?
Well, and how many days ago?
This is a very strange way to set the system up. I love my daughter to, like, I set it up to where if I die, my husband doesn't get it. My very young daughter gets it.
And when you say it, you mean
especially
full
with that
control
power.
over all
Like,
interests
full
for
control of
your house.
everything. And then apparently, like, enough of standing to enter council meetings.
Will
When there's
burst in
when
and
it's a
not be
closed
stopped.
council
Yeah,
meeting
where were the guards
with
for
weapons.
them? But I guess she controls
Like,
the
this is
enforcers. They'll do whatever she
actually
says. I
Like
don't know.
it would have made more sense because we've alluded to her father being in a very dark place and sort of moping around. So we could have had a scene where he's like, I can't do this. They're asking me to, like, step in, and I'll, like, vote you in or something like that.
I just why would a dad be like, you'll control our house interests while I be sad? It's like obviously he should be
Is it
stepping up, right?
maybe like a direct
yeah, I
blood
thought
thingy that maybe he married into this family or something?
that wouldn't trump
Mhm.
marriage. Marriage would be the primary thing that outdoes everything. That would be very strange. And
She's
it
also so
doesn't make
young.
sense that someone yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly, she's so young and inexperienced compared to him and what he's been doing for his life. The idea that she gets all of these privileges and powers and abilities and stuff when it's just like this was the opportunity to make the father figure a character because he wasn't really in the first season and the mom barely was, but the fact that we got his everything that we got was on that couch. That's all we get from him essentially. He's just not a
Mhm.
participant in the story when he should be. Him being promoted into the role and inheriting everything that the mother was doing, like, that's something interesting.
I wouldn't
We can
mind it
learn
if
about the kind of attitude
they
that he
acknowledged
had.
he's the custodian slash the things will go through
No.
him until Caitlyn is of age slash ready for the role of the head of the household or something. But like, surely this deserves a scene with her dad.
Well, yeah,
So
because
Yeah,
why
now
wasn't
she's just like in
wait,
charge
absolutely.
of everything.
why wasn't he at the memorial? Uh,
He
and
might have
Because
been.
he's
I don't
not a
know.
character.
He was, wasn't
uh,
he?
uh,
He was at the funeral.
maybe. Wow, what a coward then. Just didn't even try to.
Was he not at the
Eh.
memorial?
I don't know if he was
The
in the
dad was at
memorial.
the funeral.
Sorry,
Not
maybe
I didn't see him in the
Isn't
memorial though.
shown
yeah, the funeral.
explicitly.
Sorry, I got mixed up.
But I mean, it
I'm
would.
looking. I don't see him. Yeah, this
No, I was thinking
he's
of the
not stand.
funeral. Not the like the big event. The
Um,
I'm having a
memorial.
it
look.
would
I can't see
actually.
him.
They
I'm
could have.
looking around now. I can't see him yet.
They could have done this thing where he steps in, and the memorial thing happens, and they could have he would be a very cool character to kill off, right after
In
he
the
takes the
memorial,
role.
yeah, that would
Yep.
have been
And
interesting
it
if
would
he got
push
Yeah.
killed too.
Caitlyn further, and
They
would put
start
her in a
I
building
think
up
that
position
so
where
he
is
she
will
had
be
to
a
take
character.
that
over.
is an
and then they
avenue
kill him.
that I would have killed more significant characters at that memorial for sure. And if he
Yeah.
was one of them, that would have been devastating for Caitlyn, and it would get her right in line for the Kierman house with ease. Like they wouldn't
Yeah,
be
it
any.
would make sense that she gets it.
Yeah, that is
Mhm.
interesting because they obviously deliberately chose to not put him there, but we haven't had anything on that. We didn't get a scene for that of him. Like I
No.
feel like we could missing scenes, guys.
A
Missing
lot of
scenes, and
characters
yeah,
just
he's just
moping.
absent.
So
A lot of moping.
yeah, she uses her new authority like that, which I guess is all fueled by her hatred of the Zornites and her interest in taking action. Caitlyn is slipping away a little bit, but we'll summarize the rest of this scene. We got she's got a plan. She has decided is going to be what we're going to do, and that is to invade Zorn with a strike team, and they have 3 objectives. Number 1, we're going to locate Jinx, presumably try and capture her as well. 2, dismantle Shimmer. And 3, neutralize any agents that are loyal to Silco. So,
Silco's
that's
dead.
the plan. And they say, what makes you think you're going to do any better than how we fared at the memorial? And that's when they're like, well, hextech weapons. She's got a hextech rifle, and Vi is here with her gauntlets. I think it's amusing that they show her prepping that rifle, and then they also show Maddie with her fucking smoke gun, as though like there's any comparison of power here.
As if
Like,
that helped you at all.
yeah.
Who are these random people we
well,
met 2
Yeah.
seconds ago?
This would be there's so
Yeah,
much
I
to
was gonna
unpack. I
say.
think I might just explain it all, then we'll go through it piece by piece. So the strike team is Maddie, Guy, Shieldman, Caitlyn with a hextech rifle, and Vi with an enforcer outfit with her gauntlets that Jace has repaired. And we are seeing cuts to Jace working in his smithery, armory, blacksmith. Why am I blanking on the word of
Smithy?
Forge?
forge? That's
Forge.
it. Yeah, he's in there, and he's made these weapons, meaning he approves of this decision. And the last shot of the episode is Victor very well be maybe waking up.
Gooped up.
He's
Mm.
goon to
Waking
him.
from his goop nap.
There's a lot to say.
Vi becoming an enforcer is like a big deal.
Yeah.
It is a big deal. It
That's a
happens
really
so
big deal.
quickly and suddenly. It's kind of weird.
Why is this such a low bitrate image?
Because funny, someone sent it to me. It's really funny. I really enjoy it.
Is him on the shield?
I love it.
I ran out of balls, so I put him on there.
Mm.
Anyway, well, we'll go back through and around for a moment. This whole sequence is quite a thing. Where to begin exactly? They've decided some stuff here that I don't know where to start with. You could choose any character you want. I kind of want to go with Jace first. As of a result of these events, he has decided to approve the invasion of Zorn with hextech weapons, in full support of them because he built the weapons for them.
When
he hasn't
knows why this has happened, and he hasn't told anybody.
He hasn't told anybody why it happened, and he hasn't told Mel of his new perspective, even though she is in the council right now arguing against this action on behalf of him, as well as agreeing with it as a notion. What is happening here?
Yeah, it feels like we're not having any conversations with anyone right now. It's not only that they're missing in the show, they just don't happen apparently, and everybody just does its own thing and fucks everything up. that's how it smells like.
Someone just said, this is not an invasion. You're right, it's only sending in a strike team to wipe out anyone loyal to Silco. That's all.
Which is,
And
by
they
the
do
way,
some-
a pretty odd objective considering we have no
He's
idea.
dead. They don't know what's
why
going on.
We have no idea if that's good or not. Why would you want to kill everyone loyal to Silco? They might be desperate to get peace. They might want the deal that was given to Silco. Why would you make enemies with them when they might be the first people to go, yeah, we have no clue what's going on with these attacks. We don't know anything about them. We will help and assist you to bring the people who did it to justice so we can have peace and get recognized as a sovereign entity. Why they've decided that you have to kill everyone loyal to Silco, I legitimately don't know why they want to do that. And also, I have no idea how this gets approved. How did any of this gets approved? I don't understand how Caitlyn has such incredible power and authority, apparently over the council.
Yeah, it feels like the title of Kiraman is just super duper OP. You're like, no, we're just gonna do this now. It's like, oh, okay.
And
I don't
for
know
the
why
record-
they're bothered having a council.
I don't care about calling it an invasion or not. That was literally just because of language they've used in the episode. Call it whatever you want. I'm obviously referring to this is not at all what Jace would ever approve of.
Yeah.
What I'm getting from this particular scene is that the fact that Piltover has not completely systematically collapsed yet for so many years is a miracle. It's a miracle if all it takes. What is the structure? How does this system work? Isn't there military people here? Are there just 5 people who make decisions and everybody else?
It's just Kate now.
There's no structure to this at all.
Well,
Who took over for Marcus? When Marcus was
Yes.
killed, there is obviously going to be someone who takes his
who's the
place
sheriff?
in the hierarchy. Yeah, who's the sheriff? Who's the
Or is it
whoever? Who
Caitlyn? Is she
is
the
the new
sheriff now?
Marcus? Is she everything now? Because it
I guess
feels
so.
like she's everything
But
now.
in season 1, she was like just officer.
Yep, she was just kind
Just
of a low-down totem pole.
Yeah.
Just to clarify quickly, someone said, I can imagine that Jace is in hospital as a result of the thing, and that's why he didn't vote or impact on this. He is not in hospital. He is making the weapons for them.
Yeah, he repaired the weapons.
They put a bandage on him, so he's fine now.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine and able to do smithing. So
Yeah, the way they
Yes.
showed us him getting injured and what happens actually with him is a bit
It's a
in
fake out.
conflict.
It's a fake out.
Yeah.
Oh well. So to be clear on Jace, right? He is hyper against weaponizing hextech. He was convinced to do it at the end of season 1, where things got really stressed then, but even still, he was going to be like the custodian of it, right? Going in himself, or at least supervising it himself. Gets to the point where accidentally he kills a kid, and that makes him call the whole thing off. Not just for the fact that a child is dying and it's horrible, it's that this is what the future is going to be if we control or deal with Zorn with hextech weapons. There's going to be so much collateral, so many innocent lives lost. That's recognized, and
To
then
the
you
point, to the point where he offers Silco an extremely generous deal
yeah.
because he is so turned off by the idea of violence and bloodshed that he wants it to we just need to have peace. Boom, here's an incredibly generous deal.
So then you have him with the main the console whatever getting blown up and all the council getting annihilated for the most part, a lot of them killed. And you'd be like, oh well, that's going to change his mind, right? It's like, not really. When he finds out that it's done by one psychopath who, if anything at this point, you could assume is trying to sabotage your interest in peace, especially because she's the one that executed Silco. There's evidence to support that. Speculation could be had. Information could be gathered, but no, we mostly just are like, well, that event does not prove that Zorn is not interested in any way to do with peace, and it wouldn't cancel out his interest in not killing innocent people. Second event, being the memorial, he gets explicit recognition that this is a response to the fact that he killed the kid. This is a grieving mother trying to kill him right back. He knows this. That is an explanation for this attack that is not Zorn wants war, and they will not accept anything other than that. So
you should tell them exactly that. And it's like, oh, also, by the way, Ambessa killed her right there. Like, the threat is basically already gone.
To be very, very, very clear,
yeah, go ahead.
he experiences the repercussions in the form of a bunch of innocent people getting attacked at a memorial for his use of hextech recklessly enough that it killed someone who was innocent. And that has now convinced him to send a bunch of hextech weapon people to go and kill people in Zorn.
Doesn't make much sense.
That is the opposite of what that should do. And then you call, on top of everything else, he doesn't want hextech even close to like militaristic, and this is obviously a huge step toward it. And he promised his word to his dying partner, who we don't even know the state of right now, that he would stop any of this from happening. These are not the biggest motivations as far as I'm concerned, but I assume you understand we're gathered at this point that he has every reason to not do what he's doing at the end of this episode.
And the fact that what pushes him, basically from his POV, is him being targeted and almost killed. I would like if there was a scene of him seeing someone else get injured or something, and he's like, okay, these zone people are actually scary and they can hurt other people and children and pulled over. But no, it's him who suffers a little bit. He gets a scratch and he's like, you know what? Fuck these people.
I guess we can move to Vi. I know we've mentioned it already, but we have her with the uniform on and the gauntlets repaired, ready to attack Zorn with the strike team. That feels like we've missed an extremely potent scene or two. One where
it gets
she's
worse at the start of episode 2, actually.
Well,
I don't want to jump into that right now.
Just to be clear, right?
Yeah,
so we've missed the scene where she is convinced / changes her mind enough and experiences that and watch her do it. We've also missed her putting on that uniform. That is a scene that I would have loved to have seen.
Yeah. Her dressing up as it. What does it mean to her? This is a big step. Big step.
I don't know, it just feels a bit awkward to be playing, like, you know, sort of rock music as she just walks out dressed up as an enforcer. Like, oh yeah, look at the team ready to go. It's like, this is Man, like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like the vibe we should be going for with Vi making this decision.
No, it's too
Yeah,
rushed. Well, I mean,
considering how beautiful the score in the first season is, it's crazy how often they forget that such a thing exists in season 2.
Last scene we saw her, she was further against the invasion concept than she was before, and she's obviously a Zornite to the extent that she does not want to have war like take place. She knows the nuances of these different players involved. That is huge potential for a discussion, and they skipped us past it to say she's now convinced, and you're like, but I need to know how and why, man.
How?
Like,
Her eyes
is-
at least show a bit of confliction as she walks into the room. Like her eyes are down at the floor for most of that walk, and then she finally like blinks and finally looks up to where
yeah, of course.
everyone else is. So you can see that she's still pretty conflicted at least. She didn't go into this thing and like, yep, completely convinced of this now.
What is funny to me, if you asked me what is the hardest thing for them to, like, they have to accomplish in season 2, after the context of season 1, knowing League of Legends lore, I'd be like, oh, they will probably have to do so much to get Vi to put on an enforcer outfit. That would be the most complicated thing, the biggest challenge they have to tackle. And here we are. The conversation doesn't. It all happens behind
Episode
the
1.
scenes. It happens in the background. We don't even see how it happens. The hardest thing they had to do, it happens off screen. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, there's so many things where you can see it's like, oh, I know how we could get here, but why are we already here? Like, where's all the conversations we should have? Where's all the conflicting arguments and whatnot? Where are all those? Because now we went from, why are you even offering me the badge to, okay, we're going in there. Like, why is there not a scene where they talk about it's like, hey, it's either us as the task force going down on a small scale, or it's going to be someone else doing a large scale invasion, which is going to be even more deadly. Like, there's things you can do, but as we're just here now, and I don't think we're going to get anything else after this.
And then, of course, what is this team? Why is this the team?
Yeah, like, I don't even know
It's
why
the
it would be like, oh,
fucking
look at this pipe
fish
team
man.
with 3 characters who got introduced this episode that most people probably wouldn't have known or remembered the names for.
Yeah, 2 characters we don't even know the names of without looking at the
Like,
credits.
oh, isn't this hype? Like, nah, not really.
No,
Yeah, it isn't. We
It's
are.
like, hey, we want to build
it-
this
We just
task
met
force.
them.
Like, oh, are we? Maybe we should get some like high-ranking officers or something.
Like SWAT
that are
teams, like obviously
known
there'd be some
to
pretty
do
crack SWAT teams with enforcers,
Well,
not
here-
like
I
this
said that-
young.
Mhm.
This would be like a place where you could just introduce like an actual League of Legends character as like a legendary enforcer man. I can't think of one right now, but you could
Yeah.
put one in here right now. You can work with
I'm
that.
and I'm left wondering, what does Ocean Man's skill do? Like, what does Maddie? Does she just have a little funny little smoke grenade? Like, what do they do as part of this
Well,
role?
they're
You can at least make it very obvious that
catastrophically
Morris is.
underpowered compared to Caitlyn and Vi. These two.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? Why are we
I
bringing
mean-
them, and why are we not bringing more, and why are we not bringing different people? Where was the conversation with the enforcement department? And I guess she has overpowered everyone in terms of making Vi an enforcer. That's the case now.
Mm.
That's something that's allowed. She can
There's just
do
so much
that.
stuff we haven't done properly. There's a whole institution here that's been completely ignored, and surely there are veteran enforcers that we should be taking, not these guys.
Well, yeah, this
Yeah.
is starting to make the world feel a lot smaller. It's like Caitlyn being seemingly effectively in charge, and then it's like, oh yeah, here's the enforcer crew of mainly characters that were introduced in this episode. Like,
Yeah.
and-
Two of
and
them
that's
haven't been
it.
named yet, I'm pretty sure. I don't think
Mhm.
we heard the names of those guys
Which
yet.
is so
Oh, you might be
unusual
right,
for
yeah.
Not in the show, no.
Yeah.
Only in the credits.
so unusual for
The
the Arcane writers,
writers-
to not
Yeah,
like this image feels like, oh shit, it's the Avengers, you know?
it's like, but I don't but it shouldn't even be an Avengers moment. Like, Vi putting on the
We don't know these
enforcer
people.
uniform is not meant to be like hype.
No,
It's like a big decision.
tragedy.
For her. Yeah.
The writers went out of their way to establish this Maddie girl as highly incompetent in battle with a smoke thing, but then with a pistol, she keeps dropping it when she has to use it. So
I guess the
she's
shield guy was pretty good at
completely.
holding the shield, but
And
Yeah,
why
having
is
a
this
shield guy,
random homeless alcoholic here? He's not even an enforcer.
he
He's
wasn't an
just a
enforcer, and now he's
homeless.
part of an elite strike
Oh,
team.
I'm pretty sure he
I
was
thought he
because
was
he
an
was
enforcer.
wearing
He
the
had the
Was
jacket.
he?
Right.
He
My
was
bad.
just
Never
hanging
mind.
out and being drunk because he probably
He was sad.
I'm
was
just
sad or
curious.
something.
Well, we don't know
He
why
joined
he
the
was sad or if
memorial
he
not
even
on
was.
duty.
I'm just
Oh no, he
sitting
was
here
just there.
wondering. Yeah, I'm just sitting here wondering. It's all like, why don't they tell him to button up his shit and stop acting like a drunk asshole? It's like, oh, that guy, come on in, enjoy the fucking memorial.
Yeah, the thing is, I was confused as well because I thought also it's like, wait, the drunk man is just here now. But then someone pointed out when we were talking about it on the force, like, no, he had like an
Yeah,
enforcer
that's
garb on. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess he
That's
was an
okay.
enforcer man.
Oh, great that
Uh,
the show established that very well. So we don't have to question it.
There's
It was so well done.
True.
There's a curious line in here as well. At one point, it said, "We are not prepared for a full-scale invasion. The Undercity's attack proves that." Like, well, no, it doesn't. You were attacked by 5 Shimmer monsters and a Shimmer Hulk, and you managed to beat them back with rifles, basic rifles, and spears. Like, you won.
Yeah.
And you weren't even prepared, and
Also-
nowhere near the amount of men you had involved were there, and you don't have hextech weapons at the time. It's like, you would annihilate them. Nothing has changed.
Yeah. You could just use the Noxus soldiers to just absolutely wreck their shit.
Well, I guess the only question is, did they know about the Noxus soldiers being willing to like fight with them at the time?
I mean, that's
Or
almost...
was this the Noxus soldiers'
I'm
sales
not-
pitch? Look what we just did, guys.
What I'm trying to highlight is not that they can use all of those soldiers to annihilate them. I'm saying that their spear throws were enough to dismantle the Shimmer monsters. So, what is the concern? You have rifles. All of you have rifles. And if you all have hextech rifles, well, then it's fucking over. Like, it's weird to make the statement that, like, oh, well, that event has proven that we can't quite just invade them. It's like, well, no, you can. Definitely can. I mean, we get way more proof of that soon enough anyway.
Well, characters
Mhm.
even mentioned later that the enforcers actually outnumber them. Like, there are more enforcers, unless I got it backwards. Didn't they say
No,
that in episode
next
2?
episode they say that. Yeah.
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 If I didn't know better, I would assume, like, if this was just a random, I had no context for what I was watching, I'd just assume that they just didn't have enough budget to animate new characters or new places because the world seems so small right now. There are no new characters, very limited amount. There are no new environments, just buildings and like same 3 people doing everything basically.
Well, but we know that's not true because the show has like a $250 million budget.
Yeah. And so it's crazy. How?
Mm.
Why didn't Jace tell Mel about this newfound...
Something that's been on my mind.
I just don't understand it at all. Those two are supposed to, like, cover everything. They kind of lead Piltover together. The idea that he's decided
Yeah.
he's happy for them to essentially provoke a war with hextech weapons going into a special strike team into Zorn, and he didn't tell her? Like, because this is all a surprise to her. Why would it be? Jace had to forge that fucking rifle for Caitlyn.
Well, yeah, it's
Yep.
almost like they treat it like he's in the forge right now, but he's not. Like, he was in the forge when he made the weapon, and then he could have had a conversation with her. You know, like how it's sort of intercut with him working as they're announcing themselves? Or it's almost like it tricks you. It's like, no, but he would have done that, like, hours ago, days ago, potentially. But I don't know, he's not involved.
We get there's a Singed scene as well. Where Singed,
Yes, Singed is in the jungle.
yeah, he's knocking out the jungle wolf. Get it for his plan. I guess
Yeah.
this is like a flashback in a sense. Would have done this before season or
Some
during
time
season
ago.
1, yeah.
Yeah.
Is,
That
uh,
terminology has
Look at him
even
go.
the terminology of being in the jungle is prominent enough in MOBAs that even in Deadlock, killing NPCs to essentially get currency, and that game is even called jungling. So that's
Well, wait.
Mhm.
So
how I
because
discovered it.
in this jungle, it's not the lanes, right? Because you got the minions in the in like top, middle, or bottom, but the jungle is
Yeah,
like where you get
the jungle is different from killing
your
minions and
special
deadlock.
critters.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
Like this wolf that is probably not going to have a good time right now with Sin's
Probably
about to
not.
get him.
I don't remember this. Maybe you guys can help me. Is a Piltover aware of this guy and his importance,
What
He
Sin?
got-
or is he like very
his history was he worked
low
with
profile?
Heimerdinger, and he did something that got him fired, and then he went and worked for Silco. That's pretty much all we know.
probably. What if it
Yeah,
was
I
something
mean,
completely unrelated to science? It was like sexual harassment or something like that. And they fired him.
yeah, I mean, I feel like he would be one of the main targets for a Piltover right now.
Sorry,
He's
someone said, "Guys, jungles don't have snow."
True. He got us.
I don't
We've
even know
been
if we should
destroyed
address
in
that.
marketplace of ideas.
That's a
No,
fair
of course
point.
not. We've been
Jungles don't have
destroyed.
snow. This is not the jungle. You're right.
Destroyed.
Listen,
Well, anyway,
it's hard to
Singed
know.
w-
It's hard to know what to explain and what not to. Sometimes you assume everyone's on the same plane. I thought Rags covered it. Jungle is a location in the League of Legends game, as it is in lots of MOBAs and other games. It is where you can find creatures to kill for extra benefits or standard money. We get 5 roles per game in a MOBA. One of them is top, one is mid, 2 are bot, and then 1 will be jungle, because that's just an evolution of how those games work. You kill all the jungle minions and you try to gank.
And then the jungle start. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
starts to jump in.
I
in the
recently started
jungle
to play jungle.
are the wolves as one of the benefits, and yeah, this is satisfying for League fans because he's
there's a
taking out the
league.
wolves.
It's like, hey, look, he's from League of Legends, like all these other characters.
Yeah, like this is we're just talking about it like game mechanics and stuff. Blah blah blah. It's all fine. This is a fine scene. I am fine with this scene.
Well,
This
yeah,
is a scene that I'm fine with.
I find it fun.
Yeah.
Me.
And I want to see more Singed adventures. Like, what's he getting up to?
Yeah.
what little side projects is he working on?
I think you wouldn't like what he's up to. He does a lot of things with animals that you wouldn't enjoy.
No, I know. I mean, we saw there was the
Yeah.
big axolotl, and then and he was happy, and then eventually he was sad.
Oh man.
The mutation must survive.
Saddle-lotl. Saddle-lotl. That doesn't really work
Yeah,
that well. Never mind.
it's kind of working. But that's episode 1.
That's
Yes.
episode 1.
That is episode 1. How's everyone feeling?
All right.
Look, right, it's one
Sure.
episode.
That's true. It is
One.
one episode. Episode 1. Now we got episode 2.
Yes,
What?
we do.
What's next? 3?
No, 2,
Well,
idiot.
not, yeah.
No, after
yeah,
2.
so-
When
That'll be
2
like
is done.
3, 4, 5. There's loads of numbers. I don't know why you said there was only 1. Idiot.
It was at least 2.
Well, on we go then. Episode
On
2.
we go then.
We have Jinx and Silco in a sort of dreamlike state reminiscent of the opening of episode 3 in season 1. Now, I suppose a way to do this might be to talk about what happened in that season's version, because it is arguably a foundation for what's happening in this one. If you remember, he talks about what it's like to drown, and he says it's a story of opposites. This is in season 1 now. He says there's peace in water. It's holding you, whispering in low tones to let it in, and every problem in the world will fade away. But then there's this thing in your head, and it's raging, lighting every nerve with madness, to fight, to survive. All the while, this question lingers before you: have you had enough? Which, he says you could pass a lifetime without ever facing a choice like that, but it changes you forever. And that he thanks Vanda for it, which is the opening to that episode, and arguably, I mean, I can't remember what we settled on, but episode 3 is possibly my favorite from the season. It's season 1.
It might be. Yeah,
The writing in
it's
it is
really, really good.
top notch. Yes, that whole speech, I'd say, is like a solid philosophical foundation for confronting death and being enveloped by pressures beyond your control, and either you die or you become something new. There's a couple of other things we've covered in the past that sort of, like whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger is like a classic version of that. Or there's other ways to express this, but Silco basically saying like, you forcing me into that situation changed me in such a way that I've become the person that I needed to be to achieve the goals that I wanted to achieve, right? Like it's a really, really good scene. But what I like about it so much as well is that it's like a telling of the history and the future of Piltover as the civil wars that take place. What happens to all of the individuals and what they do to each other with each effort, in response to each other. It's like a perpetual cycle of violence, you might even say, which was fun to compare Arcade and The Last of Us 2, who both wanted to pull off that thematic sort of messaging, and we had a distinct polar opposite in terms of execution. It's about journeys, and the characters in the episode are about to go through that. If you remember how that episode ends, it's going to be some significant level of violence and threats of death and moving through it that changes everybody forever, right? That's what that happens at the end of that episode. Season 2, this episode is, I guess, I'll just summarize it quickly first. So, in terms of dialogue, Jinx says, "It's all gone to shit. The Chem Barons are warring for control of the lanes. Wannabe street thugs are squabbling over scraps, just like when Vander died. Except this time, Silco's not here to put everything back together. And that's because someone put all those holes in you." And then it shows us visuals of those two together, and then him dying in black and white. And then she says, Vi said that I could fix everything before I broke everything. And she used to say that a lot. You used to say a lot. Used to boss me around. But what am I supposed to do now? Because it's so quiet. And then they play that same notion from Silco saying, "Have you had enough?" And she does herself a bit of a scream. And that is the scene.
The implication here is that a new voice of guilt has just been added to the plethora of voices in her head from the people that she has killed. So when that last line comes in, she's like, another voice for my subconscious to get pissed about.
Yeah. I really like that in season 1 at the end, right after she kills Silco, there's this moment where you can, like, in this sound department, you can hear the little something going up in her head. So that sort of little alludes to, it's a foreshadowing that his voice did get at, did get into her head or added to the her little collection there. So that was like very heartbreaking in season 1. And I didn't mind this scene as a continuation, or like an introduction to her character. Yeah, but I
found
didn't.
the flashbacks that were integrated
Yes,
into it odd.
yes,
It very
that's
much
I
felt like,
hated
yeah,
that.
this is what happened, just in case you forgot. I very much
Yeah,
got that
it's.
vibe.
Well,
It really bugs me that this scene and this sequence does not trust us to remember one of the most integral things that happens in the last episode. Yeah, it really bugs me.
for me, I would be even slightly more cynical about it, definitely being like expositional and sort of previously on-y, because a lot of this dialogue is so not important to repeat. Her saying like, "It's all gone to shit." It'd be like, well, yeah. The Chem Barons are warring for control of the lanes.
Like
Well,
we're
yeah.
about to see that as well.
I would say we're about to
yeah,
see that in a way better way too.
yeah.
But yeah, we definitely know that. Wannabe street thugs are squabbling over scraps. Like, well, that happens all the time anyway.
Probably,
But
yeah.
yeah.
The power
And then,
vacuum.
just like when Vander had died, you're like, yeah, yep, yeah, that makes sense too. Except this time you're not here to put it back together. Like, yeah, like we're already there. Like, we know all of this, and then she says because
I
someone's
think
killed you. If all of this is
I
supposed to
think
be her processing the information, I feel like it's a tad redundant. I actually feel like a lot of this was achieved at the end of season 1.
well, yeah, I just I appreciated the visual storytelling here. Uh, more so than the dialogue, I feel like. But even then, not to like be spoilery, but I mean, in this episode, we'll clearly see that this is one of the very, if not the only moment, we try to explore her sort of inner state of mind.
Perhaps, who can say? But continuing, she says that he's dead, and then that Vi said I could fix everything before I broke everything. Feels very I don't know, a little clumsy for the Arcane writers again. And then you know, you used to say a lot, she used to say a lot, bossing me around. Now it's so quiet. What am I supposed to do with all that? I feel like we would be better at achieving this with expressions rather than just outwardly asking, "What am I supposed to do?"
Like, have a great score and just have these visuals.
I was gonna
just
say, if you
cut
wipe out the
scene a little
dialogue
shorter.
and just show these
Yeah.
visuals, and then his line, "Have you had enough?" I feel like there's so much more we'd be discussing.
Yep.
For sure.
Because yeah, she's potentially got to carve out what exactly her identity is going to be and how she's going to deal with all of the pressure that's now happened as a result of everything in season 1. There's lots to go over. I just like, okay. To be fair, it was up against, you know, it evokes it, so you're up against one of the best scenes in season 1, and I'm thinking about what they achieved with that. So it's maybe an unfair scale a little bit. And
I mean, I suppose you could say in a sense it's unfair, but like it's the same show, so I
yeah,
feel
I don't
like
see
it's
why they
also
couldn't have
fair.
achieved
Yeah.
similar.
Because yeah, I it's almost like you could describe the scene as like it's just like inefficient. It's an inefficient way of achieving what you're seeking to achieve.
I am inclined to agree, but kicking on, we get
Kicking on.
a. I'm not trying to be mean. Music sequence. I was about to say music video. I'm not actually trying to
You're
imply
about
it's like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like this one might be my favorite one of the set in terms of. I love the art style, and I appreciate just the way that it allows you to watch a story unfold pretty quickly, which is that Silco's death, the other fellow that got his jaw chopped off, and the Chem Baron lady that went and attacked Jace, all of them are gone now, which means we've got, I think, Margot, Smeech, and Oldman are left with
Meech!
with Savika turning her back. So, like that already, I like as just images that change to show you the results, and then you get like character profile shots of the 3 remaining Chem Barons, and then just the artwork's gorgeous, and I like how the song is integrated and all these different efforts to just show the absolute chaos. But again, it's just like, so I didn't need anything from Jinx to cover this. Like, she didn't need to tell me
No,
that we're
I
in
mean,
trouble for
like
showing
we're
this.
about to see what she explained, which seems redundant.
Yeah. Because it's chaos. Oh my god, everyone's all over the place trying to figure out what the fuck's going to happen. Who's the leadership of... Because this is like the Zorn side of things now, because we did a lot of Piltover, which again, one of my big questions on the Piltover side was trying to figure out what is the state of Zorn, who is leading it, what do they think about these attacks, and they didn't get to find out any of that. But now we know for sure that it is absolutely chaotic, the infighting with the Chem Barons who are in control broadly of the people of Zorn. There's a lot.
Yeah,
What an interesting
Doing a very
assortment of
good
them
job.
there are.
What was that? Any of you?
Seem like an
Oh, I just said they're
interesting,
just not doing a very good job.
No, not right now. But I really like I love me some. We got our themed gangs.
Yeah.
We got our very different
Yeah.
leaders. Looks like it could be shaping up to be a really interesting plot element. What happens down here in terms of what do they do? Do they work together? Do they not? Do they fight amongst each other? Is there like a mini war that's going on down here? I'm like, all right, I'm really interested to kind of see where this goes and what they do with it.
Well, I even like Jinx hooded walking through the chaos, because it's capturing quite well what I believe about it from season 1, which is that she's kind of in a nihilistic husk sort of format right now of just, I have no idea exactly what I'm going to do next, or how, like, none of this necessarily is of any interest to her. So everyone like killing each other is just like it's whatever. I'd be curious how that goes. But you know what? We get a development quite quickly. We have the Oldman's crew are all chasing this kid, and the kid tries to escape through a little pipe, but she doesn't quite make it, and falls from Jinx's perspective, quite literally out of the sky and onto her head.
Mm-hmm.
Just curious to see if just how chat feel, how
I
many
guess
episodes they've seen. But this kid landing on Jinx is a topic.
Yeah.
What an insane coincidence to start things off.
Yeah. The three dudes come down to finish off this kid, and Jinx kills them all before they can, and that makes the kid very thankful, obviously, and interested in following Jinx around is kind of the summary of that.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, maybe other things will happen as a result of that happening. Who can truly say?
Yeah,
I
maybe.
sure
I
hope
guess
so.
we'll find out.
Jinx says you feel that, the buzzing behind your eyes, because you know in a moment it could all pow, being, I guess, dead. She says, best feeling in the world, kid. I guess she's still on a kick of kind of it'll all be over in an instant, and she's kind of flim-flammy about it, but hey, you know, the child fell on it, and we'll see if maybe the I don't know. Well, I'm just...
I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens.
It's funny because that's exactly what happened. The child fell on her. It's like, yeah, exactly.
I would hate it if a child fell on me.
Yeah, it would
I
suck.
would be annoyed. Probably hurt.
Anyway, we cut to a Smeech scene.
Smeech.
Smeech is a
Smeech.
fun guy. He's a
I
yodel.
really like him.
He's a yodel
I like
cyborg.
Smeech.
We've seen him in season
Yeah.
1, but we're getting way more of him now, and he
Yeah.
Now he's actually speaking.
yeah, he's not only a very interesting character design, but I really like the voice actor. He does a good job.
I agree.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's really fun and unique.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the animation on his robot parts movement.
Yes.
The way
Yeah,
that
he's
his
a
wrist
little-
can spin around, and he's so used to, he's like mega familiar with how his robotic parts work that he can do stuff like that. He could do unnatural movements.
Yeah,
And
and
they
his
just show
movements
his
are all
familiarity
quirky
with-
all the time.
I just love him. He's great.
Mhm.
I like
Like
his
when
hat,
he's
his big
huffing
hat.
on his meth, you look at his fingers, just go blah blah blah.
I like the fact that his hat is so tall, as if it is it's like, specifically designed to make him taller. So he wears a very narrow yet very tall hat to increase his height.
Yeah,
It
he's
just
got
doesn't even come off his head.
he's got extendo legs, and I like the use of them
Yeah,
in
he's
the
got-
scenes. You could definitely get a sense that he did not like being a short species in this world.
Mhm.
Because that whole set makes him quite intimidating comparatively. Because yeah, he's the same species as Heimerdinger, and
Yeah.
the lady who owns the brothel. I think I don't know if she just works there, but whatever. It's we need to see more yodels. They're cool.
We need
And,
to see more non-humans. Period.
Well, it's weird
The
because
fact that we've
they're
got
animated,
these-
so they have, they can
There's
definitely.
no-
Yeah,
excuse.
we got the yordles, we got the bats, we got the cat people, we've got the goat people, and we like don't see, and then we got like some others like the chef, like the fish chef guy.
Mm.
There's like
Oh, the
you got
fish
all these
chef,
non-human
yeah.
species. You got all these non-human species, and it's like, oh, like none of them are like characters or anything except for Heimerdinger. So like, it's kind of, that sucks. Kind of all this potential for variety and non-human characters, and everyone's just a human, and even within our humans, it's not. It's yeah. Oh well, that's fine. It's just a preference of mine. It would be nice to see more. It's like the Star Wars thing. It'd be nice to get more non-humans in this
Yeah.
fantastical universe.
It's fun.
So he's got a numbers fella, and he says, "You hired me to run the numbers, and since we've been fighting the Chem Barons, our numbers are in the." And he's like, "Shitter." And he says, "Well, it's not just about the numbers. You got to be aggressive as well." Silco took hold of the lanes with his bared teeth. You can plan all you want, but the other half of it is using your brain to take action and make things happen as well.
I enjoy this observation.
Bit of wisdom from old Smeech there, you know?
That's right. Smeech
right.
knows
is
what's
the
up.
wise man.
Luck is when opportunity meets preparation.
Yeah, and the numbers guy is like, okay, but Margot had 10 hitters guarding the stash. Meaning, I think he's just saying that numbers-wise, we're losing to Margot's team. And then he's like, well, I'll be smiling in the end. Until I'm in Silco's chair, your only job is to make the numbers work. Which I thought was a funny end to that scene, being it started with him saying the numbers are not working. He's like,
Yeah.
well, make it work. It's
Make
like,
'em work.
all right. Which is even funnier considering they're worried about what is in this place and they send the numbers guy in first.
Send this guy in. It's great.
It's like, I thought you wanted him to make the numbers work. What if he dies?
Yeah.
No more making the numbers work at that point. Also, yeah, I think it's actually a thing for his team. He makes them all wear top hats, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It seems like it, yeah.
I
Yeah.
think well, I think that's downstream from why he wears one. I don't think he's adhering to someone else's dress code. I think they're adhering to his.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
think
that's
they're
what I said.
probably telling them to wear. It's like if you're gonna wear, this is your calling card, your top hat.
I'd be happy to be a part of the top hat crew. Top hats are cool.
I love theme gangs are great.
Anyway, he goes in. It's all gassy, and we see a bunch of Margot's people are all knocked out. And poor numbers guy, he encounters 3 lights on a spooky image that we will discover more later. And he's like, "Wah!" And then we cut to a meeting for the Chem Barons. I think it'll make more sense to maybe say now what happened, so we can talk about it as it happens. But that was, from what I'm gathering, I've thought about it a couple of times, and I talked to a couple people in Discord because I wasn't 100% sure. But those are the enforcers he bumped into, because, and we'll discuss this next episode, they have released gas into the Undercity. Again, gonna move over that for a second. We'll talk about it next time. So he's encountered them in the gas, and what we assume happened as a result of that, considering the next scene, is that the enforcers met with Smeech's men, Smeech, and they decided to make somewhat of a deal, which is that they will give up Jinx in exchange for probably like a peaceful outcome instead of all-out war. Hence why Smeech is a little off in the Chem Baron meeting, notably from the other Chem Barons. They notice he's a bit flumpy. But yeah, anyway, Savika's gathered them. She says the turf wars have to stop. We need to put aside our petty squabbles and join forces to take Topside on. Which I didn't even know that if Savika wants to conduct like an actual fight with Topside. I would have thought I feel like everybody doesn't have any information right now as to the state of anything.
Yeah.
All the
we need to have that
connections
scene where
are
everyone's
gone.
knowing what the hell's happening.
The Silco is MIA. So this is a bit of a problem. I don't know what Savika knows about Silco. Does she only know that he's gone? Does she know that he's dead? Does anyone else know that he's dead? And how isn't the information that Silco was killed by Jinx not spread at this point?
Yeah, not sure.
Especially when it's something Piltover
I
would
actually don't
want
know, yeah.
Zorn to know that it was not them. I don't know. It's very weird. Anyway, the Oldman says Topside outnumber us 4-1 even if we were all together. And she said, yeah, but they don't know how to fight in the fissures. I don't think Hextech cares about the fissures that much,
Yeah.
to be honest with you. But cool.
Are you only gonna fight in the fissures because they don't have to engage you there?
Mm-hmm.
Are your factories in the fissures? Yeah, it's just wishful thinking.
But yes, Smeech says, hey, we should just give them Jinx. That's all they really want. And yeah, that's probably the way to go, actually.
Yeah.
Cool, you know. And then
Seems like the best plan.
Savika says, we don't give up our people. And it's like, that's an interesting notion, considering what Jinx has done.
You.
Well, it's
how
just
much
like
Savika can't stand Jinx at all.
First of all, yeah, she kind of hates Jinx. Secondly, Jinx destroyed their leadership. She killed them all. and she killed our leadership, and she's only been trying to disrupt the peace. Are you seriously saying that is overwritten by your rule of never giving up people? You serious?
Mm-hmm.
What could Jinx kill everyone in Zorn and you'd still not give her up? Like, I don't buy this at all from Savika, basically.
I don't buy it either. This is a worrying thing to hear from her. I would think that she'd be,
She'd
especially
be all like, "You
if
bet,
we
I
knew
fucking
that.
hated that bitch. Send her up."
Well, yeah, especially if she knew that Jinx killed Silco,
Well,
Which
which
I'm
is
convinced
like
she doesn't
something.
know.
I guess she doesn't know now, but I'm thinking if she should know. I feel like, and that should, if she doesn't know now, she should learn very quickly, as everyone should learn very quickly.
I also
And
find
that
it
would
kind
just
of
add on to
just
add
kind
it
of
on.
funny how much backstabbing she has done in her lifetime to then be like, we won't give up our people. It's like, okay. If there's one
She
person,
backstabbed.
Vanda.
Yeah, she and Jaw guy, the Chem Baron,
Yeah,
she
she did.
betrayed him because he was going to betray Silco. She made a choice to stick with Silco because she realized Silco was the best thing for Zon.
So yeah, I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, we can move on.
Yeah.
Other scenes.
I actually there's a part about this that I think is kind of glossed over a little bit. I feel like it would be so Savika, she is without a robot arm. She's only got
Yeah.
her real arm. She's one armed. And I
Yeah,
think
Vi
that her
tore it off.
not having a functioning left arm is something that would really, really bother her because she's very much a fighter. She's aggressive. She's a go-getter. She's very determined. So by not having that arm, I think that would make her feel a lot less capable, because it would make her a lot less capable, and that's something that would really bug her. That would really bother her, especially with what might be coming up next. And Smeech even tells her, like, hey, we could do it, and I'll set you up with a really cool arm. I actually think that would be a really appealing thing to Savika, even though it's kind of just not given much attention or anything, because she can't fix her own arm. And
Right.
this guy is in
Well,
charge of, his.
I mean, I think it's all but implied, right? Like that she fixed her arm in season 1 to get the blade arm. I think she was the one that did that.
Well, I think maintenance and repair are like two different things. As far as I know, she's been
Okay, maybe.
maintaining the arm, which is easy, but like to fix the thing that got like essentially torn off by Vi is like a whole other issue.
Because
Because it doesn't seem like she could
she
do it
had the
now,
standard
but
arm, lost her fight because Caitlyn shot the shit out of her arm in Act 2, and then she upgraded it to have the sword, right?
I think so, yeah.
Because I think they do
Didn't they
definitely
have
want to
better
take.
resources at the time?
I think they want you to take from this that she is capable of fixing the arm herself. It's just she's not better than like Smeech's men, I guess. Because it looks like she has done a decent job of kind of repairing the current arm she has access to compared to what it looked like at the end of season 1.
Mhm.
you think she'd know a guy.
You'd think, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And
we move
Mhm.
to Savika going to Silco's office, in which she encounters Jinx, and he's well, before that she says I can't believe you're dead and I'm still mopping up your messes, which is an interesting sentiment. She was definitely Silco's like primary enforcer, but I mean we saw the dynamic in season 1. He was integral in terms of the work he did to maintaining peace, organizing their control over the lanes, and obviously he was the direct connection with Marcus. Like Silco did a shit ton of work to make all of this function, and he was about to facilitate the best era for Zorn in history.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, it could just be an expression of how mad she is that she can't get the Chem Barons to unite like he could. So she's
yeah, that's
she's
exactly. Yeah,
seething a
that's
bit, you know,
correct,
a bit molding.
yeah. She's big mad, if you will.
But yes, she spots Jinx, and she actually assumes Jinx might be here to kill her. It goes to show you how good their relationship is. And she grabs a bottle, ready to protect herself, but realizes pretty quickly that Jinx doesn't want to fight. And she says, Big Baby couldn't do it himself, about the little pressure reliever thing that he had for his eye.
Right.
She says, about now he'd have me all over the lanes running his collections, and then Jinx says building his weapons, and Savika says making his deals, and Jinx says exploding his enemies, and then Savika says he dips out and the whole world flips over. A very interesting
out.
choice of words. Dips out.
Yeah, dips out. What does that mean?
It makes me believe she doesn't know he's dead, right?
Really?
Well,
I
that's the worst case scenario. But like,
I know,
the
yeah.
other scenario is he's dead, but she doesn't know how or why.
Yeah.
and that
Because
she's even
dips
like
out sounds like he just bailed,
He's
which would be a
gone.
really
Yeah, he
weird
just
thing
ran
for
off
him to
somewhere.
do.
But I guess you could be saying it not literally, you know. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
literally because he's probably not dipping into anything. But like that he's, you know, that he is dead.
I think that she would be pretty upset that, well, if she thinks he's dead, then why would she say that, oh, I'm still picking up your messes,
Well,
when she would
yeah,
be distraught? Like, oh shit, Silco's dead, and he was the best thing for Zahn, and now, like, we were so close, we were this close to greatness, and now things could go completely, completely bad for us.
feel like
And
it's like to almost recalibrate. Like, what does she actually believe about like Silco's death?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
what does she
if
actually
I
know
may,
about it?
the foundation of this,
Sure.
as far as I'm concerned, if Savika knew that Jinx killed Silco, Savika would be killing Jinx.
Yes.
Yeah, if she would
Yes.
know
There's
that, this
no
scene
way.
can't happen.
There's no way that she'd just be chill hanging out with Jinx if she knows that she killed him.
Yeah, they wouldn't have this little bonding moment here if she knew that Jinx shot him.
it is
So,
really,
we can only
yeah,
conclude Savika thinks that Silco either abandoned ship / left the whole area or dead, but that we don't know who killed
does
him.
she say, does she mention he's dead in the meeting they have with the barons? Does she mention that? I don't know. I was just asking. I can't
I don't
remember off
think
the top of
so.
my head if
I'll have a little look-see.
because um because she, if she thinks that Silco is dead, she would assume, but why would she assume that Piltover did it if they just offered peace terms with Silco? Unless they don't know about the peace terms, but surely they would. That
No,
would have gotten out. Like, that would have been advertised.
Hmm.
And if this is her way of like venting frustration to say these things, like, I'm still cleaning up your messes and stuff, but she never has that moment later on, to my knowledge, where she's like, no, I didn't actually, essentially, that I didn't actually mean that. I was just frustrated and emotional, because of the incredible respect that she had for him and how worried she would be that things are to go bad now that he's not here.
Hmm. I mean, again, the conversations, either the lack of them or just the completely wrong conversations that they're having right now, all they gotta be
Oh
discussing.
yeah, no, you got it. I can't believe you're
is
dead.
on.
So she does believe he's dead. Okay,
Okay,
but she
gotcha.
can't know who killed him.
Yes, so
that's
she
Yeah,
can't
weird,
know
but
that.
she would be acting very differently right now.
Yeah, I
So the
kind of thought we
timeline
had
must be
known that a
such
while
that,
ago. I don't know.
so the timeline must be such that it is so recent after his death that word has not gotten out that it was Jinx who
I
killed
feel like
him.
there's the thing that needs to be emphasized. Why would it be assumed that it wouldn't get out? Like that people wouldn't find out? Because the council definitely would have been told. And like, is there any reason to assume that one, that they wouldn't disseminate that information anyway, or two, that the information would get out in some way somehow. Or hell, even that someone in the lane saw it's like, yeah, I saw Jinx, like she got Silco. Remember how he was sitting out the fountain, and then she
Yeah.
was standing behind the fountain? Like, I'm just like, it seems like such a stretch to me that it wouldn't be known what happened.
Mhm.
Like, sure, it wasn't like the whole world was sitting there while it happened, but like, surely something would be getting out, or at the very least that there would be rumors, and that the rumors would be getting
Well,
around.
isn't it crazy that we skipped the scene of Savika finding out he was dead? That's crazy.
That's also true,
Um,
yeah.
How do you find out that he's dead, but you don't find out like who did it or who is believed to have done it?
Yeah,
Or
I
at the
mean,
very
where did
least,
So
they
it's-
find his
be out.
where did they find his body? Because if they found his body, it's like in a weird thing that's definitely made up by Jinx. It's like a weird tea party thingy with all the colors, right? That's how that looked.
Well, yeah.
So if they would
that
find the
was-
body
that-
there, it's
yeah.
like, oh, that was definitely
Yeah.
Jinx.
That
That would be really
that
awkward.
building was where the Act 1 stuff happened as well, right? Like it was
I
like
think
Silco's
so.
base where he was making just Shimmer, the factory. So it was like destroyed after the explosion, and that's where. But no, yeah, the big problem here is just why doesn't Savika know that Jinx killed Silco, and if she did know, she would want to kill her.
The thing is, so they know that Silco's dead. There's no body. There's no confirmation. There's no information. Who, how, when, where. There would be so many questions, and I think the discussion here would be, okay, what happened? Wherever they got that information from, they would be questioning it. They'd be like, did he actually die? Because if he did, where's the body? Who did it? Whose interest was this? What does this mean for us, politically? And what are our next moves? Why would someone need him dead? And that would be the focus right now,
Well, like I said
as opposed
earlier,
to his
Zorn
body.
would be invested in knowing if Silco was killed by Piltover, and Piltover would be invested in telling Zorn it was not them.
Because that could cause them big problems.
Yeah.
I just don't see that there would be any reason why it wouldn't be out there. It feels like anything that is saying like how it wouldn't be out there is like a big stretch. The fact that everybody knows that he's dead, it's like, well, what were they told? What was
Mhm.
said?
Well, yeah. What was the nature
what
of his
do- what do
death?
they believe happened? Like, like even if you're gonna say like, well, yeah, but they weren't there, so they don't know exactly who did it. It's like, yeah, but did what? Did he have a heart attack? Like what? Like what do people think happened with him?
Again, the most important things happening off screen. Again.
Well, and
I think
we can
my
just be
concern
clear.
is that like
Savika needs to not know that Jinx did it in order to make a lot of other
otherwise,
stuff happen.
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, it may well be that what happens is it gets revealed. Do we want to jump ahead to like with Smeech, the conversation later, because that feels like an important one.
Well,
in
so
terms of,
we
like,
know that
clarifying
Jinx
it.
is not in the realm of denying she killed Silco.
But that the knowledge that she did it comes as a surprise to Smeech.
Yes, that meaning
Like,
that nobody
he's
in Zorn
surprised.
knows this. I think we can conclude
Yeah.
that from Savika not knowing it. Like
Yes, but
that doesn't make
yeah,
sense.
exactly.
The information would have spread by now, for sure.
Mhm.
And like I said, there would be efforts from Team Piltover to ensure that, because the thing is, your moral grandstanding against the events of what Zorn have done hit a little less effective if they believe you executed their leader under like a peace treaty thing.
And also, yeah, like we offered really generous peace terms so that we then immediately assassinated him like the next day. Why? To,
Well, that's what I
to
mean.
what
If
end?
he went from the peace deal with Jace to the statue, then was kidnapped and then was killed, there are people out there who will be like, so he went to meet Jace to do peace and now he's dead? What the hell did you guys do? And that's what I mean. Piltover would be like, well, that wasn't us. We did not kill him. Absolutely not. We had no interest in
especially
killing him.
because we offered him the terms.
Well, he
'Cause that
offered the
would be
terms that they
spread as well.
agreed,
That would be
right?
Yeah, I feel
advertised.
like that's the thing that's actually annoying me now. Is like, well, yeah, but why would they say anything? It's like because it's kind of in their best interest to say what happened from Piltover's
Mhm.
perspective. The
Yeah.
longer that
Yeah.
you leave it for people to speculate that Piltover did it, the worse it is for them. Like that's something that's more likely to galvanize the Undercity to attack them. Like they
Mhm.
have every reason to say, yeah, Jinx did it, which they would have been told.
Hmm.
And if they
And
weren't
they,
told, then like what the hell? Like you know what I mean? Like them what?
Where
They
yeah,
must have been told.
because
and
if
it would
the
be, yeah.
because someone said I don't think people knew about the terms. Like, well, surely they did because one of the counselors made peace terms and gave it directly to Silco for him to consider. The idea that that wasn't talked with by anyone or advertised, which it obviously would have been, because that's a big deal that you want to spread. Like, hey, we offered them peace terms, and we'll see what they say. If that was like done in secret, I have no idea why that would be done in secret. It would make no sense to do that secretly and privately.
And this
Like
is all.
One of the big
strategically.
What do you mean? Do you mean because Jace went to Silco and like talked with him personally, and presumably like Silco didn't go talk to anybody else about it? But it would be
But
more so that it's the kind of thing that would just like probably get out anyway, because it's like, well, that was what the council was there doing that day.
well, I don't know why Jace would keep it a secret.
Yeah.
It would make no sense for him to do that and not tell anyone about it.
Offering it wasn't a council decision. No, but they voted on it.
Yeah.
They voted on
But-
it. So the council made the decision
So
that
the
Zorn
council
could be an
knows.
independent like state. They voted on it. They agreed on it right before the rocket hit.
And the council can't be making like secret decisions and stuff. There's like people. It's like a civilization of people. The idea that they would do all of this in secret and nobody would know, because once Piltover knows, everyone knows. This isn't the kind of thing you keep secret. It is within your best interest to make sure everyone knows. Yep, we agreed to have peace, and we even sent him a deal. And Jace gave it directly to Silco personally.
I don't think it changes anything in terms of how they would just be super inclined to let Zorn know they were not behind Silco's death, regardless of how many people know about the peace deal anyway.
Yeah, peace deal or not, you know, like that's something that it's not unreasonable that people would be like, Silco's dead and he was the leader of the Undercity and there's been conflict between Piltover and the Undercity. Like it's just, if you want to have the situation under control, it's probably a good idea to get that out there. And hell, you know, it may well be that Savika hears that and is like, I think they're lying. You know, that could be a conclusion that she draws. But like, you gotta, like, there has to be, especially considering that wasn't Savika's last interaction with Jinx getting like tied up and interrogated for information.
She hates her, 100%.
Yeah. But
yeah,
I do
absolutely.
really think that I get the impression now. It could be that this isn't the case, but I get the impression that the reason why Savika doesn't know is so that it can be drama later, like that she
That's what I'm
eventually finds
getting,
out and
yeah.
then goes after Jinx.
Very well
Because,
could
yeah,
be.
means that-
Like I said, I think it stands in all
that-
logic that Savika would know by now. She doesn't, and it's going to facilitate some big old payoff soon.
Because that
And-
would mean that Vi and Caitlyn didn't tell anyone. Because once they tell, like, it's obviously getting out. They would have it's
I'd
in their
say-
interest to tell everyone. So this would mean if Savika doesn't know this, then we trace it back, and it means that Caitlyn and Vi didn't tell, which is nonsense that they wouldn't say that.
I'd say a very easy and logical move from Piltover would be, okay, yes, Jinx killed Silco. We have her literal sister in this enforcer clown outfit who saw that. So that's a huge argument. Then just announce that to Zon and be like, okay, these are our terms. Jinx killed Silco, hand her over again. And the hunt for Jinx would begin, and they wouldn't even have to send Caitlyn and that Scooby squad to hunt her down. The Zon would do it for them.
I mean, yeah, I would be really interested to see what the Baron Council would have said when finding out that Jinx killed Silco. Especially if they knew on the cusp of a peace deal being struck that would have given more power to Zorn than ever in history. I think they would fucking despise her.
Absolutely.
But it's a bit of a winky-dinky convenience that we have somehow managed to avoid that information getting to anyone in Zorn. That's insane. But oh well, we gotta keep moving. more episode to go over, which is this scene closes out with Vika says all of his plans, everything we built, the hell are we supposed to do now? And then Jinx says, "Watch it all burn," which is
Whatever that
reassuring.
means.
Yeah, like all right then.
Not something Savika would probably agree to.
That would be
I feel
interesting. I'd like to see that. Them setting
Savika
everything on
stepping up to
fire.
Silco's role.
No, I mean, Jinx going around setting things on fire. That would make sense from her,
Seems more like
as
what she
opposed to
should be
everything
doing,
else.
but hey, we'll see.
hmm
Jinx walks out of the room holding something, and Smeech spots her and says, "What did I tell you?" Meaning he figured this is where she would be, and well, we'll talk more about what the repercussions of that will be soon enough. Now it's over to Victor,
Yo.
waking up.
Victor, Big V.
He seems like, what the fuck is going on? A little bit worried about all this. And he says, "What am I?" Jay says, "You're alive." Really strong expressions, and I like the realization of just, you could say it's body horror. He doesn't take it quite that badly, but he's still kind of like, what the fuck does this mean? Naturally. Jay says, "You must be cold," and he says, "Cold? I don't think so. I sense a charge, a potential, a recursive impulse, unpleasant, but cold isn't its name." Which is like, alright.
Sure, I don't know what that
Probably
means,
start
but
writing some of this down, because you seem honestly unprecedented. Just you in general. Pretty much not human, or at
Look at
least, majority of his physical body isn't human.
yeah.
And like, obviously, with how everything has happened, you'd assume he's potentially merged with the hexcore or something. I wouldn't know what to speculate or say. I don't understand it. He doesn't understand it. And Jace says the hexcore saved you. Somehow it like adapted to your injuries, changing and evolving. It was all connected to you. I did my best with the notes from your leg, recorded everything. There's still so many questions, but and then Victor says, "I was supposed to die. You promised to destroy the hexcore." Like, uh-oh.
hmm
And it's not like Jace had a huge amount of time in season 1 to destroy the hexcore from when he'd said he would, and we still
hmm
had a lot of council meetings to do in terms of definitively what was going to happen next. And then, of course, he was desperate, and so I can buy all of these decisions, and it's just, I guess, sad that Victor feels like betrayed about it, but I guess that makes sense as well. And Jace says Heimerdinger was wrong. We were wrong. It's not as bad as, and then he says it killed Sky, which I'm glad has not been forgotten.
I'm
Good
glad
stuff.
it is.
Yep.
Yeah,
hmm
thank you.
And yeah, Jace had no idea. It was not quite something that was discussed before, but now obviously it's like that's something of. And he says she had such dreams as we did once. Like, oh. And then Jace says, "I'm going to resign from the council. I now understand that my place has always been here in the lab with you. We'll make this right together." So he has not resigned, and he won't be able to resign. He will not have the time to pull
Nope.
that off.
I'm
I
sure at this
also
point.
don't consider it a line he should be saying.
It does seem like it's a bit of an abandonment of his say and the way that his technology is used in these upcoming conflicts. Should they happen?
I think that Jace is more invested than ever, or should be, with the values he has to use the control that he has. But the thing is, this line essentially matches now with new Jace. We've had about 3 or 4 sequences now with him that are totally not what I thought Jace was. To the point where it's, once enough of them happen, it's no longer like out of character. It is just in character with a new person that I didn't even know existed.
Yeah.
This Jace does not want to be on the council anymore. He wants to be in the lab, which, okay, I guess, but I don't know. Like
Yeah.
I guess I'm at the point of saying that I don't understand Jace anymore. He's kind of,
I'm not exactly certain what he will do anymore,
Mhm.
and I don't think I'm able to connect the dots between
Oh no, it's just like
what
we moved
happens
away
and what his
from like
response is.
the conflict that he was dealing with, right? Which is balancing his intentions and obligations as a scientist with his obligations as something of a statesman.
Yeah.
That was the challenge that he had, is figuring out how exactly to develop and utilize hextech while dealing with very real practical problems and kind of getting involved in all of the dealings of politics. Whereas now it's like, well, it seems like we've abandoned the politics part of the J storyline. But like,
Yep.
I don't know about that. You know, like that's a really good place to extract a lot of potent drama from. That seems to just be closed. And it's like, I guess if you want to do that, yeah, but like, damn, man, that's not really where my, that's I had a lot of investment in that.
Rip Jace. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
What
And
a
then
shame.
Victor says, "I must say goodbye to this place now, to you." And he says, "Goodbye. You're my partner." Victor says, "Our paths diverged long ago. It was affection that held us together." So Victor's obviously got a new goal. It does not reflect his interest in Jace or the lab. We're going to see more of that as time goes on. And Jace says, "You think it's so easy to turn your back while your city looks to you for salvation, to cling to principles while your best friend bleeds out in your arms? I never asked for this. Where are you going?" He says goodbye.
And that's the end of the scene.
That's
the
all
end of
we
the
get.
scene.
Unbelievably, that's it. That
It's
is
not all we get.
What do you mean?
We got the well, you notice that he's seeing the image of whose name escapes me at the moment.
Sky.
She's sitting on the table, and she's not just a reminder. She's like got her hand on this book nearby, and
Yeah, that's all.
so absent-mindedly, as they are talking, he just walks up, takes it, and leaves.
Yeah, that's all for future stuff. We're obviously talking about
Right.
Jason, Victor's
Jason
relationship.
Victor's conversation and the dynamic of their relationship. It's just that's it.
Mhm.
I can't believe it.
I would
There's
also
so many
say,
things that they needed to say to each other.
I'd say beyond that, Victor, you're not going fucking anywhere. We don't even know if you're going to be
Yeah,
alive in the
yeah,
next 5 minutes.
exactly. Like, I don't know
You
if
could be
Jace be like, yeah, no,
radioactive.
you're merged with the hexcore. Just go out wherever you feel like. And of course,
Yeah.
you know, maybe it ends up with
Yeah.
a confrontation where, I don't know, like Victor says, I don't think you could stop me or something.
Yeah, you could get
But
that,
this
but
gets to the fundamental problem that the conversation is too short. There's way more to be said
Oh yeah.
between these two characters, not just, where are you going? See you, Jace.
Yeah. Bye. Like he doesn't even
No.
try to stop him because I would have expected like they
also if
they
he's willing
get
to
into like an
commit
argument.
to removing himself as a councilman to spend all his time with Victor trying to make this work, it's like he would fucking follow him. He would continue to
Yeah,
address
follow
him.
him.
He'd be like, "You don't even know that you're going to be alive in the next 5 seconds, let alone wherever the hell you're planning to go. We need to do tests. We need to check your actual, like,
Yeah.
stats, all of them. Do you have a heart right now? Do you have blood? Like, I don't know how
What
any
is
of this
going
works.
on there? Yeah.
I don't know.
Is this contagious?
y-
What if you touch someone?
And, like, what if you are not you? You just said, what am I? Like, we need to study you. We need to help you understand yourself. It's insane that we've skipped past almost all of that. And then we also skip past all the things that Victor and Jace have between each other as a relationship and this development. This is crazy. But it's like, no, we're moving on. We're done with that scene. It's over.
Yeah. Yeah. We would wonder what
Pretty-
the other
yeah.
people in this building have to say. It's like, hey, where's Victor? It's like, oh yeah, he left. It's like, wait, isn't the hexcore inside of him? It's like, oh well, it's. Did you try to stop him? No, not really. I was sad though.
Are you allowed to just make the decision yourself without anybody else, that he can just go and he's free to leave?
I think that should be addressed. As Ring mentioned, it'd be pretty interesting to have them say, like, you can't go, and then he's like, I don't think you should try to stop me.
Yeah,
Something like that.
exactly.
Mhm.
But instead,
Yeah.
these opportunities have been lost. They've let them slip through their fingers. I don't understand. Why are the conversations so short?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And no one is going to look for him in this chapter. So
Because I think something I'd add is like, if you told me, well, something that's going to happen with the Jace Victor storyline is that they're going to basically realize that they're not even on the same path anymore. You say that and it's like, yeah, I mean, sure, like that's that's entirely viable as sort of an outcome of that. But like, this is their first scene together in the season, and it's just like, yeah, see you, bro. Like, it's way too fast.
Yes. I suppose, especially with Victor gone, then Jace should be even more reason to get back to
Now
council
all he's
stuff.
got, all he's got is council stuff because he can't even like study Victor anymore. Now he's gone.
I'm pretty sure at this point he'll be thrown off, or like thrown out, because he missed a couple of very important meetings at this
Or
point.
they had him without him.
Yeah,
Or
I
they just
mean,
started them up before and he wasn't present.
I don't think he can even resign at this point. It's
What do you
Well,
mean,
he
just because
can't
there's so
say,
few
"Oh,
members?
Victor, you're."
We barely
I
got a
don't
council
know.
to
If he
begin
felt-
with.
Well, if he scolds Victor by saying, "Oh, you think you could just turn your back on everything," and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm leaving the council."
Which is definitely symbolic of him turning his back because, well, yeah, turning him back is back on himself. Like, it doesn't even make sense. It's a power level that he would very much want to take advantage of, and the problem is he's already sanctioned the creation of personally himself and strike team stuff. You know what I mean? Like, all of that's already been done. So it's like this would make sense for him to say if he's the same person who would make that decision. You're like, yeah, I guess so. But why the hell did he make that decision? Why is he
Well, I
making
don't
lots of
know.
these decisions? I do not know.
I don't know.
So
Not what I
anyway,
would have expected or guessed.
moving on, we're over into Echo's
Moving on.
Sanctuary, where they've just shown a new arrival with their blindfold until they get there. And another guy says that there's so many of them, all the fighting, we're going to have capacity issues soon, and then there's the security risk. And Echo says we're not going to turn anyone away. And I think it is, with the amount of people here, probably getting less and less likely they'll be able to keep this place a secret. But if they are very careful with guards and the whole blindfold on people before they get here, it's like I could see it lasting for a decent amount of time, I guess.
Well, and I can
Maybe.
understand that Echo would have this attitude. Like, I don't want to turn people away.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want to do that.
Then the
I mean, it just takes one airship to see the big tree, right? And then,
is it?
I thought the tree's underground.
oh, is it underground? I didn't.
Well, it is underground. I
Where's the
think.
light?
Yeah, I think there's like a dome with enough light coming through that the tree can thrive, but not enough that you'd see it from
Okay.
above.
yeah,
I think.
it's like
I
an
gotcha.
anomaly.
Anyway, there's a line here of all these years we finally get rid of Silco just so a new one can take his place. I thought it was an interesting line because I was
Which
like, well,
new
yeah,
one?
because there's a whole council of Chem Barons they must be aware of. Like, obviously one of them would take
Yeah.
Silco's throne, and they're not going to be
That would
nice.
happen.
You know, like it's like, oh, finally gotten rid of Silco, but now there's another asshole. It's like, yep, there's a lot of them. You're gonna have to take them all out. Yes, and yeah, then we see just in the distance, Heimerdinger's made a turret and it shoots bubbles.
Wow. I wonder what he thinks about the council being nuked.
I wonder what he thinks about a lot of things.
Well, obviously,
Yeah.
obviously they don't know. They haven't discovered that yet. They couldn't have, because that would be a scene they would show. They would absolutely show us Heimerdinger discovering Piltover's, you know.
Man, because like the thought of, you know, if Jace hadn't kicked me out, I would have been there.
Yeah.
Well, who knows?
Yeah,
Who
like,
knows
also,
what
those
would've
are
happened?
probably
I'm sure that
like my
scene's on the way.
friends.
We'll
Well,
go
I
to
mean,
the-
yes, that among many things.
Yeah, we're gonna get
But
lots of
yes,
Heimerdinger
right.
scenes, I
he
think.
doesn't know yet. He doesn't
Even like
know.
even discovering that Jace was hurt in the attack and almost died.
Victor,
Like, oh, I should
you know,
maybe I
as
should
well.
say like go visit or something. And yeah, Victor is he okay? Like I heard he's like hospitalized or something from the attack.
All
So I
this
guess I'll
just
stay
puts
here.
him in such a sociopathic light at this point. Like the whole world is falling apart, and he's like, bubbles.
I very much love this scene in isolation. I think Heimerdinger would be great with
Yeah,
kids. I
me
think he'd
too.
entertain the hell out of them and make those little devices.
Oh yeah.
He's already
All
established
good.
that he likes
Yeah.
to do that, like just from his first venture into the underground.
Yeah,
He was playing with like a little top and stuff for them. he wants to do that stuff.
I could buy it even
bunch
without that
of-
scene. It's good stuff.
Bunch of like colleagues of his died, if I didn't mispronounce that word. Didn't he have friends there, like Caitlyn's
we're gonna get
mom?
that scene.
or-
It's gonna happen for sure.
We're gonna get there.
It's
yeah.
gonna absolutely
Mhm.
happen where he finds that out and he has a very emotional scene. It's gonna be great, and we're gonna talk
Yeah,
about how
'cause-
well they did it.
Yeah,
enough.
because of how long he was in the council and his years and his connection to Piltover and
So
Yeah.
we got echo spots from one of the leaves of the tree that it's got fungus goo on it. No good, bad, very bad.
Oh no,
Looks like
sour on his back.
oh no, it's like Rings of Power.
It very much is like Rings of Power. The tree is corrupted. Damn it. Very worrying.
Once again, I'm wondering what it means.
Quick, get Galadriel.
And he says, it's
Galadriel,
The-
save Piltover.
the tree means everything to us. Can't let this happen. And Heimerdinger is like, don't you worry. If there's a solution, we're gonna find it. And he says he recognizes it, and yeah, it kind of looks like what happened to the sort of leaves and plants and stuff that they messed with in season 1. So maybe it's connected to the hexcore, which prompts Heimerdinger and Echo to break in to Jace's lab. So on the way they go. I guess he could have gone from the secret super underground location and gotten to here without knowing about the council realities, right? Probably not, because I guess you'd see it in the building when you're coming toward it. I don't know. You must know by now, right?
I mean,
Well,
he'd
you'd
have
think
to know
they-
because it would
That
be
everyone
news.
has to know. Everyone
Yeah.
would have to know.
News.
Must know. Guess
It's like
Guess,
9/11. Everyone knows.
I guess we'll just that scene's coming. Maybe he doesn't. It's coming. We're gonna get it, I'm sure. Anyway,
Maybe he's copium.
he's
Well, it's like if you use just the information that they have shown us, they've showed us that Sanctuary is getting overcrowded with people because of all the fighting that's happening in the lanes. Why is there a bunch of fighting happening in the lanes? Well, it's because Silco is dead.
dead.
Why is Silco dead, and what are the events surrounding that? Well, I mean, it's like a pretty clear line.
Yeah.
They can't not know.
Yeah. Probably should know. And I guess the nature of this scene, it seems to me they're trying to tell us that it wasn't necessary for him to do this, but he really wanted to. He found it like fun.
Yeah.
Which is mostly fine with me. Heimerdinger can be a fun lad, but it's not working for me very well if he's currently aware of all those people having died and Piltover being... Anyway, they move forward and get into Jace's lab, and there's a couple of like funny dialogue things that I don't know, it just seems kind of basic, right? Like he says some code thing, and then Echo's like, code words don't work if you just make them up on the spot. Like, it's almost like, yep.
Yeah,
Right.
glad we're having fun.
Yeah, we're having fun.
It's a little out of character for Heimerdinger to be this goofy, I guess.
I would be more accepting of it as a goofster moment if the events that have taken place hadn't taken place.
Well, that's
Yeah.
tragic. Yeah.
So he breaks in and he manages to climb up himself, open up the thing, and Echo's on his way up, and then they realize Jace is standing right next to them. And man, they do some cheating with the lighting in this room. Do you see how Jace is like a shadow person next to them?
Well,
Like,
yeah.
how did Heimerdinger climb all the way up and then have Echo come halfway up without realizing Jace is right there? Are you serious? Like,
Jace is a sneaky
Mhm.
guy.
he's
Well, Heimerdinger has very small eyes.
blending in
so-
with the background, I guess. But
True.
anyway,
Which is
I
where everything
guess-
would seem bigger to Heimerdinger, I guess.
But like the room
I don't
brightens
know.
up once he's revealed. Like, look at this shot. It's like, how are you hiding? What was happening? Whatever. It's just weird.
Mm,
Anyway, I'm excited because I wanted to see Heimerdinger and Jace together for a while.
Yes,
we've-
because boy,
Yeah.
they've got some conversations to have.
That's
They got a lot to talk about.
Oh
Because,
yes.
again, as
I'm
mentioned,
sure.
isn't it? I'm sure he's feeling very conflicted now that on the one hand, Jace got him out, but like that one, it saved his life. But also it's introduced Heimerdinger to Echo and everything that's going on in the it's broadened his horizons. He's more familiar with what's going on in the world, so it's more of like a mixed bag. There's so much to talk about.
Someone just said Jace was about to shoot because he thought Heimer was another child to kill. Oh no.
I hope your mom doesn't find out that I murdered you too.
No. So yes, here we are. They arrive and he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm sneaking in." Oh, like you've never done it. They're like, haha, teehee, and you're just in your lab, huh? And then he's like, "By the way, this is Echo, my new pupil. You're my old pupil." And then Jace says, "Yeah, do you want some tea?" And we cut to them
You wanna
drinking
go
tea.
to the
They should,
funeral
yeah.
or something? Visit some graves, maybe?
Well,
Mm-mm.
yeah, I don't know what's happening with the dialogue here, and I kind of almost want to summarize, like, that's the first set of interactions. The second are them speculate. I mean, there's so much to go over. Maybe we should go piece by piece, actually. So, I mean, almost elephant in the room, we've kind of covered it already, but I just to be very, very clear, they're not immediately somber and kind of fearful about everything that's happened is wrong.
Not just between them personally, but obviously events and the deaths and the violence and the explosions.
The amount of things Heimer should say here, I couldn't, like, it's hard to list, and the amount of things Jace would have to say to him, and the amount of things they need to reconcile on top of whatever goals they have. You should not be talking about tea, or his sleeping situation, or whether or not Heimer should be sneaking through the vents. It should just immediately be like, holy fuck, I warned you. Like, you could go the direction of him being angry at Jace, or you could do that later and at first have him be sympathetic and like so
stunned.
apologetic.
Like they don't even know what to say to each other. Like they meet like this all of a sudden, and I would be like, oh shit, what, like, oh fuck, like they're dumbstruck at the fact that they've just suddenly met like this. They don't even know what to say to one another.
The fact
It's
that
just
we
so casual and
they
flippant.
took from us Heimerdinger's face when realizing that all those people in the council had died is something else. Like, that we don't get to see that. That's crazy. And then everything we've spoken about, his opinions on how everything went down, what should be done now, and then an appeal to
Would
he
he
should
have
be
been at
let.
the memorial?
What?
Would Heimerdinger
So this is the
not
thing,
have been
Rags.
at the
I don't
memorial?
know if he knew by then or not, or if they couldn't contact him or not. They haven't told us any of this.
I mean, you'd think that he'd go over there just to find out what happened once the news. I don't see how the news wasn't like really, really quick to spread everywhere.
Absolutely,
It's such a huge
it would be
event.
a major event.
But like the idea that, I mean, what was his relationship with like Caitlyn's mom? Wouldn't he go to visit Caitlyn?
Well, and I feel like there needs to be a
wouldn't
discussion
he-
about whether or not Heimerdinger is needed here. Piltover is in a desperate state on the brink of war. And
Yeah,
that should
this
be
is
a
a big
multiple
major...
deal.
council members.
Like, this
We
is
need
his
people to
city.
fill
He
in.
built it. Like, it's...
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the worst thing like ever.
And that's the other problem. Tonally, he is having fun throughout all of this. He should not be having fun. He should be very sad,
No.
very concerned, possibly furious, and determined.
I've heard there's a deleted scene there. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
No, go ahead.
No, I was about to make a joke.
Oh. Okay. Well, what I was going to say is that I feel like Heimerdinger maybe wasn't taken as seriously as I thought in season 1, but it just doesn't... Like, he comes across to me as an actual serious character, and it's really cool that they achieved it because he is a cute, cuddly creature. I love
He can do both. I
love the wisdom. I love
being
the
extremely
life
serious
experience
and wise.
Yeah, and I love
but
the
also lighthearted.
high-pitched, almost posh, fun, but also like actual wise statements and condemnation of people doing bad actions. I like all of that about him, and it feels like we're stripping portions away to lean into the isn't he a fun, cute character, which
Yeah,
we
but he
will
used to be wise.
get to. So yes, it cuts to them having tea, which was already just a huge like what? Like what there was we've brewed and drank loads of tea. What did you guys talk about? What has been said? And then of course,
while
you
that whole
remember
process was happening.
why the fuck hasn't Heimerdinger asked about Victor? What the hell? And you might be like,
Yeah.
well, he's not on his mind right now. And it's like, what do you mean? Victor was in the room when the place got blown up, and he was already on the verge of death, which Heimerdinger knew and cared about a lot. Why wouldn't he ask about Victor? And you're like, don't worry, he's
Yeah,
about to
especially-
ask about Victor. What? What do you mean?
It should be weird, like, what is this weird goopy thing in the middle of the room, and why does it look like someone left here? Where's Victor? He was fucking around with hextech. He didn't fuck it around with hextech and just left, right, Jace? Right? But no, we just have some tea and some fun stuff, and we meme about how, it's like he has like this location with people, but I'm not gonna tell you. It's like, what are we doing? Like, yeah.
really weird moment where he accidentally almost reveals Echo's secret sanctuary like 3 times in a row,
Yeah.
and he has to be told to stop,
Mhm.
which is obviously done for cuteness. When it's like, bro, Heimerdinger is like the smartest character in the universe. What do you mean? He cares about these people. He wants their
Hey,
secret
look,
to be kept.
he's smart. He's not street smart. All
Why would
right?
that even be a street smart thing? Like, what?
Street smarts. You don't understand.
You do, dude.
Also, kind of off topic for Heimer, but remember when fireflies existed and
Oh, the
they
firelights.
did stuff? Or firelights, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
They did stuff, right?
they get a little reference later, but for now, I don't know. I guess maybe they've been told to wind down a bit while they're doing other stuff. Yeah, the Firelight's sort of organization and intentions seem to have taken a backseat, if not been dissolved for now.
Hmm.
But anyway, this further conversation about the nature of what has happened to this leaf and how familiar it is, and you know the thing with the home, like his little sanctuary, is they eventually start on the topic conversation of just like what has happened. You know, what happened to the plants, what happened to the situation with everything that was being studied in the lab. And it's like, it's so weird. How could it have been in 2 locations that are so far away from each other? And Heimerdinger has this little moment of, what is this giant horrifying thing in the center of the room that I've been in this whole time?
Yeah.
It's so comedic. The
Yeah.
fact that they sort of walk around it this whole time. It's just out of frame, but
Well,
can you imagine the scenery there? Them just
I don't understand it whatsoever. They show us the wide shot, and you can see it very well. This is no surprise.
Yeah, once they pop up.
And like, look at this. That is imposing.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Oh,
you
gosh.
want to convince me that they walked around this whole room, they had brewed and drank several cups of tea and talked about all kinds of things without having seen that? What's going on?
I mean, if I would randomly stumble upon this room, like, and just like, immediately when I see this thing, was like, what the fuck is this? This looks menacing. Should I be worried about this? Can we drink tea here? Just like,
The Goon Tomb concerns me.
And it's like, what? Why? And then he says, oh, yeah, Victor. So what's up with him? And it's like, bro, what? How have you not asked this already? And then why are we cutting away when he asks that question? Hello? What did Jace
We're
tell
doing
him? What did
the-
Heimerdinger think? It's literally the combination of a human life and the hexcore. That sounds like a nightmare to Heimerdinger.
If we're
yeah.
getting into... Now, I
The-
don't enjoy saying this, but this is something that was kind of infamous in Rings of Power, where you'd have these scenes that right before, like, really important, relevant, powerful information was, like, discussed or people talked or conversed, the scene would just end for tension, and the things would just move right along. And I'm like, don't be doing this. Don't be doing this. We're better than this. I want to know what's
Mhm.
going on. We need to see these conversations. They're very important.
Victor has become a weird, like, almost semi-magic mage Jesus figure from Jace's perspective.
Yeah.
As a result of merging with the hexcore that was clearly alive in the sense of it had its own self-preservation shit, and it was getting a little bit out of control. I assume that would have been covered in the notes, at least, if Jace didn't know about that overtly. Heimerdinger has already got those concerns anyway. I just don't understand this. like they'd have so much to talk about with the nature of Victor, and I feel like Heimerdinger would like, we need to find him immediately. You think this shit that's
Yeah.
going on with the tree has nothing to do with what's happened to Victor? Feels like that might be a
That
coincidence.
should be his immediate thoughts. Like, wait, the guy who was doing hextech stuff was in this thing, and now he's walking around, and now our tree is fucked up. We should find him.
We really should, and it's fine though because we just cut away, and so we don't have to worry about that.
Got more tea to
Oh.
drink.
Well, all right then.
Also, Jace's first reaction to seeing Heimer would be, "Oh, thank God you're here. I have this thing going on. Help. Victor's
Please.
gone.
Yeah.
This is a good time for you to show up. Everything's effed up. I don't know what's going on. Help me figure this out." But no, let me make you some tea instead.
Oh, it's so sad. There's so many lines I need to hear that aren't tea. I don't want the tea lines. Get them out. Give me someone else. But oh well. Yeah, we see Victor is moving around the Undercity, and he's starting to gain a couple of people following him, likely to try and mug him. For all we know, I suppose we'll see what will come of that. Back over to old Jinx, and she is using all the different parts and pieces of the arcade to reconstruct Savika's arm and stack it up as a little present. Now, what we're supposed to have sort of inferred is that after Smeech spotted her, he went and found the enforcers and told them where Jinx is, being in the arcade. So while she was building the arm, the enforcers have now been pointed directly to her. So here they come. They're spreading their little gas in here as well. Not very nice, and Jinx starts to choke. And artistically speaking, this scene is, once again, gorgeous. My God.
Oh, it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
The way they present the enforcers in the fog is so cool. They're like spooky ring wraiths coming in, which I buy as a perspective from anybody having to deal with these guys. As we said, we'll discuss whatever this means in episode 3 when they give us the context for it. But Jinx...
I don't know if this is an artistic direction or if that thing, the fart, is actually like alive. I don't know which it is.
I assumed autistic, but...
Yeah.
Because like you see how it's like it's got a mouth and shit. It's like, wow, which is it?
Yeah, I mean...
Art can have a mouth.
But yeah,
Take that back.
she spots her sister Vi, but with an enforcer outfit, and it like has this combination effect of, it's like she's glitching in her head. She can't possibly combine the two pieces of imagery, which is a really great payoff. It's just it's done. You know, like I didn't buy that Vi would be in the enforcer outfit anyway. You know, from the other end, and then I'm not entirely sure what's happening with Jinx's story right now, but like that's some good shit in terms of things I know about Jinx and how she would have to deal with this sort of event happening. But yeah, they're searching the whole arcade and they're not exactly having much luck. But there is a moment where Jinx has left Clagger's goggles on the ground. Vi picks them up. I think this is just a little nitpick of a mistake, but there's this shot where Jinx is considering shooting Vi, and she is definitively like angled, so to speak. I'll just show it.
Not above her.
Yeah, you know where I'm going with this. There is a tear from Jinx that alerts Vi, and it's because the tear hits the goggles that she's holding. It's just weird that they would have shown us this shot and then had the tear teleport to the goggles, but I guess it's because...
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
They would have been like, it's worth it for the, you know, for the emotion of the scene. But, it was just funny because I was like, wait, what? Where is she? And then it's like, yeah, she's running away. But yeah, and Caitlyn is seething. She's mad that they couldn't find Jinx. She shoots the target in the little target practicey thing that Jinx turns on. And so that is that scene. Don't know if there's anything else anybody wants to mention about it.
With all of her coughing, you think that they'd hear her.
She was doing like coughing, but you'd think they'd probably hear it
That
as
would
well.
not be possible.
Well,
as someone who has some experience, she would be so loud there. It would be impossible from
Can
the
you
amount of
consider that
smoke
she's
there.
got shimmer? So that
The shimmer
helps.
definitely gives her
Yeah,
an edge.
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
General
That's
super
right.
soldier.
I guess.
Yeah. You're not
Yeah,
you.
shimmer in her
Not you good.
lungs.
She's a shimmerman.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think I bet maybe, yeah. Just
Yeah,
based
she's
on
like
what we
enhanced
hear.
all around. So
Then Caitlyn's is an idiot.
Right. You got wrecked.
Marketplace of ideas. Oh my
Yeah,
Oh
that's right.
no!
god.
Fuck!
So, Jinx moves out of there while the enforcers are just wibbly wobbling around this area. Probably mad at Smeech for giving them old information. Who knows? Who can say? But that's where they are. And Jinx makes her way just outside. And she's obviously having trouble dealing with the reality that Vi is an enforcer right now. Though, I mean, obviously, Jinx probably recognizes you've done a lot of stuff that is going to have changed the landscape a bit. We'll have conversations about that. Anyway, upon trying to exit, Smeech's man punches her right in the face, and she falls over. It's
Damn.
horrifying. They actually released this scene separately for the season. But
Mhm.
they
They
even
did?
knock her pistol from her hand. Looks like she's in trouble
Bastard.
now. I didn't quite understand this. She should be able to annihilate these guys easily.
Yeah, shimmer.
well, isn't she still kind
Yeah.
of like fucked up from the stank?
I don't think that would prevent her from using any of her abilities.
Well, she's probably still at least disoriented enough to get not only like couldn't see the punch coming, but then the punch probably like really rattled her.
When they show Smeech from her perspective, and it seems pretty clear. Her vision seems pretty clear.
Well, no, it's not just. Well, the vision before she took the punch is what I mean, and then once she's all up against the wall and everything like that, I have to imagine it's like still kind of reeling from that one, right? That's my guess anyway.
I don't buy it. The gray was making her cough, sure, but like it shouldn't depower her such that she doesn't have her shimmer abilities on hand, especially when she's close.
Well, I
to being
didn't say she
killed.
was depowered, just disoriented.
Well, still, right?
Mhm.
Like even if she is disoriented, she should be able to take these guys out.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay, well,
These are just thugs.
yeah, like
Essentially, I don't think they're particularly.
she's kind of OP compared to these guys. Anyway, they've got her, and Smeech explains that he's impressed that she slipped through the enforcers, but he can up his finder's fee as a result of this. And they toss some of her stuff, including a little grenade, off into the back. This will be important in a moment, I'm sure. Yeah, and he says that he might take out her peepers because it's a drawback of these ranged types. And she's tearing up and stuff, and this is where she actually admits that the only time Silco ever saw her cry was when he first met her and when she killed him.
And he's
Misha's
shot.
like, whoa.
Yeah.
So it is not. They don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's. I mean, it is a confirmation if you needed it.
There you go.
And though it's pretty obvious
Yeah,
that
that's
nobody
weird.
knew that
Very
she did
weird.
it.
One might even say it's almost
Yeah.
impossible that they wouldn't know.
Yeah,
There's
that
no
was
way. There's no way.
quite,
Sorry, I don't accept the
crazy.
idea that it, yeah. There's no way. Sorry.
I don't see how it's possible either. It would mean that Kate and Vi didn't tell anyone.
But
Well,
they
which
would have told them that Silco's dead. So what do they say? Do they say they did it or that a piano fell on him?
we don't.
We don't need to restart it. It's bullshit. That's it.
It's just
Sorry.
bullshit, yeah.
Yeah.
So, luckily for this team, there is no effort to get the enforcers here, even though they're very close by, and all of the
Very
commotion
close.
for every bullet fired, fireworks dropped, and screaming and shouting, none of the enforcers are alerted. If they were, it would be the end of this scene.
Yes,
I kind of
it would.
want to, I think, summarize it total, and then we'll go through it. So,
Yeah, go for it.
before
Yeah.
anything significant can happen to Jinx, Savika turns up, and she's using Jinx dropped her pistol, so she can use that, and starts firing, but ultimately
Did
to
she
no
have her
avail, because, well, first of all, she doesn't have her own. Secondly, she's against a Smeech who is essentially immune. He has a fan
Yeah,
blade that
that's
blocks
right.
the bullets. So she's fucked, essentially. if Smeech gets within range of Savika, she's going to have to do some crazy dodging shit to be able to do this. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that her attack here is actually a little... she's not got much power compared to the enemy team. Though, like I said, I think Jinx should be able to take them all out. So it's all very confusing right now in terms of power levels. Luckily for her, however, Jinx has not only fixed up a new arm for her, she unwraps and tosses it. And Savika attaches it. I guess, like I said, I'm going to try and summarize the whole thing first. So it is a new arm that has a slot machine style, like roulette wheel thing that will launch a particular attack based on pure luck. You pull a lever and it'll give you an attack, and depending on the outcome, will be very helpful or not, depending on your situation. Meanwhile, Jinx, I think, executes 2 of the henchmen, and Savika fights Smeech directly, eventually winning with her arm. And during the whole battle, that little girl from earlier tossed that grenade that landed a little further back, and it distracted a man enough that it gave Jinx the easy kill on him. And she seemed pretty happy with that outcome to have helped Jinx. So before we go further with dialogue, considering they win the day with this battle, I suppose we could talk about it, because, yes, Smeech is eviscerated by Savika, and that is it for him.
Yeah, which is tragic.
I quite liked him.
I really
quite
liked
liked
him, but
Smeech
now he's
too.
gone.
Yeah.
If only he said, "Hey, Saviki, do you know that she killed Silco?"
So this is actually a really
Yeah,
big first
that's
point. He
a
would be like,
mark on his
Savika, what are
character.
you doing? Why are you defending her? You know that she killed your favorite guy ever? How could that not be
Are you in
prompted? He
league?
just got told.
Yeah.
Did you want to take over so you're both in cahoots?
Yeah, you could say that. She is so
Yeah.
fucking lucky that he didn't say anything. Because he says a
Yeah,
lot.
which
He's
he
quite a
would.
talker.
Well, and he's even, when he's losing the fight, he's like, "Hey, let's make a deal." Like he's basically willing to concede. And if it was like the easiest way to concede is, "Dude, I'll help you. Like she killed Silco. Let's get her."
So,
Actually weird he doesn't mention that.
yep,
Yeah.
there's that.
I mean, do we want to talk about the arm?
I suppose we will. It's a
Um,
big conversation
now- now,
contentious thing that everybody is split on this arm. Everyone's been arguing over it. So
to consider when
shouldn't-
you think
it
about
shouldn't
someone
be
like
contentious.
Savika, when you think about someone like Savika Rags, look, she's a gambler. All right, we know that she's
a lot
bit
of people gamble.
She's a gambler, so having an arm that's like gambling, that makes sense. Fits her character. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's the end
but
of the conversation.
That's not an
isn't it?
actual argument that people would make.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. That's
Oh,
I haven't heard that one before.
Listen, I like cheesecake. However, if I had a mechanical arm that I would use for combat and saving my life, I don't want it to be made out of cheesecake or use cheesecake-based weaponry. Okay.
Don't knock it till you try it. Maybe it's really good.
Hey, maybe it's better than I really think.
You know, if
this
there's
is
one
stupid
thing,
and
if there's
people.
one thing that people don't like in combat, it's reliability. That's like
Oh yeah, people do not
don't-
want
you
consistent.
don't
Yeah, that's
want it to be
true. Yeah.
consistent. You don't want it to be that you can rely on your weapon. You want
The
it to
most-
be unreliable. That like every fifth reload, it screams. It goes,
well,
oh no, not every.
Did
That's
you know
not
that-
bad enough. On
it's
random
true, the-
reloads, it goes.
The more unreliable and inconsistent it is, the less your opponents can plan to defend against it.
Shit, yeah, that's a
So
good point.
yeah, there you
actually.
go. How could
Pretty
you
good point.
possibly
Pretty
defend
clever.
against this
Yeah,
if
that's a
nobody
good-
knows what the
that's a good
fuck it's
argument.
going to do?
Oh, game, set, match for Rags.
all right.
Okay.
Refocus and foundationally go piece by piece here. So, hopefully no one's disagreeing with the notion that it was incredibly lucky for Savika to win the fight.
Of course it is.
It is
Yes,
inherently
it is.
lucky for her
It
to win
has
the fight.
be. Yep.
Just to be
No
clear, if anyone
argument.
didn't recognize it, there is a result on the slots that give her a dud, that it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
obviously, if
And
she
that's
has
if
that
that
at the wrong
happens-
moment, she'd be dead.
Yeah. And that's it.
That
Yeah.
For the record,
Dumb.
Smeech is remarkably lethal with the mods he has.
Smeech is like actually terrifying in
Look
combat.
at him. Look at his weapons. That's crazy.
Smeech is crazy.
All it
Smeech,
takes is
they
one
spins
bad-
around and he can extend. He's
All it
nuts.
takes is it's one bad roll, I suppose you could say, and Savika's done.
So
By the way,
Like-
a lot of the motions here, I think Savika's kind of a bit lucky she beat Smeech.
I think
How
what's
fast he
a
is
bit
and
lucky?
how
a bit lucky. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like his Smeech is like insanely deadly in close quarters with all of his mods and his speed, being able to lunge and crawl on walls, and all the shit that his arms can do, being bullet resistant and all that stuff.
Something to add, because people will be like, "Whoa, Jinx made it,"
With
you know.
the
So that's
crack
not
we're not there
It's
yet.
like,
We're
well,
just talking
true.
about
okay,
so we're talking about piece by piece, efficient,
all right,
sleek.
one at a time.
I'm
Yep.
glad everyone agrees that she was very lucky to win this fight. No one's disagreeing with
Yes.
that. That's the easiest take
No,
in the
you
world.
I'll
So,
disagree with that.
Jinx created this for Savika. Can everyone buy that?
Yes.
I can buy that. She
Yeah,
built that
I
crazy
assume
machine
so.
for her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who else would
Who
she
else
build
would she
it
buy
for?
it for? Exactly.
Oh, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not.
No,
it's
he
definitely
would-
Jinx
would
did
she
it.
have built
But would she
for-
build
Yeah,
this
Correct.
this
it's a-
way?
It's a
Correct.
Jinx contraption, wacky, but also really powerful, while still weirdly unreliable because of the slot
Throws it
machine.
to her when
Just,
she needs it. It's a left arm.
What was the other
made
for
Jinx
combat
weapon that was incredibly
specifically.
unreliable?
But no, no,
Ooh.
this one is unreliable. She doesn't build unreliable weapons normally.
Interesting.
Yeah, usually the weapons just work.
Yeah, but
They-
isn't the idea that she
they just
just
work as advertised.
kind of doesn't like her, so she's doing the
Is-
trolling or
yes,
something?
so I figured,
Yeah.
it's partial trolling essentially.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's what I
I mean,
thought.
I feel like trolling
That's what I had
taken
taken
a bit
from
too leniently. It's sabotage.
It's
what
sabotaging,
it
yeah.
is.
Yeah, essentially. So it's all
This
like
is
I
for
have to guess,
combat,
like,
yeah.
okay, if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't really care. Let's just fuck it and have some fun with it. Get one over on this bitch that I don't like very much, but I also kind of want to help. I'll do both.
If you didn't like
I'm
her
a troll.
she didn't like her very much, she wouldn't make her this insane arm.
Yeah, but she
If-
also understands she probably at least has to sort of team up. So she's trying to take both routes.
Why does she
If
think
Jinx,
that?
I mean, I
Well,
don't.
Well, so
Silco's
If
gone.
Jinx-
Who else is she going to work with?
oh, okay. So
Well, it wouldn't be Savika because Savika hates her.
the show is explicit in that the reason she fixed the arm is because she needed something to fix. That's what she says. And if you remember the beginning of the episode, she says, Vi said you could fix everything, and then I broke everything. So I think the writers want us to think you wanted to fix something. And that's why she fixed Savika's arm for Savika, which to me is very, very thin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think if Jinx
I-
was in character at all, that last trick of fireworks would instead be a self-destruction mode at the end there.
I don't even
I,
really know what to say
Who said
about
that?
her designing. That was nuts.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know about this as a design. I think it's like I don't even know what Jinx's motivation is to team up with Savika. To be honest with you,
Well,
No.
but then I feel like the thing to because well, actually, this is kind of a different point. Like Savika doesn't need to use the slots. She could just
Yeah.
not do that, but the slots fuck her over and then save her, right? Instead of just not using it.
well, I
Or does
guess
the arm not work if you don't use the slots?
the thing about it is like
you have
Smeech
to
is
use
kind
it?
of possibly going to win this fight if she doesn't have the I guess the flamethrower and then the
Yeah,
whatever the
big
last
Yeah,
thing
it's
is.
over, like-
weapons.
But the thing is that when you pull the slot, it can be like there's one where she pulls it and her arm like falls down. So it's like pulling the slot can like
Yeah.
screw you over in a way that's unpredictable. Like if you don't use any of the crazy abilities, like at least you know that nothing's gonna happen that's gonna
Mhm.
make it like impossible for you to do like normal attacks. Right? It's not like like you're not gonna have an instance where like I don't know if you're just doing punches where it's like oh your arm's just gonna like drop to the ground right here and then leave you open for Smeech to get you. Like she participates basically.
Well, how does Savika know when she pulls the slot what it's going to do in terms of
She
like
doesn't,
lifting
she's
up her
just
arm
lucky.
and
Well, she
preparing
can't
it?
know.
She just kind of
Just
she
pulls the
flips and
thing and holds
aims.
it in the
Yeah.
general direction and see what
Yeah,
happens, I
how-
guess.
You got no clue that it's gonna
Yeah.
the claw is gonna shoot out forwards and then come back. You have no clue. Why did you hold it up like that? Like you knew? I think that's
Well,
bullshit.
It seems like
If
she just
every-
does that for just about everything. She just kind of like flips and aims.
Mhm. If every other action sequence in these episodes were like top notch, really great, this wouldn't bother me as much. I would be like, okay, the show earned it. We can have a little wacky moment here. Kind of stupid, but sure. They deserve it, or they earned it. But no, this is
I mean, I think the reality is it's like, yeah, the art and animation in this fight's really great. But
Yeah.
like this fucking man. Yeah,
Very
like
stupid.
it
I
creates
Well, I'm
problems that
sure after
otherwise
this
wouldn't
fight is
exist.
over. I'm sure after this fight is over, she goes like, "Oh, that was thank you for that, you stupid bitch. Can you like get rid of the dud thing or build a normal arm now that we have to team
Yeah,
up?
can
So you
can you make me an
don't
arm
fuck
I'm not
yourself
embarrassed
over
to
when
show
we
in
have to fight
public?
someone."
Can I have like fingers
Yeah.
instead of this big ass massive oversized claw?
Yeah, because her having this weapon in a fight this one time before she even knows what's happening, that's what fine. But she's definitely gonna get rid of this, right? Like she has to.
I mean, are we allowed to say what we know for sure, which is this weapon
Which
is
is
not
that yeah.
gone for a long
not.
time?
no.
She keeps it, which yeah,
Which
It's
there's no way she
crazy.
would. It's a joke. It's a joke arm. Like why
yeah.
I would be embarrassed to show that in public just on that level. But I'd be like, I need an arm that I could
No,
use
you
as
need
like
an
a
arm that
hand.
is a hand, exactly. This is not a hand, it's a claw. This is
Yeah.
worse than her other arm.
It's super
Especially if they
bulky.
team up. If she wants to fight and they have to fight side by side, and then she gets like the dot,
Oh
and then they
yeah,
both die.
it's already insane, but it gets more and more insane the more time passes, and Savika does not get Jinx to mod it back to reliability. That's insane.
Hmm.
A hook would be more convenient.
Fisherman.
Yeah, like,
Savika.
well, the reality is that this
Oh,
arm
no.
can screw you over in ways that are, like, not possible. Like, if her arm was like an oar, or like a bat, like, she couldn't even bend it. It was just like a bat. That would be better, because at least it can't screw you over. You know, like, you know what it's gonna do. If it was like that, it needs to be emphasized. It's too unreliable. It's more
Also, it
unreliable than
looks
something that's worse. Like that has less power, basically.
so effing heavy.
Looks super
It's
bulky.
Mm.
it's like I don't even know. It's huge. It would be exhausting to walk around with that. There's no way she
It's
would
also
be
just-
tired after taking 2 steps.
We know she knows how to get it repaired beyond Jinx, and it's actually been a decent amount of time since season 1, episode 9. It's just like, how is she not getting it repaired herself?
She should already
Why
have
would she even
one.
trust to give it to Jinx?
She should already have an arm.
You should already have an
a new
arm.
one.
It should
She
be
know someone.
reliable.
She's probably got many connections.
Well,
It should be an improved version of her last arm.
there's a part as well where she blows smoke at Smeech, and he activates his fan blade, which is lethally sharp. And if you watch this part, Savika's decision after he starts up his fan is to come in head first, which, yeah, see this? Sorry, arm and head first, working arm and head first, and then hits him with her actual, like, weapon arm. Do you see how that should have torn
She
her up?
stops instantly.
Yeah.
right in
God,
front of
VLC just
it.
did some cursed shit.
But like,
her face was like, "Ugh."
all it is they clash, she pulls the lever and it does something either perfect enough that it harms him or perfect enough that it doesn't do anything. Like that's how it always works. And the animation is phenomenal, amazing. I like something that's worth pointing out in reference to even the rest of the series, but like, geez, bye Smeech, I guess. You weren't allowed to continue to live.
Mm-hmm.
You die at the hands of this goofy weapon. Then
It was so
that's
funny,
all
right?
good.
Like, they lock up, and then she draws the ultimate kill move. It's like, what if she
Yeah.
didn't?
What if she didn't? Yeah.
Yeah.
Would that have just been it for her?
I don't know. Don't know what would have happened, but we get a really
Yeah,
fun.
It was a
no,
funny little
yeah.
rat now, gets a dud.
Yeah, that'd be really awkward.
We get the fun
And
reaction
they have like
from
the scene where
Jinx and
all the reactions
girl.
from people when
Yeah.
she does the roulette wheel.
So
I can't believe
yeah.
Smeech doesn't tell her that Jinx killed Silco. That's so wild to me.
Oh well.
Yeah. Imagine if it was a dud and he said, wait, you know, she killed Silco, right? And then,
Well,
yeah.
we've kind of been over it. Not a huge fan of this scene.
No.
Nope.
We find out Savika is here because she overheard Smeech and his big mouth talking about how he was going to be doing this. I guess that's just hugely lucky that she was in the right place at the right time to get here in time to save Jinx. Which, like I said, as far as I was concerned, shouldn't have needed saving anyway. Here we are. I can't underestimate how good the animation is. I want to make sure it's mentioned again.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Mhm.
Gorgeous. Absolutely
Yep.
gorgeous.
And we see the numbers man. He survived that encounter for Smeech's mood and memes number boy.
Smuncher.
Yeah. Is
Wait,
just on the note.
wasn't
Go ahead.
I mean, Savika was like, we don't give up our people or whatever with Jinx, but she's totally okay with killing them herself. That's so fun. As long as it's us, I guess.
That's what I mean. The principle doesn't mean much to me if you're willing to like execute all the different people that you have as definitive enemies on behalf of Silco, or to kill all these fellas in a altercation here that you have no idea what the full context of is, and if you did, would likely join them in killing her. All these facts, along with she would never give up someone to topside. I was like, okay. Combine that with her backstabbing history too. It's an interesting principle to hold.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of Jinx being like, I can't believe you put on an enforcer uniform, and it's like, do you even like, do you know what you've done in the past few episodes, woman? Like, yeah, you know what the
Mass murdering psycho killer.
I don't even know where to begin. Like, you do worse than the enforcers do. Like, we'll get there. Yeah, the it's interesting, the whole like Savika enjoys the slot machine element of it, and that's why it actually works well. Is he does not use this in a fight with Caitlyn at all, the slot machine part of it.
Mm-mm.
No, so that's a bit why, because if she used it, it would have had a crazy power that would have killed her.
Well, I mean, hopefully she's smart enough to realize she probably shouldn't risk it, and instead just beat
But she
Caitlyn to
risked it
death,
here,
which she can
though.
do.
She decided to keep
Well, I guess
risking
you can
it
make the
here
argument she didn't know
over
what
and
was
over
going to
and over.
happen entirely, but at this point,
I don't know. I feel like after the first one, I'd be like, shit, man, I don't know what the hell this is gonna do. I can't trust it.
I think it's reasonable for a lot of people to, once you draw the dud, be like, okay, I'm just going to try and work this with my arms. Like, I'm not going to rely on whatever this thing does.
Yeah.
It is a spectacle scene. It's done for fun, and it was very effective in that nature, but writing, not so much.
Bit of a shame. We didn't in the first season have to choose between the two. You just could.
Well, yeah,
knock
like
out 'em both.
Vi versus Savika was just a good fight.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
There was none of that, like, man, what about this big problem though that kind of looms over it? No, not really.
Anyway, yeah, so she says, what are you planning? You got to look in your eye, and she says, I'm going to finish what's left of my family. So Savika has decided she will join Jinx.
Man.
She essentially,
Okay.
I'm not even lying, she essentially functions as Jinx's lieutenant for the rest of this
Bad.
act.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, there goes Savika. As far as I'm concerned, that's just like wild.
Don't know why this is happening, but yeah. And I honestly, I don't know what's going on with Jinx either. She seems very fun. Is not at all.
Not like destroyed or or broken, I suppose would be probably the more apt word that you would think would describe her after the end of season 1, but nah.
I thought she was quite the
I guess she's
lost,
given up on
empty, violent,
Well,
rage-filled
and
like ghost, essentially.
And especially when you juxtapose this scene has come right after she encountered Vi in the enforcer uniform as they were like gassing the place.
Yeah.
And
Well,
like
there's
5
that.
minutes
There's the
later, now
death
it's
of
back to like, oh, haha, fun times.
the death of
games.
Silco. All the most significant relationships in her life are currently in maximum turmoil, and she seems more well-adjusted than we've ever seen her.
Yeah, normal. Yeah, like not. Yeah, exactly.
Remember her reaction
Like,
of like about just seeing Vi next to an enforcer?
Yeah.
well, yeah, all of the weird hallucinations she had of like Caitlyn laughing at her and taunting her and stuff. Obviously, Milo and like in her ear constantly berating her.
Mm-hmm.
But nah, she's
Um,
like pretty chill at the moment. Like all things considered, which
Mhm.
is just odd.
Very
Motherhood.
unusual.
Motherhood fixed her. Just adopt children if you have trauma. It will
What an
fix you
insane
right
and
up.
crazy thing you just said that couldn't possibly relate to this storyline whatsoever so far. Definitely isn't going to play into any of this, for sure.
No.
Victor is got lots of shimmer addict people coming at him. They're all like, bro, gonna get you. And one of them has a little shank, and it's like, nothing personal. It's the guy we saw from season 1. As early as the first episode, and then the results of all this shimmer stuff are now here. And Victor puts a hand on him, and boom, he turns into, I guess, an arcane person. I don't know what else to say. He's been arcaned. And what's funny is
Fixed all of his nasty purple pustules, and it would
Yes.
appear he might have even become younger.
Well, so something
Turns into
I
arcane all over his face.
something I saw people highlight, which I thought was funny, is like the biggest upgrade is not the reduction in all the horrifying like pustules and everything. It's that he improved his hairline. Oh,
What a bro.
yeah.
What
It
a
also
bro.
gave him a facelift. Great.
He's
A
and
glowing, beautiful white person, just like Jakob intended.
no need for a cloak anymore. You can be naked.
Naked.
The beautiful future of Victor's America.
We're
But
all nudists now.
nudist. So yeah, that happens, and that's obviously like what's gonna continue to happen there. And we get a shot I think is probably already a desktop image for a whole bunch of people, to be honest with you. It's quite gorgeous.
You can get a lot of these out of this show.
This is the location I think in season 1 where they dropped the big old tanker thing, right? It was like they had a big
Yeah, I
fight scene.
think so.
Yeah, it is.
Like the shimmer camp
kinda
where
looks
all of
like
the
a-
meth addicts gather.
Kind of looks like a Magic the Gathering illustration, actually.
So neat, so gorgeous.
Looks really good.
He's Jesus maxing? Maybe. This
He is.
is what happens when you spend so long in the Goon Tomb.
The Goon Tomb. He just become a heightened being.
And then we get our second singed scene with what looks like a very torn apart wolf from jungle, and he's doing some genetic engineering. What could this be? Who can say? How exciting!
I don't know.
Terrifying.
He's
It's
just
probably
making a
AIDS.
pet. It's okay.
Find out.
He
He
put
just
out
needs a doggy.
pulled out its eyes. There's like a heart on the table. It's disgusting. How could he do that? But that's
What a
episode
weird
2.
guy.
Episode
Yay.
2 down.
All right. Yeah. So episode 3 is next.
Episode
sure.
3 is next.
I was
It
just
is
seeing
just
if
as
there's-
metal
That's-
cold.
3 comes right after 2. That's yeah.
I was just gonna say if there's
Episode-
anything anyone wanted
Allegedly.
to say in conclude, like how far we are. What's feeling reassured.
No.
What
Hmm.
happened?
It's funny because I've already changed my mind on a couple of things since we covered it last week on Sunday. Since I thought about it more, and now it's just getting
Wait, you
worse.
thought what episode did you think came after episode 2?
Oh no, I mean quality. Quality.
Oh, okay.
Well, so
Quite
what
sure that you
what
knew
things
you
have
knew that,
changed in
probably.
your humble mind there, Matul?
Oh, just more things I didn't consider before that are nonsense. A lot of character things that I found rushed already, and then we talked about it here now, and it's just like, oh, that makes even less sense now that I think about it a little bit more. So, yeah,
I would say
it's good.
a
going
big
down.
thing for me is clearly just how many scenes we're skipping over is getting crazy.
Yeah, that was my main takeaway already after I watched it. It's like, man, there's so many things to talk about that we just don't do, and I'm like, now that we have like chapter 2 already, I'm not gonna go into it, but I feel like there's a lot of scenes we just won't get. You just
It's
have to
not-
assume they might have happened, and then you think about it's like, oh wait, but if you think about it, they should have these conversations, but with the information they should have, but maybe not have. Like, there's so many informations people should have, we don't know if they have, and if they have them, what kind of information do they have? You know, I mean, we've been over it a couple of times already, but it's sad. It's sad.
Well, and with the meta knowledge that well, I say meta knowledge, it just comes across as though it's like, wait, what do you mean this is the end of Arcane, this last season? And there's so much story that you can tell as a result of the end of season 1 that you'd think, like, one more season to wrap up everything here. My hope when discussing this previously was, I think that they'll probably conclude a couple of people's stories, but that maybe other characters will then lead into other series, like different people traveling different places, or that we get knowledge about Piltover from other shows. Like, Piltover's currently doing this, or it's involved in this, and that Arcane was Piltover's story to get the POVs, but that it's not the end of the story of Runeterra, I guess is what you would say at that point. But it would seem to me that whatever plans they had for stories they wanted to tell, we have crushed right up, and the fear I had, that we, I believe, all had when we were watching this was, I don't think future episodes are going to flesh out these events. I think future episodes are actually going to be well ahead in different events, and that this is why we're rushing right now.
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're only
Because,
going
of course,
forwards.
You know, it's not done yet, right? Like, there's still a lot of episodes left, but is there reason to expect that the episodes to come are going to be addressing some of the question marks and sort of concerns before, or is it going to be like onto new things and potentially new question marks, new it's, you know, the whole, like, well, we're only a couple episodes in, it's like, how much heavy lifting can that do? How much can that compensate for any concerns that exist before it starts to get a little bit ridiculous to still be sort of like, well, hey, look, right, there's still like a few episodes to go, okay? We still got, you know, especially if there are time jumps, which who knows if there are time jumps, you know?
Who can say?
You got to be concerned, like,
episodes.
is the game going to cover on this now? It's like, we've set up all these things, now the game can retcon their story again, and then it's like, we lead into the game now. Enjoy.
I mean, we can probably do some more meta and closing thoughts once we finish up episode 3. So let us get started. We continue.
Sorry.
What?
Well, you provide your summary here. It sounds like you're about to provide a little summary of the.
Well, yeah, I was going to say this kind of picks up at the from the end of episode 1, because we've seen the repercussions of what this scene is about to be already in episode 2. Because episode 2 is like, timeline-wise, is a bit it's like between 1 and 2 in a sense. Sorry, 1 and 3. But we're now finding out more context for the things that we've seen, so we can start discussing it. But when she puts the Kiraman key into this device, we hear, I assume it's Cassandra's voice, saying, "The rise of industry and the fissures have led to the air being increasingly toxic. They call it the Grey. I've instructed our architects to devise a ventilation system." And so they've got access, like they controlled all of the pollution down in the Undercity, the Kiraman family, and now Caitlyn has access to be able to manipulate it. Like, she can move particular amounts of gas to particular places, and they scan us a bunch of images of gas masks, obviously letting us know that that's how our team are immune, and that's how the Undercity are not prepared for this sort of thing to happen.
Now, question: This is what Silco was talking about when he said he cleaned the air. Was it that this is what he was talking about, or is this a different?
I
substance?
Can't speak to that. I'm a little confused on exactly what we're learning here compared to, because I thought he took credit for cleaning the air along with other people.
I mean, he took credit when he came in and dropped the.
I don't know if they're saying that was a lie or if he was doing things in conjunction with the Kiraman's ventilation system being set up. I'm not sure.
Well, from what I think he was getting at, it was that he had brokered it with the top side in order to get the air cleaned up, I think is what he was going with that line.
That's possible, that the Kiramans made a deal with the Undercity, because they would have to construct all of this. They would have to have some cooperation, I assume.
Yeah.
But
right.
Was it a
so I think it sounds as though Silco brokered it. So
Yeah, it just seems like it would be weird that it would be a different substance. That's why my assumption
Mm.
is that the same gas, the same air that he was talking about in season 1.
Well, yeah, because the effects of the gray we see in this episode look exactly the same as the effects of the gas he has them choke on in season 1.
Yeah.
I guess I can't say it's the one and the same, but I assume it was. And yeah, I don't know about exactly the history or the origin there, but I suppose we'll go with that. So we get a music sequence.
Yeah. So okay. So
Mhm.
now is the time where you can start being like a little bit Peter
Yep.
Griffin. It insists upon itself. This is a little
Yeah.
bit absurd.
This is, I would say, one of the most common criticisms I've seen from broad discussion about Arcane Season 2 so far. It's kind of interesting in terms of different things you could talk about, but this is the one I've seen a lot of, which is stop being music videos, be more story, which is an interesting criticism considering some of my favorite story beats from Season 1 are music sequences.
Well,
So,
yeah. I mean, my favorite scene in
Yes,
season 1,
yes.
the Echo and Jinx on the
Yeah.
bridge, is a music
Mhm.
sequence. But
The thing is,
It is.
these things are not like bad or anything, but I would
well, the
like to see
animation
them
and the art
do.
is really
I would like
cool.
to see them do the thing actually, like when they go through the vents and find these people, start to interview them, or we should probably say interrogate them. They're probably not doing an interview, uh, and see what's up. And also, maybe have some conversations between the people. Maybe we can learn something about these crazy cool enforcers we hired up to do all these things. Shield Man, Fish Man, Lady Man.
Mhm.
No, wait, that's not a thing. Uh, but yeah, it's just this happened. Now we're here. They went through the vents and went all the way back down, and there you go, intro scene.
I just think it's like it's kind of self-indulgent. It's just
Yeah,
like
Yes.
all right, it's another one, and you've got the song, and you've got like the unique visuals, and it's like all of these things are like cool, like in a vacuum. Like I like the visuals, I like the songs, but like why are we doing like a music thing for every episode? Like why are we opening every single episode with like a music montage thing every episode?
yeah,
These are the
Which
moments
I don't know.
where
I mean, I guess it might be something to address. Episodes 4 and 5 also open with similar
yes,
sequences. It's
yeah,
like every episode.
the show kind of starts to feel like it's kind of full of itself in this moments, and it doesn't help that most, if not all, of the episodes open this way. It's not a good look, I feel like.
Well,
And
it's like I said, it's Peter talking about it insists upon itself. Like
mhm,
it kind of insists upon
Re-
itself. It does.
Yeah, regardless of whether or not it's fitting or if we should incorporate these into episodes based off the story or what the characters are doing, or if we're trying to use the song and the vibe to try and elicit some kind of an emotion, it's just going to be, well, an episode is beginning, it's music video time. And in a show where we're already really, really kind of hurting for conversations that need to be happening, and this is what we're spending time on,
mhm,
I'm
Um,
not
yeah.
really feeling the vibe.
This is where all our new
mhm,
characters are. They're all in this montage, and that's it.
I don't
I
know who
mean,
they are.
the thing is that like information is being conveyed in these sequences, and a tone is being set by these sequences. But like doing one every single episode is just like a bit over the top.
mhm.
mhm,
It's just like it's a bit too much. Especially when even though there is a means of conveying information through these sequences, you are in doing so, like Metal said, you're foregoing opportunities to convey the information through, I suppose, what you could say a more conventional means, which might be like the better means of doing it. Because I
Yeah,
mean, basically,
mhm,
like the information that's relayed here is that they've got access to the gas and they're releasing it in various areas throughout the Undercity while beating people up and
yeah,
looking for Jinx and like dismantling operations. And then there is a thing there of like tone of like maybe this isn't the right tone to set
yeah,
mhm,
for this particular sequence, right? How effective each of them are. This is probably of the first three, the one that I think is like the weakest. I think I'd say. I think this one's the weakest,
mhm.
and the episode 2's was the best.
I guess I'd say, I assume this is still where you're going with it. Like, I love the animation, and I'm totally fine with
art
the
is
song.
really
It's
cool.
just
Yeah.
its placement, which we'll get to actually, its tone in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
What I will say as well is this
Yeah.
criticism was not non-existent for season 1. This did come up. People did say this. Like they didn't like it as much with all the musical stuff. For me, if you categorize them in the ones I love versus ones I'm not as fond of, almost all the ones that I love are incorporated directly into the episodes with events sort of smoothly moving into them, as opposed to
Right.
Mm-hmm.
we're near the beginning, it's time to play this video that we've made.
Video. Yeah, and then the episode begins. Right, compared to if we're talking about the best one, the Jinx Echo fight of especially
Yeah.
effective is the cut from the music, like video visuals and music, to the real situation, like what is actually happening. Purely
what's happening
diegetic
now in the
sound.
childhood.
The contrast
Yeah.
is really effective.
Yeah.
Along with being a really cool song as well, and cool visuals.
Well, and to compare, the Firelights sort of music sequence is played, I think, directly after the intro in one of the season 1 episodes, and that's an example of where it's just like,
Yeah,
I recently went through Arcane with someone who found that very jarring. They were like, "Wait, what?" And I was like, "Oh, it's a musical. We're watching the right thing. Don't worry. Like, it's fine that this is happening." You know,
It's fine that this is happening.
In season 1, it felt like when the musical sequences were happening, it felt earned, and it felt like it was sort of almost always in the climax of the episode, and the entire episode, or whatever the plot line it was about, was building up to it so much. And it was sort of like a little, at the end, a little feast that you have with it, and it just felt right. And the adrenaline is pumping, everything's great, everything's snappy, everything's working, the pacing is right, the tone is right. But here it's just, we start off from this like high, just I don't even know how to word this. It's just it's very out of place. It lacks self-awareness, and as you guys have mentioned, it's completely tone deaf to me.
Well, so
Starting
maybe
at
we
first
should
story.
get into explaining that as well. So, what is happening? It's the sequence shows the strike team moving through the Undercity and doing the things they said they would do, which is dismantling Shimmer operations, which includes, by the way, the destruction of Margot's team and the Oldman's team. Those two characters that weren't Smeech, I think we're done with them already. In this sequence, it looks like they have a shot where Caitlyn aims her gun at them and it shows them like shattered. So I guess that's it.
So much for a plot. Yeah, I mean, I was like, so much for
Well,
an entire plot I was actually quite interested in seeing.
Yeah, which means they have actually wiped out all of the Chem Baron leadership now. All that's left is Jinx and Savika. When I say they, I mean the writers. Which is like, fuck, okay. So they've done that.
And of course, the whole time that they're doing this, they are using the Grey.
Yeah.
Vi is helping them.
I was about to ask if we want to talk about that. Because,
and to be clear, I'm not saying she necessarily killed them or anything, but they're out of the picture, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, they're releasing the Grey, and Vi is participating.
Yeah. So not only did Vi enter the picture as an enforcer, seemingly out of nowhere for us, she just appears there with the uniform. Like, it's been mentioned she wants to do, she should do this, but she went there really quickly, not without any saying. And now we establish. Was there a conversation between them where it's like, oh, we're gonna go down there and then we're gonna gas some Zonites? It's like, wait, what? What does the gas do?
Imply, this is what I want to go over first, right? Just in total, what we get as the story of this sequence of events is that Shimmer seems to be relatively, not like annihilated, but certainly harmed significantly overall. They have like the visual of it all smashing across the map of the Undercity. They show a shot of activating a Jinx trap, and it looks like Shieldman took the brunt of it. And then they show Caitlyn and her definitely happy pose where she's becoming a nice person.
Yep.
Those animals.
Obviously
I
implying,
That is
slaughtered
a
them
face.
like animals.
yeah, she can't quite get Jinx. That's, and then we cut to, up to date. So how did they achieve this when you would have thought immediately, how the fuck are they going to take on all the Undercity? Well, the trick to that is the Grey. They have used the Kierman key to control the ventilation systems to basically choke out anyone and everyone and then take them out personally if they either have the capacity to survive it, deal with it, or they cause any kind of a ruckus. Now, I want to be very clear because we need to understand what the Grey is. We are shown quite explicitly what it is, and we know a couple bits from season 1 about how this thing works. First and foremost, I would try and recommend remembering Victor has a lot of resentment for how his affliction was essentially generated by having grown up in the fissures. The exposure to whatever this stuff is deteriorates you significantly and lethally, depending on how much you take in, I suppose. And there's imagery in what Caitlyn looks at where it shows like people having horrific diseases that's destroying everything about them, from their organs to their eyes to their mouths. Like, it's all pretty grim, and obviously the broad intention of it is to choke people. And Cassandra said that it was implemented because the people of the underground deserve to breathe. Meaning, obviously, that you can't very well breathe with this stuff if it's pouring out. With all of this in mind, it was already a bit difficult to buy Caitlyn putting on the Enforcer outfit and going down to just work with them and do everything.
Vi,
Sorry,
Vi.
Vi, yeah. But now we know that they have gassed the Undercity such that, we need to jump slightly ahead to come back, is that her rationale is it's the best way to do this without hurt as little people as possible. That's the rationale from Vi. I suppose, I'm just out of curiosity, does anyone buy this decision from Vi?
No.
Nope.
It's too indiscriminate. The use of gas is almost inherently just like it just spreads and then it lingers. And when you have you have this hextech, you have all this weaponry and gadgets, you could gather all this intelligence. It's just the idea that this is what's settled on. It seems so messy and uncontrolled.
Yeah. Again, would have been nice to have like a scene with conversations where we somehow could establish something where Vi is like not happy with it, but maybe somehow agrees, but we don't get that. We're here now, so deal with it, I guess.
For anybody who does not
So-
see any issue, surely you'd agree at least that there should have been a discussion.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is
obviously.
Here's the thing. Gas is not really great to be controlled. Like, it goes wherever it kind of can get to. So you can kind of limit it, I guess, with whatever their
Well,
crazy ventilation system is. But
yeah, they're implying the ventilation system is insane, such that she has loads of ports to control it almost directly wherever she is in the underground.
Yeah, the thing is though, when in the last episode when they were in the not the workshop, wherever Vi trained in season 1, that thing where she repaired the arm, the gas came from the outside in. So there was like gas outside like in a pretty big area. So there's just a lot of people, innocent people, that've been coughing their ass off, I guess.
And you can't account for where all of these people just might be. Seems like
Yeah.
a lot of these
Well,
locations and
just-
places are just going to be places where people hang out.
I can buy manipulating the gas for the sense of districts, but rooms? I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
Like,
Every room has a vent in it. That's
that you
not
can directly
true.
control is like, no, come on.
No.
And so, but that's almost
So,
not even close to the issue compared to just Vi has become hyper, the very thing she would never have become. That's like a core characteristic. This is going the complete. This is a visual that I thought, I was like, how do the writers not see what they're doing right now? There's like a old timey image of what the underground was like before, presumably the Kiermans help people. Can you see this? It's like drawn, and there's like a demon smog monster that's going to take them all out. And
Yeah, look at that. Like,
Well,
Oh my
and
God,
they
yeah.
they compare it directly with
Fine.
a visual of what they are doing today. It's side by side. It's deliberate. It's like, see, they're kind of repeating that horror from back then. And it's like, well yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah,
That's bad. That's
that's
bad.
crazy though. That's
Like-
Yeah,
why
that's a bad thing.
Like Vi not putting on the enforcer outfit, right? That is more of a symbolic problem for her because that doesn't particularly mean that she will do terrible deeds, right? She doesn't want to do it at first, at least, because symbolically it means terrible things for her, and it's associated with terrible things, right? But this is just her being okay with this.
Well, and the cope, the insane writer's cope that we did this to hurt less people. Like, what?
Yeah.
What
Then
are you
what?
talking
Why
about?
don't you just go into the rooms and shoot bad guys
This would be
instead of
a
just releasing
legitimate
gas
deal
everywhere?
breaker, more so than, oh, I won't wear a badge.
Yeah, which
What do you
actually
mean you're
got
gonna?
something of a discussion. Not enough, but something. And they didn't give us the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
They just dropped this on us that Vi's been doing this. You can
Are
tell
the
we're
writers
very happy
trying
about
to-
this.
Yes.
Maybe the
very.
writers are thinking, "Oh, we can pin all of this on Kate."
Well, like, they can't, though.
I know they
Because
can't. This is
yeah.
absurd. This implicates all the other 4 people regardless, but it's like
Mhm.
is their intention to just have us think this is all Kate and Vi squeaky clean?
Maybe.
Well, you know what? I don't know how this got approved anyway. This is a huge declaration of war, as far as I'm concerned.
Mhm.
You can't just go down into the underground and gas everyone and be like, "Don't worry, we're doing
Then
this
kill
peacefully."
a bunch of people,
What the fuck are you
knock
talking?
out
Like
barons,
Also-
and
the
kill
obvious
their
thing would be like,
men,
so
and
what do you think they're going to do in response? First of all, they will try to kill all of you, and if your response to that is, "Well, we got hextechs," like, what do you? Jace, someone do something! What is happening? Like, what are we? We've escalated like crazy. You can't just gas Zord. Like, what the fuck?
It's fine. It's mostly peaceful
And
gas chamber, bro.
No.
What's the logic? What's the logic behind it?
there
Like,
isn't.
how is this gonna happen? Help them capture Jinx at all? It's
Because
just
it's gonna
like
make her cough.
She'll cough and then they can
Of
capture her.
the-
Yeah, and then they'll hear her and get
what?
her.
No, they won't hear.
We're
her.
gonna poison this
Well, yeah,
entire
it's pretty
place.
awkward, right? Considering that one of their goals is to get Jinx and it didn't work. But it did work for all of the other people that it got.
It's so
I guess they don't even know that
absurdly-
it didn't work because she evaded them.
That's true.
It's so
yeah.
absurdly evil to be like, don't worry, if you're innocent, you could just stay in your house and not get into coffee. Anybody who resists us, though, you must be allied with Silco, and we'll subdue you, and as we find out, arrest you and put you in a cell for the rest of your life. Like,
And
how
also,
it's
again,
over for Zord.
I don't know why they hate. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
If you're able to do
You
this
just
with
wanna,
impunity, then I guess that's it. Like, who? I'm surprised there's not more people that just fucking teamed up out of absolute opposition to this right now, like killed them. I know that we're dealing with Vi and Vi and Caitlyn, but like a regular person can kill any of you guys if they have a gun.
Yeah, one bullet. Yeah, they don't look like they're.
And
particularly
how better
bullet
to
even
unify
resistant.
all of them by the gassing them all? Like, what the fuck, man? Oh, they'll understand your nuanced position that you're doing this to avoid hurting them. Are you kidding me?
Or we just tell Zon that Jinx killed Silco, and Savika will hand deliver
Jinx,
her
yeah,
to you.
probably.
What
This is-
about that?
Yeah, all of this is so
No.
much less interesting and logical than what they could have done. Oh, I was so looking forward, and it's not bad because they didn't do what I wanted, but I was so looking forward to this idea of Savika maybe taking up the mantle of Silco, or at least trying to unite the Zonites, and getting all the barons to stop the civil war and work together, and have them become actual sort of mini characters that interact with her and help her to run things because they each have their own areas and expertise, and it kind of balances the scales a little bit if she's able to unite everybody like Silco did, and that makes Piltover go, oh boy, and This is just so.
May I
This ain't
assist all of you with understanding that through the lyrics of the song, maybe we
Please
can
do.
understand the scene better?
Oh no.
yes, please,
Oh,
please.
you know what?
please,
That's a
I'll,
good
please.
idea. Yeah, because a lot of
I'll
times the
just-
lyrics they use in these sorts of songs, as opposed to
Yeah.
you
It's
know,
a little
tell
unusual,
us
but
something.
Rags, you wouldn't mind reading this in a monotone, neutral voice, all right? These are the lyrics in the song, or at least some of them.
All right. Can I do the right thing for the wrong reason? Is it bad that I'm making friends with my demons? And I ain't afraid to lose a life or 10 if it means that I get to win in the end.
There you go. See, it's like she's like considering that this
yeah.
is wrong and that maybe it's worth it because ultimately they're doing a good thing.
Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies' energy is enormous in this scene.
This is enormous. Are we the baddies' energy?
Yeah.
Is it good that I've killed all these people?
So,
It's basically
we can
what
now-
it's asking.
Wait, how does this make sense? Doing the right thing for the wrong reason. The reason is wrong, but the thing is right?
Yeah, I guess shouldn't it be doing the wrong thing for the right reason? No, I don't even.
Yeah.
No,
I do the right
Yeah.
thing.
That's like a saying that can work of doing the. I'm
Potentially.
pretty sure it was in I think it was in there was a South Park episode where yeah, it was the one where Kenny got run over and he was on life support and Cartman was trying to get his PlayStation Portable.
Yeah.
Where I think I'm pretty sure that like because they basically they decided to pull the plug on him, and then I think Stan said so Cartman's right, and it's like, well, Cartman's right for the wrong reasons and we're wrong for the right reasons because obviously they cared about Kenny.
Yeah.
They were looking out for Kenny, whereas Cartman just wanted his PlayStation Portable, but they eventually come to like conclude that that's like the best thing to do. So yeah, I don't have a problem with like a saying of doing the right thing for the wrong reasons.
No,
I
that was that. I'm
problem-
literally just seeing if it applies. That's all.
Oh well,
Yeah, I'm trying
the
to
big one that annoys me is it bad at making friends with my demons? It's like okay,
Generally, yeah,
chill,
that's typically
chill
not positive.
out. All right.
Well,
Can we have a
Jesus
scene
I guess
where
we all have a
guys
different-
become friends with them?
I guess we all have a different pick for the least favorite line. 'Cause for me, it's I ain't afraid to
Yeah.
lose a life or 10 if it means I get to win in the end. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, that's that one's
What are
pretty
you
bad.
winning?
Kinda-
Who even are we talking about? Are you talking about Caitlyn? Like, is that her perspective, or is it general the strike team's perspective? And the thing about it is, like, this is where we can circle back to the tone of this whole thing. This song is a vibe. It's a bop. It's doing things. It's kind of fun and interesting and sort of action packed. It's like, what the hell are you guys doing? This should be a horror sequence. This should be like sad and
Yep.
scary. Not fun. So that's how we begin episode
Imagine-
3.
Like, imagine instead of a bridge scene at the first ever scene in Arcane, we got like a musical number with like rock song in it. Or like pulled over
Something that isn't
people,
like a hip-
enforcers,
like a hip hop
going in
pop.
and just
Zorn have every right to hate Piltover forevermore, you know? Like, what could you say about the relationship between these two? And what the hell? Like, Jace, what the hell, man? Just what the hell?
Yeah.
Whoever this guy Jace is now, I'm
They erased him. He's gone. He's removed. They snipped him out. Like, you can't have him in here. It wouldn't make any sense. He can't be a part of this story. I say that as if Vi isn't the same thing right now.
advise.
So anyway, kicking on as you do. We got they
Yeah,
find
kicking
Smeech's
on.
number man who's attached to like a fan and he's been choking on the gray just indefinitely. That's a fun fate for him that Jinx, I guess, set up. And I think she planted him there deliberately so that he would tell them what they need to know to find her / go into what will be the big.
Given all the puppets that drop down around them that are shaped like their squad mates, yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
she was doing that.
Then he says, thanks. I was a goner, and she says, you're Smeech's man. Not anymore. I decided it was time to retire. And then Caitlyn says, looks like someone decided to retire you. Which is very, like, okay. Like, what's, you think she'd have more, like, a pragmatic question to ask, not a zigger? Like, but, yeah, I got it. So, yeah, he says, timing was never his strong suit, and that he's, like, coughing and sniveling and unable to talk properly because of the gray, which, yeah, just keep that in mind for how long we've been over. It's fine.
Sounds like a terrible fate to
Yeah.
breathe a bunch of that in. Yeah. Very not fun.
But while he's trying to focus and explain that he can barely speak properly because of the gray, Caitlyn says, tell us how you got here, and aims a gun at him. It is the most, like,
Yeah.
what the fuck are you doing? And all the other characters are like,
I can
whoa.
barely
And
talk.
then all of the characters and all the audience turn to the writers and go, what the hell? And the writers are like, what? What do you mean? It wasn't me. They are racing ahead with Caitlyn. She's unhinged definitively now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a shame. I'm not going to say Caitlyn was anyone's favorite character, but it doesn't mean she doesn't deserve the respect of being written correctly. I think that's something we didn't like remember. But what was the state of the top characters? Most people went with Silco, right?
Silco, Jinx, and Victor were generally in the top. Silco's gone.
Silco's
and
probably.
we didn't have a lot of Victor in this. We don't see him in episode 3.
Nope.
So not a lot of Victor. And
absent.
Jinx is we got lots of Jinx stuff happening at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of people were not that fun. Like Caitlyn would make it onto a list, but she'd probably be lost, or at least somewhere around there.
She was, I think, generally kind of, but still.
Still
though,
yeah.
You know, there were really like no bad characters in season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he says she's planning something big, Jinx, right here in the Pipeworks. Pretty big place down there. She was heading toward the old tunnels, something about rerouting the vents. And then Caitlyn's like, cuff him. And he's a confessed criminal. He'll spend his retirement in a cell. And everyone's like, no, so mean. Because, you know,
even though that's what they've been doing the whole time.
I thought that's what they were doing the whole time. Like, okay.
No, that I just thought
Maybe
about it.
They're
I was
like,
wait,
this
why
one's
they...
choking on the gas. Like, aren't they all?
Then we visit Ambessa. How's she doing in her little ship? Neat. She's having a meeting with Amara, who was in season 1. One of the merchant guild people who spoke with Jace at some point to do with the hex gates, I guess. And there was speculation based on her makeup that she is a member of the Black Rose. Some of her like identifying factors match LeBlanc in League of Legends, who was one of my mains. LeBlanc is fun as fuck to play. He's all about like
when you get those combos down, just as you go in, deal damage, and you back out, and it's like
when you can coax out an ulti with your clone, you're just like, ah, they're like, oh, you son of a bitch. But you know, distortion and subdiffusion, magical illusion spells and stuff. She's a fun one, and that's I saw people speculating that this lady could be that, and it looks like they were right. She is meeting with Ambessa to kill her. Which, you know, would have been a shame, because Ambessa I find to be quite interesting in the show, and she's still interesting.
Mm-hmm.
She's not in any way been changed as far as I can tell. And before this all starts up, we get a pretty overt look at Rictus is his name, the bodyguard's runes.
Yes.
With the really cool beard.
Yeah, well, he's a cool dude, and he's got runes on his halberd, I think it is. I'm not a weaponsman, but he it's a notable element. It's going to come up in just a moment. And Amara attacks by having them both get like stunned by creepy hands that grab them. And it seems she's here to kill Amara. She gets a blade out and she puts it to her throat. But you know, you gotta watch Incredibles. Don't be monologuing. You can't be doing this, Amara.
That's right.
She says, my son is dead. Isn't that enough to sate your bloodlust? And she says, we know what you're chasing in Piltover, and we won't allow it. Which, what was interesting about this is that the assumption I think everyone would have is going to be hextech, I saw some speculation being discussed about
Mhm.
that might be a misdirect and that Ambessa's after something else. But, and it's not
Okay.
spoiling or anything, but going from Act 2, I think it is hextech he's actually after, just definitively.
It seems,
Mhm.
yeah, seems like it.
Yeah.
I will talk about another example of something I thought might have been happening, but was very, very wrong on in a later scene. But yes, Rictus's runes manage to break him free and distracts Amara, and then Ambessa breaks free, and she immediately impales her, which is just the kind of can-do attitude that I like to see in a character. Ambessa's she makes change happen, which is I think why a lot of people like her already. She doesn't fuck around, you know. I like
Mhm.
that. And all I will say about this is that, well, get wrecked, Amara. You could have killed her.
Yeah, this
but
is. I mean, if you're gonna hire an assassin,
yeah,
don't get one that's a chatty Cathy.
you don't want that.
Just stab her and be done with it. All right.
And yet, she says triple the guard. There's going to be consequences for this, and they say they might need to do their plan now, whatever that is. And Richter says Sallow isn't ready. Perhaps we should involve Mel, and then Ambessa says we should distance ourselves from Mel. She's safer as our enemy. I'll handle Sallow, which I find interesting and kind of fun. They've got different motivations, and that if she just sells that they're at odds with each other, it wouldn't be like a useful chip for many people to use against Ambessa potentially. I assume that's part of what she's doing there, but
Yeah.
we'll see how that turns
That's
out.
what I think. So, yeah.
She also cares about keeping the family safe.
Yes.
At least at what's left anymore. So that all checks out. I like
Well,
it actually.
Yeah, when Namara says my death means nothing, you should have given up the feud. Ambessa says you have no inkling what family is to me. So, welcome
Mhm.
back, Tywin. Nice to see you. Big, powerful
Hello.
guy who's motivated by family primarily and legacy and stuff, but a girl this time
Mhm.
with a big sword. Well, I don't know what weapon
Whoa.
that is, but it's a weapon for sure.
It's cringe.
Does it have a name or is it completely made up?
I'm pretty sure it does have a name. I don't know what it is though.
It's funny we asked the same question during the Forge. We were told, and I forgot already.
Oh.
Because I'm very smart.
Is it
Somebody in chat calls it a Drake Hound, I guess.
Qatar, I think that was the one.
Yeah, I don't
Someone
know.
said lesbians. I don't think that's what it's called.
Lesbians,
sword?
yeah, that could.
The lesbian sword.
It's a Valdo
kinda-
dagger, yeah, Valdo
kinda like a
dagger. I dig it.
Voldemort dagger.
It's kind of like a guitar. Yeah. Similar to it. Yeah.
But yes, Ambess is up to something. We shall see what that may very well be in future. But this is a definitive recognition that her right-hand man does have like rune magic stuff as part of his arsenal. Hopefully, we'll see more Rictus. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yes, we cut to Vi wanted to have a chat with Caitlyn because she's acting strange. And Vi says, we should cut the others loose. Listen, if that he-not idiot is telling the truth, then Jinx is going to have surprises in store for us. And she says, well, all the more reason to have the strike team, which I agree with Caitlyn. Isn't that the whole fucking point? That we had a team to deal with Jinx because Jinx is a nightmare? And we had other goals as well, but that's like why we have them. And Vi says, she'll smell their nerves a mile away and find a way to use them against us. What?
I don't know what that.
She's been saying a lot of strange things to keep things moving.
Well, so let's just be clear. The writer's goal here is we need to get rid of the other three because the scene needs to be cleaner. We get rid of the strike team people for now because we're doing our big showdown between the main characters. How do we do that? Like, well, the obvious way would have been to injure Shieldman significantly, and then have we need someone to take him back into safety, and we can't just have it needs to be more than one of you. Like, you three together probably the best idea. Even have him bleeding. But that is not like he is injured, by the way. But that is not the reason they use. They just say that Jinx is going to use their nerves against them.
No.
Yeah, it's like if you wound the big man, then it's like, oh, it's just going to take two people to carry him back. You two, get out.
Yeah, I think that would be perfectly fine. And the fact they've gotten this far and they've only got one of them injured is kind of remarkable, anyway.
Yeah,
That's pretty.
So,
That's very, very impressive.
And wasn't it Caitlyn in the first episode that was like, it was very arrogant of me to go do this alone. Yeah, one more person will
Yeah, this just
totally
feels
help
like
you out.
it just feels clumsy on the writer's
It's
part.
so much better.
We all can see what their goal is, and they didn't do a very good job of facilitating it. I don't know why you walked yourselves around into Jinx will fuck with their nerves. That's such a weird, like, did you not think about
Yeah.
this when you were bringing them in the first
After
place?
all the shit that they've been doing,
Yeah, didn't
they should have
we just had a
nerves of
montage of
steel.
them dealing with Jinx's traps as well? I don't understand this. Very
Wow,
odd.
it's crazy. This is episode 3, and what is Jinx's body count?
Uh,
Yeah, she should be crazier
three
than
top hat
ever.
dudes. Let me see.
3 top hat.
Yeah, so she's
3
got about
bowler
like
hat guys.
6.
The
So she's got like maybe 6 bodies on her hands.
6
yeah, she took out the
thugs.
Oldman
Two
guys with
two
the
Smeech
mouth
guys.
things.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then 2 Smeech guys in the alley.
Not the Smeech guys, no.
Smeechman. I miss Smeech.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
miss Silco and Smeech.
she
I
could
miss Smeech. Yeah, I miss Smeech already.
Yeah, and his
could use
glitchy
one
body.
or two more,
Oh.
sacrificial lambs.
Well, so I actually think, yeah, you're onto something with that. The strike team could have really, if you had built them up more in this scene, been a big old tragedy source by having Jinx
Mhm.
kill one or two of them.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
It could have been good shit. But they remove them. They're out.
Yeah.
yeah.
They're gone.
Man,
Yeah,
not
they're
those
gone.
guys.
They're outta
They were
here.
my favorites. The Shield Man and Fish Man, Ocean Man.
Shield
yeah.
Man, Guy Man, and Girl Man, as you
Dude,
said.
We
Girl
learned
man, yeah.
we learned so much about them in that music video. They did things.
It's crazy. Because they keep them alive by doing this, but as characters, they couldn't be more dead now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she says, I can't let her get away again. Are you sure you're ready? And she says, my sister is gone. There is only Jinx now. It has to end. I'm so sorry about your mother. Sorry I can't bring it back, but please, just everyone in my life has changed. Promise me you won't change, which real interesting line
baby.
for us right now. Everyone in my life has changed.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, Jace has changed. Heimerdinger has changed.
Oh,
Sadiq
Jace.
has changed.
Jace. So yeah, and then they do the kiss that was shared around the world of Twitter until they got to the end of this episode, I guess.
It's so stupid.
It's
Yeah.
this line of like don't change or everybody changes and I won't change bugs me so much. Because what is the next thing she does? I wonder.
The next
It's
thing for
so
everybody.
stupid. Why? It's crazy because you gotta consider this is like human, right? Why would you say this if you're to the point where 5 minutes after this, you could turn into whatever Caitlyn turns into. You won't be saying this stuff. It's so bad.
Moving on. I
Moving
guess
on.
unless there's anything you guys want to say about the big old kiss, that's a big old payoff. But I guess
I mean, when it first happened, I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh man, they really
They kiss.
took
yeah.
a long time to actually make it happen." I guess that's some
Interesting you
nice
say that.
restraint you had there.
I've seen complaints that happened too soon. For me, I was just like, yeah, sure, about right, fine.
Nah, I didn't think it happened too soon. They were kind of building it up all of first season.
That's
I'm
what I mean
surprised
about
they didn't do it
saying
in
I'm
season
fine with
one,
it.
though.
Like it was
Yeah.
there's just a couple of back and forth people deciding whether or not it was too fast.
But then
Mm.
more in the episode happens. It's like, oh, that's why you did it now. Okay.
Well, the fellas are going home, and Vi and Caitlyn are on their way to Jinx. It's gonna be crazy. But before then, go see Salo. He's getting some shimmer drug, a new version where it like gets painted onto your skin and absorbed through it.
Mm.
On his legs as well.
Oh, painted on my skin.
Dude.
Paint my eyeballs with it.
And yeah,
Let me lick the brush.
Ambessa finds him pretty quickly, and that's like noted, even though he thinks like it's not that surprising. I own this place, but she says it's enough work propping you up without dulling what few wits are left rattling around in there. So she is unhappy with her puppet. He's I assume using shimmer may or may not have been something he was doing anyway, but I got to imagine it's also to compensate for the loss of his legs.
Pain.
Yeah.
Right.
Like therapeutic, but like I said, I don't know if he was doing it anyway, maybe beforehand. This is a new development, though, this form of shimmer, apparently. So I kind of like the idea that she's trying to, when you see her using it, she's following the lines on him. I don't know if that's streak lines from previous uses or if it's like tattoos. But if it is tattoos, it's like neat that she would follow along them to hide the, because I think she said it leaves marks on the body, doing shimmer like this. Anyway, he said if you propped as well as you prod, maybe I'd have better uses for my time than sitting around waiting for an update on Princess Kiraman's underground escapades. She's gotten no closer to Jinx, but that doesn't seem to steal the stars from anyone's eyes. So I guess the broad assumption from most people is that her mission is like a really good thing and it's going to make good change, which is baffling to me, that she is gassing the underground and that no one seems to have raised a fucking eyebrow on that whole concept.
Yeah.
Just, I would have thought it would lead to all-out war myself, but I guess everyone else thinks that it'll work out. So,
Oh, this is great.
good stuff. And
Any day now we'll have Jinx.
She says, you know, maybe if you hadn't let a child overpower you in the chamber, referring to the end of episode 1, he says it's her name, you know, Kiraman rather than Caitlyn herself, has a lot of power. And he said, you should know, do you really think Mel could have succeeded? And he's cut off because she fucking grabs him and picks him up by the jaw. Which,
Yeah.
that would probably hurt. Like, this is just a little bit. And says, never speak ill of my
Poor
family.
cripple.
Yeah, poor guy. She finds a bunch of empty shimmer vials as well. He's not exactly doing a good job of hiding that.
No.
So she says, I gotta sober you up because it's time. Rally every house and family with even a modicum of influence. Because we're gonna see a plan run out, but not quite yet. We'll get to that later. Big things happening politically in the world of Piltover. Who knows what it could be? So like directly after this, because there was a little cat lady doing this shimmer stuff for Mr. Salo here. We see her meeting up with Mel because she is Mel's plant. Crazy. Mel's doing a bit of a
Whoa.
little finger spidery shit here, trying to
Investigativism.
knowledge and information, which I would have liked to have seen more of, to be honest with you.
Yep, this kind of stuff is neat to see.
Yeah,
Wish we
nice.
got more of it.
And she said she was like terrified by that woman, and she says, "Oh, you met my mum?" And it's like, yeah, and she realizes pretty quickly it was never about keeping an eye on Salo. It was actually trying to spy on the mum instead, and she's worried that she's going to get killed. And I feel like this was a very explicit sort of statement on this Mel as a character. She says, no one is expendable. That's what all of this is about. Everything with my mother is a calculated risk. I love to promise your safety, but I can't make any assurances other than this. If my mother gets what she wants, the whole city will suffer, and you're the only one right now who can stand in her way. Which is a lot of responsibility, but also makes you think, like, man, why isn't Mel talking to Jace about just how much progress is being pushed in the direction that benefits Ambessa specifically? If you're worried that like her getting more of what she wants will lead to the destruction of the city, surely you need to encourage him to back down on hextech weapons. You know? Especially while she's here.
What is more baffling is the fact that Jace is kinda her freaking boyfriend. So you'd think they would converse.
You'd think they'd spend time with each other
at
at some
some
point. Yeah.
point.
They've not shared a scene for a while. it's actually kind of insane.
Not since episode 1.
Since that, yeah, talking about Victor, that was the last time those two were seated in a room together. That's nuts, man.
Mm.
To be fair, she probably
I-
doesn't have a whole lot of time to rest considering the change is happening so freaking fast and a war is brewing. Probably doesn't have a whole lot of time to really talk to somebody just about anything other than that.
Well, Jace... I think what Nutsa was saying is that she has more than just political reasons to speak to Jace. He's also her, like, lover.
Mm.
Like, he's the main person she should be trying to appeal to and influence right now, because he can stop and control everything to do with Ambessa. They have a bit of a, like... Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, I meant to bring this up. I'm kind of confused about the timeline because it feels like we introduced Timer and Echo visiting Jace in like the last episode. Now we have this thing going on where Caitlyn and Vi and others have been like walking around Zon for at least a little bit now. And ever since the second episode, Heimer, Echo, and Jace have been paused.
Yes.
So is it like the timeline here?
They have been
when
in
did they leave?
Jace's lab for a long time, and no one's disturbed them. They've just been chatting in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so that means while Caitlyn and Vi have been walking around Zon, Echo and Heimer were still in Zon. So this is kind of like chronologically all over the place, or like, how does this work?
I can't help you with that one.
And if there has been these enforcers walking around gassing places, wouldn't you think Firelights would be interested to check it out or
Stop
get
'em?
involved in some
Stop
way?
poisoning our air.
Yeah.
You'd think the Firelights would have a big say over the gassing of Zorn, maybe. To the point where
They
the
might
Firelights would
even
antagonize and
consider that.
destroy the strike team themselves.
Well, you would think that after Silco dies, the Firelights, because we don't really know how big they are, they might be large enough to be like a decent
controlling interest?
have a decent say, and yeah, like they might have a decent enough say and power to make influence politically in Zon, especially if they went to Savika and say, "Hey, we're a faction, we exist. We're not jerks." But apart from that, we have a lot of power. We can fly around. We throw bombs. We can get stuff done. We were in season 1, so
Yeah.
let's talk. But
For
I guess not.
for all we know, Echo and Heimer have been drinking tea for like maybe even weeks now in Jesus' office. Great.
Oh, maybe. Thank goodness we're getting another one of those scenes soon enough, though.
Ooh,
You know,
boy.
this ends with saying basically that they can shut Silo down by using the shimmer. Like him indulging in shimmer likely would be pretty controversial politician wise, especially after the attacks and stuff, since it's like a Dawn created drug. I don't know. There's probably an angle you can do there that would get him in trouble as like a potential leader in any way, shape,
Yeah,
or form.
pretty scandalous.
Mm-hmm.
It would lower his influence, yeah, or at least support of him.
Yeah, and so that is obviously, we'll keep that in mind for what may happen later. We get like a little quick scene of Caitlyn and Vi spotting sabotage of pipes that are going to be a setup for something later. And then we are back over with Jace, Heimerdinger, and Echo.
Oh, finally, we get a good
Alright.
conversation between those two.
Finally, long
So-
Talking
overdue.
about their betrayal and what's been going on.
No,
with
none
the
of that. We're still not doing
Oh,
any
damn
of
it.
that. We're doing what is the difference between hextech runes and wild runes. And Jace says, "Pass me a tome," which is like communication in one form. And then at one point he causes Echo to sigh, and he says that's another form of language. It's a sound, but not words, or like communication, whatever have you. And he said something more raw, natural, and that is what the difference between hextech runes and wild runes are. In isolation of
them raw,
everything else.
natural.
Sorry?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I kind of like this explanation as much as it's difficult to create your own way of trying to get across the difference between them.
I do too.
But I saw a lot of criticism online for saying that Jace is retarded and this doesn't make any sense. And I couldn't find a single reason why.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I can totally understand what he's getting at here.
Yeah.
The way I
Right.
understood it is like one of them is the ones they create themselves, and the other ones is basically magic, right? That's how I understood it.
I mean, just the difference
So
between
wild runes
direct...
are like the arcane's more basal and natural expression of
Yeah.
itself, and controlled hexes are like more artificial and created deliberately and consciously by people to control magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, there could be more
I get it.
explanation, but considering the time it takes, I don't think it's that bad at all.
What I don't understand is why are they sitting here talking about freaking tattoos?
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 Yeah, I mean, like runes.
The runes.
Oh, well, they should be talking about 1,000 other things. This is what we're getting, so.
Well, they're talking about the runes because it's the runes on the leaf, and they're trying to figure out why it's affecting the tree.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, I'm totally fine with them discussing how to solve the
Oh,
tree problem.
I know that they could be talking about other things. We're just saying, she asked, like, why are we talking about this? And I just said, that's why.
Yeah, that's why. So, I guess there's no need to really. This is probably why our coverage of the first episode is the longest out of these three, because we don't really need to go over just how much Heimerdinger and Jace should be discussing here about all different kinds of things.
Yeah.
I don't. In terms of problems I take with this sequence, at least for dialogue, he says the arcane is dormant in most places, but here and there it's more active. Wild runes are sort of like its fingerprints, I think, who follow up from the explanation. And Jay says exactly. And then Echo says, so you're telling me that the pattern on my tree is there because you pissed the arcane off with all of your demands? And I have no idea how he concluded that from everything that has been said.
But like, I presume we're meant to take that as just a true statement.
Probably, yes.
That is what's
Correct.
happening.
It's just weird how he jumped right into that, like he read the script.
Well, it's, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the sort of, it feels like the overarching statement is, why is this the plot line for Jace and Heimerdinger and Echo? Why is this their plot line this season?
Because from that, Heimerdinger says, you might be onto something. Every action sparks a reaction. And what he's referring to there, of course, is all of their work with the hexcore is now like rotting plants and trees miles away. And his and like Heimerdinger's in the background going, "Oh, ball sockets!" when he like drops something. He should be terrified.
Like, last season, he saw the hexcore, was like, "You got to destroy that. You got to get rid of that." Like he's
desperately
like
telling you right now.
He is incredibly invested in this technology and it not like destroying the world. So why is he just making jokes?
Yeah.
Like, this is his worst nightmare come to realization.
Yeah.
Like, he has every reason to think that the whole world is about to be engulfed.
Victor's just out there.
Yeah.
He's just out there somewhere.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Fully integrated with the hexcore, the thing that he said needed to be destroyed. The thing that they got rid of him at the council for.
What's crazy is they haven't forgotten the, how do I put this, like the text on the paper in terms of what Heimerdinger is, but they've completely forgotten the flavor of it. He says, I've seen miracles spring from the hands of mages many times, but so often they turn to horrors. I always presumed that was due to mankind's turbulent relationship with power, but perhaps it's a property of the arcane itself. He says this in the most expositional, standard delivery ever, when what he's saying is, it might not be that people fuck up the use of power, it might just be that the power itself is fucked. Like, that's terrifying. That's horrifying as a realization if you think that's true.
Exactly.
We're using the power all the time.
There's no need to panic. No reason to be concerned. You know? Like
this city is thoroughly entrenched in hextech.
Yeah, like, what are you gonna do now? In order to put a stop to this, you kind of have to, like, change your society in very radical ways.
Like, they haven't forgotten his opinions, but they have forgotten how he feels about this stuff.
And of course, having this problem to deal with while now you've got the conflict between Piltover and Zorn as well.
And instead, like,
which he should be invested in.
They're making him fun-loving. He's like, hee. Heimerdinger, where are you, man?
Where? Yeah, where'd you go? I enjoyed that you were a little mustache man, and you were really smart and a concerned scientist, voice of reason.
No, he's just a goofy little fella, goofy little goober that doesn't care that the council has been nuked, doesn't care that Victor is around, doesn't care about runes spreading everywhere. He's just like, oh, I dropped this. I said something like balls.
Where's Victor? Where is he?
I don't know. It's so unfortunate. I'll come back to the end of this Jace scene because I'm going to combine the whole Jace like storyline in one after we do. We'll just sort out Mel quickly. So she's her assistant talks about how the source panned out that Salo is meeting with several houses and that he's organizing something. Going to be pretty bold, but it seems kind of, and Mel says it's foolish, like to do whatever it is that they're alluding to, which we'll find out. And he says, "Did you look into the other matter? There's a rat's nest of information surrounding Mel's brother's passing. Whoever he crossed knows how to cover their tracks. Moreover, they've managed to strip your mother of most of her holdings, which has made her desperate and dangerous. And Mel wants an opinion on the shimmer brush that she has. Which I guess for the sake of efficiency, we can probably toss in the second scene for these lads now, because we get a bit of montaging everything. So I'd rather do it all, one story by one.
Yeah.
So with her, the next time we see them, they're planning on making a move with the information they have on Salo and dealing with Ambessa's plans and stuff. But before they can do anything, they are both abducted by what we are told is the Black Rose. Really
Black
beautiful little
Rose.
sequence as well. I like the art style.
Black on black violence, no.
Black Rose on black violence, I think you mean. But also this
No.
lady who like eerily twists her neck all the way around. It's like, what's going on there? She looks
Are you okay?
pain.
Or
Hope
are
she's
you?
alright, yeah.
I hope so. I hope she's okay.
They're gone. And I thought from this that because she got so close to sabotaging Ambessa's plans, that this might have been Ambessa kidnapping her herself and framing the Black Rose to get her out of the way for whatever plan she has for Piltover.
Oh yeah, that might be. I didn't even think about that.
Well, you know what? Yeah, we can maybe. I'll just say that's what speculation I had about like how this may be working, as opposed to the Black Rose just happened to teleport her now. But we'll see. We'll talk more about that the more scenes we get for her in the future. So,
Wow.
with that,
Okay.
we'll do now all of the Jace stuff, which isn't too long when you put it all together. And it'll be you just have to imagine it's happening all the while of talking about a different scene.
In a line.
Yeah, concurrently with another plot line.
So,
Okay.
Jay says, we've tested our hextech under every conceivable condition for years. If there's some reaction taking place, how come we've never seen any sign of it until now? And why would it appear on a tree deep underground? And this is a difficult thing for the writers to solve, but they have a solution, and that is a giant piece of technology that we've never seen before.
Yep.
It is the hex, like, it's like a fail-safe system designed to, if the energy overloads, that it would, well, it's pretty much how he describes it, because Echo's obviously trying to figure it out, and he says it's 200 feet below the surface, the entire structure is a channel, it focuses the hextech energy into a precise beam, the mesh is above ground, but we weren't sure what would happen if it would overload, so we installed a failsafe at the base. And Echo says, so instead of exploding in your neighborhood, it blows up in ours. And Jay says, well, no, we're miles away from the main fissures. And then Echo points out there are utility ducts that carry water and facilitate ventilation from here to there. And that would explain how it affects the tree. So apparently they built this failsafe to detonate if there's an overload of the hex gates, and they just happen to build it on top of all the vents and pipes and shit that gives oxygen and water to the Undercity. And they didn't...
How can
They would have known that.
Well, I was going to say, how can you tell me that Jace, Heimerdinger, and Victor would build this that retardedly? Are you kidding me? Like, they would obviously...
They wouldn't have done that.
They wouldn't build it such that if it blows up, it would annihilate the Undercity's oxygen and water. That would just be stupid.
Yeah, that would be absurd.
And to be honest with you,
Obviously, that would be completely contradictory to their goals.
It just sounds as though that would just be in the water supply in general at that point. If it supplies the entire Undercity, it's got to connect to Piltover in some way. So this is just insane. Like I would never expect them to make this kind of mistake, especially when it's just a failsafe. It's supposed to exist to explode in the worst case scenario.
Out of all reasons, they could like to find a reason to get Echo and Heimer here. They opted for that.
Someone just said
Out
it's
of
supposed to
all
show how little concern they have for
other
Zord.
things.
Victor is a
Oh, gee,
Zordite.
oh, is that what it's supposed to say?
But this is the thing, I don't think
Really?
Heimerdinger would do this.
Really?
I
Is that what
certainly
it's
don't
meant
think
to say?
Jace would do this. It is impossible for Victor to have signed off on this.
No, but have
No,
you
they
considered
just
that
needed
this
a
is meant to
reason.
show that they don't care that much about Zorn? Man,
So-
They just
that's a
needed
good
a
point. Yeah, I
reason.
think that is what
Even though
it's,
all
they're
these
trying
people
to do.
involved,
But all of the
even though
people
all of these
saying it,
people do care, all of the
Yeah.
people involved in are important in this project do care, and they're very, very smart.
Well, it's not like they
the
made
smartest
an
people.
exchange, like by attaching it to these things, it allowed them to do X, Y, Z that was super duper amazingly important. It's not like you can't isolate the air and water supply to this area from pipes that directly lead into the Undercity. Are you kidding me? This is another thing. It's infected the tree. It has already infected all of their water then. What does this mean for the populace that they've been drinking
does that
arcane
mean that
water?
yeah, exactly. What's going on?
But like
The
none of
problem
them
is the
seem
writer don't care. They needed a reason for the tree to rot, so Echo and Heimer could know that it's rotting, and they had to go to the, Piltover and talk to Jace and get here. And that's why that plot exists, or that thing exists, and it messes up so much, and it assassinates so many characters.
I don't know if there's much left to assassinate. It's fine. Sorry. This is Jace 2. This is his brother, Jose.
Jace 2.
Joe's.
Jake? You should have called him Jake.
We already have a
Jake.
Jake. Skywalker, okay?
God.
He's busy.
Yeah, that's why. He's Jake
Jake.
now. They're all merging into the
Jake
same
with a Y.
singularity.
But a big floopy gloom ball appears, and Jace goes toward it, and it flips the fuck out. We get glitching all over the place, and Heimerdinger, Echo, and Jace are all essentially teleported out of the room, and we don't know what happened to them yet.
No.
No, we're not going to find out for perhaps up to 3 episodes, maybe more.
So we're going to have to wait on that one.
Yeah.
Which brings us to the action scene of the 3rd episode. Now, the 1st episode was pretty bad. 2nd episode, we were not a fan. 3rd episode, can we bring it home? Surely we can.
Oh. Yeah.
That sound
Fingers
was
crossed.
positive. So,
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying, I want to believe.
he wants to believe, guys. Let's do it.
I want to believe.
Vi says, Kate, if you see the opening, take the shot. And we get her shouting for Jinx. He's like, you finally got the name right. Guess there's not a place where you just wouldn't find me. And she starts to tell a story about this place is apparently what inspired the bedtime stories about Janna, who's the one I remember you played
Janna
a lot
Lore.
in LoL, Mr. Metal.
I did, and it's quite fun.
She's a wind lady. Wind stuff.
Those like big tornadoes, they go
Yeah.
like wee, and then I kill them.
Your ulti is so good for healing, man.
It is.
And when you can hit people into things as a result of it, the bad guys, that's pretty satisfying if you get it right.
On ARAM, Janna, and you had like 4 or 5 people with 1 tornado. So good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's miners were trapped underground, air was running thin, and then some wispy wind woman wafts to their rescue. That's, I suppose, a setup. We can talk about what it's setting up in a way in a sec. Yeah, and she says, wild, the kind of crap people get up to when you choke them out. And this is where Vi says, we use the grey to clear the streets to keep people safe.
Stop coping, Vi.
You just want to slap her. Be like, shut the fuck up. Talking about
You're still gassing innocent people. Just go away.
Gas lighting yourself.
We put them in the chambers of the gas.
It was all good.
It was the make sure that they
It
were
keeps them
okay.
safe, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, just Omega Cope. And when she said we, you see, Jinx repeats it back to her, and we get a big old zoom on her mouth. They like doing that because that means she means it when she says we, just like when she said animals earlier. Caitlyn. No, she said, never thought my sister would turn blue belly. And then she says, never thought mine would orphan kids, which I'm actually pretty satisfied as a response. Pretty neat, like in terms of, yeah, Jinx, what the fuck? And then she
Jinx
says,
is a psycho killer.
Then she says, why not? I've done it to myself enough. And it's like, so are we not gonna, like, what's going on with Jinx?
I don't know if that'll hold up in court.
Well, it's just like, to take such a moral indignation with the notion that she is teamed up with the enforcers, which, to be fair, combined with the gassing, is kind of intense. But it is kind of like, we never actually got the moment where she says, why the fuck did you blow up the consulate building? What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
What's your goal here? Is it just to sow death and destruction
Were you
wherever
bored?
you go?
You know, like, how is she not asking
Do you
this
need a
question?
hobby?
And then, of course, being like, what is even your goal now? What are you doing here? Like, are you just chilling? You understand what you did? You know, just we sort of don't get any of this. We instead get that back and forth, and then Jinx says, "You plastered my face all over so someone else would do your dirty work. You poisoned our air. You've turned a leaf, sister." And then Vi says, "I'm done blaming myself for your mistakes. Done pretending you're my sister. You're not. You killed her. I'm not going to let you stain her memory anymore." Feels to me like we kind of jumped here, man. Like, I don't know. I feel like we're missing some scenes that either explore how Vi has managed to understand and process the whole situation at the end of season 1, but similarly for Jinx too. And then I would have thought the discussion would be a little bit longer and address some more things, but it's like we're skipped to, I believe you're dead now. We're done.
No.
Let's fight.
Mhm.
Okay.
Which
Yeah, I mean,
when
that's the attitude she should
when
have, basically.
when did we establish Vi's mindset on Jinx? When was that moment for
I don't
her?
remember.
Because all we know from the end of the season 1 is that she still loves her sister. That won't change just because she realizes that she's kind of crazy and she kills a bunch of people. It's really hard to unlove a relative like that. Just by being like, "Oh, but you were a terrible person." You gotta
That would do
go
it for
through
me.
a lot of psychological torture. I mean,
Maybe.
you wouldn't particularly like them,
I would
but
say it certainly
it won't
applies to
change the
Vi.
fact that
She was pretty forgiving of anything Jinx had done. If you remember when she meets her in season 1, she says none of it matters because of like what you've been through and what we've both been through. You know, that sort of perspective. I get what you're saying. Like, where's that conversation where she processes everything she has done as a human being and what that means to her? Because she's mentioned prior that she's like, yeah, Jinx is donezo. Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, but it's like, it's nothing. We haven't had anything that like they actually talk about what it means to you, her collection of actions, and how that reflects her relationship with you as a sister, and then how she feels about you. Obviously, referring you as Vi. It just feels like there's a lot of conversation we could have, but we are getting into. I mean, another example would be she just said straight up to Vi, "You poisoned this world," and she doesn't like go any further with it. She's just like, "Yep, well, fuck you." And it's like, I don't know, that was huge for your character, but okay, I guess. But I guess we don't have the time because we got to get moving. We got other scenes on top of this one to do. You know, so it seems like the fight is about to begin, and you guys excited? You cool down.
Yeah, let's do it.
All
let's
right.
let's have a fight. Let's do this. Let's do the fight thing.
I gotta head out.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah.
do you mean like completely?
What
or?
timing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
This is perfect timing. That's all. Well, thank you for joining us. I suppose.
Yes.
Appreciate
Sorry
it.
about that. But
No problem.
We'll catch you next time.
Yeah, we'll catch you
See you,
around.
dude.
Later, Daz.
Toodaloo.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Look at that, Arcane. You killed someone.
You killed him one.
You killed him.
You did it.
But yes, she says, so stop me then, because no matter what I do, I just can't seem to die, which is kind of funny at this point.
Yeah, it's the plot armor for you.
That plot armor. Anyway, she seems to appear. My goodness. Isn't that nuts?
Oh
I'll
my
show you the
gosh.
shot here. Look at
That
that.
is nuts.
There she is. There's Jinx, everybody.
Oh my gosh.
Get her.
There she definitely is.
That's her. So,
That's
you
her.
know, Vi sees her as well. So does Caitlyn. So it's like, well, I guess that's it. Take the shot. You have it. And so she does. Take the shot. It's very cinematic, too. You zoom right in.
Boy, is it
Vi
cinematic.
realizes what's happening. Here we go. It's so sad.
Shoots her weird bullet at her. Yeah.
Yeah, the hextech bullet, and it goes wee, 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 and it shoots right through. But what's that? It looks like it's gone through steel or something. What's happening here? It was a plate. It wasn't actually
Damn.
Jinx. She was reflecting off a plate, and the plate
Reflecting
falls
from
down.
where?
Wait, what?
We
From
have
where?
the writers of
where?
Arcane need to we need to have a discussion on how mirrors work.
No, we don't. It's a
Where?
fantasy mirror. It's a magic mirror.
Because this don't make no sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, this
This
doesn't
is-
make sense.
This is
on a
what we
lot of
call
different
cheating.
levels.
They replace Jinx
This
with
is
a plate
absolutely cheating.
right before she's shot, and then they show fog in the prior shot to cover the fact that you
Yeah.
would obviously see it's a fucking plate. They would also just cover the image entirely. You wouldn't be able to reflect off the plate if all the fog were there anyway. But if the fog's all gone in the next any of the subsequent shots, and it's just the plate, and then of course you can't have the reflection work from both Caitlyn and Vi's perspectives. They're going to be angled
True, that's
differently.
right.
But then also,
Mhm.
even if they were perfectly
Mhm.
aligned, Jinx would have to be essentially where Vi is, if not a bit higher. Like, that's the only way it
where
could
was
work. What
where
the fuck?
was she standing? Because remember, the further away you get from a mirror, the smaller you are in the reflection. She was like person-sized in the reflection.
Yeah.
How
I don't know
is
how
she
that's
so
possible.
big?
This is really annoying because this gives away Caitlyn's position, so now Savika can fuck her up. It's
So,
like,
yeah, pretty
hey,
consequential.
cheating. It's not fair. You guys are better than this. You know, just like, and all we assume is that Jinx, I don't know, man, cast a mirror spell. That's all I got to
It's
explain this one.
magic. Magic is the only thing that explains it. And it's not even an explanation. It's just like that's just what it is. That's you can't say she does this because of mirrors and reflections and then also break all of the rules for what mirrors and reflections are. You can't have it both ways. That's a fuck up. You can't do that. It's cheating.
So then you get this. Now, this is GG for Jinx, because that's actually her. This isn't a plate this time. Unless, of course, Caitlyn doesn't fire fast enough, and Savika interrupts.
Boom.
Fucking close there. Yeah, she could have fired. That would have been it. But it's also annoying,
It's good
like I
thing
said.
she didn't
if it went
fire
for
when
the...
someone. Why did Savika walk in front of the gun? As she
I know, like you could have.
aiming it?
You could have been
Why
shot.
Why are you making Savika stupid? She's not stupid.
So
But now that that has happened and Caitlyn doesn't have her guns on the floor, it's like, oh, rip Kate. That's
yeah,
you're
that's
winning against
instantly
Savika.
over. Savika's
There's no way.
Yeah,
You can't
that
win a
should be
fist fight with
GG.
Savika.
Well, Savika went toe to toe twice with Vi. There's no
With
way
Vi.
that if that's true, that
with
Caitlyn can put up
gauntlets
against
as
her.
well.
Yeah.
Well, second time around with gauntlets. Yeah, no chance.
But yeah, Jinx jumps down and starts opening fire on Vi to the point where that was just kill shots right there. She was just any of them could have hit her and killed her. So we really are just going for it. There's a couple of moments where Jinx is clearly interested in just ending Vi's life at this point.
Yeah.
I guess I wasn't quite sure we were there, but it's like I guess we're there. That's what's happening.
Also, why is she using the stupid fucking plate? She has shielding in these gauntlets she can use. But we never use those anymore, apparently.
Yeah, she used it the one time. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. That's not going to be relevant in a moment compared to what's about to happen. So we explained all of what was happening over with the Heimerdinger and pals. Now, their interruption or whatever with that sequence has managed to make all hextech related things in the world start glitching. And this
Man.
includes Vi's gauntlets and Caitlyn's gun. Now,
Yeah.
that could be annoying. It really depends on when it happens. Hasn't happened yet. Now,
Well,
Vi
unluckily.
gets a hold of Jinx's minigun and fucking smashes it. Dunzo. And we get the I think this is the song they're using. This is another arguable better inclusion of a song compared to just a music video playing. This one's in the trailer, I think, as well. One of the main trailers.
Yeah, it is.
So I quite like it. But yes, Caitlyn has the shot on Savika. I have no idea how she got to this position from what we last saw.
But she did.
But she did. And she's rolled her. She's got the gun. This is it. It's over, Savika. Your number is on the number plate. You're dead now. But unfortunately for Caitlyn, boom glitch.
Man,
Damn it.
how inconvenient.
Damn it.
What now? What is the likelihood that Jace, Echo, and Heimerdinger are going down and messing with all the hextech stuff right as this fight is happening?
You know what?
This
I
is
think it's
unprecedented.
pretty low.
This has
These
never
two
happened
events
before.
are they're not related. They're not doing what they're doing because of what Vi and Caitlyn are doing. They're on their own adventure.
Yeah, they're not even aware
Timing
that
is
any of the
just
other things are happening.
Really unlucky.
Yeah, there's nothing that connects.
Really unlucky.
Have you considered?
Yeah.
Have you considered though that Savika used her jackpot gauntlet arm, and then she got a really good roll on it, and that gave that caused
Can I
it?
just say,
Oh, and there's someone's pointed out as
controls the
well,
universe.
You know, the only reason that Echo was even in a position to be dealing with the tree is because the leaf fell in front of him at that particular moment. What if it fell like 2 hours later? Then this
well,
would
we can say, what if it fell seconds later?
Yeah,
Caitlyn wouldn't have been glitched like
exactly.
this there and then.
Yeah,
Can I
that's
just say how
right.
ridiculous Savika's arm looks here? It's such a like.
Yeah, like come on, that's so goofy.
So big.
But also, once again, Ripperoonie Caitlyn, you're done.
Yeah, she's dead.
This is it. Just game over.
Well, that's where this
This-
whole thing
this-
gets real interesting. Go ahead.
Mm. This makes sense because if you consider the fact that Jace, Echo, and Heimer were paused for as long as the plot needed them to be, and then were resumed
Mhm.
to make it to the correct moment here.
Well, yeah,
Make it in
unfortunately,
time for the
so-
weapons to glitch.
So it looks like Vi has the kill shot on Jinx too, and she goes
And then
to
it
finish her,
glitches.
but it glitches both of her gauntlets out. So
Oh, no, both
unfortunate.
at the
How-
same time.
Inconvenient.
Damn it.
Both of them, right?
Inconvenient.
When they were about to take their kill shots. Oh no.
So if Jace, Echo, and Heimerdinger had done their adventure down, you know, to like underground, if that had happened just at any moment, like even a couple of seconds later, even if there were a couple, like even if one of them said, "Hold on, I need to take a shit," just wait for a minute, and then we'll go downstairs and we'll sort that out. If even one of them said that, that would be the end of Jinx and Savika.
Yeah, they'd both be dead. That's crazy.
They'd be dead, and the whole
Yep.
story would be over.
So Savika gets put on pause. She's not allowed to do anything to Caitlyn because the writers don't have any way to excuse this. So Caitlyn bites her, and Savika's just like, "Teehee, you're funny." For reference, Savika's already tried to kill Caitlyn twice in terms of a kill shot from her clumpy big bad man's arm. But when she has her dead to rights is when she decides, nah.
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
we
Big
cut
old
to
plot armor.
Jinx has got what's he called? Fishbones, I think, that weapon, right? Mel.
I don't remember. It sounds about right.
Because she has the minigun, the rocket launcher, and then her ulti. I can't remember if that's the ulti or not. The same looking gun.
The rocket launcher is. Oh wait, no, the big rocket launcher is the ult.
Yeah. The shark is the ulti, I think. Yeah. Anyway, she gets that prepared, and she's ready to fucking fire a rocket at Vi, who is currently
Vi,
unable to do anything because she's glitched.
Also,
into
right
the
in front
ground.
of her, like
Right in front of her,
very
too,
close.
yeah. Look at how close. How close she is. It's like it's what, like 10 feet?
Now,
It's not
gotta be
that
clear on
far.
this. She pulls the trigger, fires the rocket, and then Vi is released by luck from the glitching, and thus she manages to get out of the way of the rocket, quote unquote. But what you'll realize from this trajectory, the rocket wasn't going to hit her anyway. It was going
No.
straight into a fucking wall in the background. Now you might be thinking, wow, Jinx, that's retarded. But you'd be wrong. It's double retarded. She just fired a rocket into Savika, which has
Yeah.
now prevented her from killing Caitlyn.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Oh my God.
wow.
But also both of them are unharmed.
Yeah, they
by
both
this explosion.
completely like alive after this. And the
Yeah.
crazy thing, I guess, is like, man, the fight between Jinx and Vi could have ended up at any angle, and it ended up at the perfect
Yeah,
angle to send
I
the
know,
rocket
yeah.
into Savika.
That's right. Man,
Oh no!
that's crazy.
Damn it! There's so much gosh darn
I don't know whether to
unfortunateness.
say it's convenient or inconvenient because it depends on who it's helping at that particular moment.
You know, what can you do, eh? What can you do
Yeah.
against such reckless
Dude.
writing?
Look at that.
Yeah.
Watch it burn, I guess. See what I
So,
did there?
I mean, can you understand, hopefully anybody who's listening to this and is like, you're such nitpicky blimblams, there's not much here I can compliment. I'm only noticing the writers put people in danger and then they get them out of it with cheats. That's all that keeps happening over and over again.
But I don't know, like, you remember how in the Marvels it would always be that they switch their powers like at the most convenient or inconvenient times for the plot? Why
Yeah.
we weren't I don't remember getting criticized for nitpicking too much for that.
Did you just say that
Interesting.
Arcane is worse than the Marvels? Is that what he just said? I think that's what he just said.
Oh my
Oh
God.
man.
Mhm.
Oh fuck. Yo,
Did you just say
Like,
that
I-
Arcane is the
Oh,
worst thing
dude.
that ever happened to cinema?
No, look, alright? My god, how could you say such things? How
Does
could you
Arcane
say
it
such
kill?
things?
Does you is
well,
not like
I'm not saying that Arcane is worse than the Marvels, but I will say that it's more disappointing.
that should be a fucking easy.
Yeah.
Everyone should agree with that. Who was disappointed by the Marvels?
Who is disappointed by the Marvel?
There's one person out there that's like, ah, damn it. I was so excited.
I was the most excited for that one. Yeah.
And that person
Yeah.
is me.
So, Jinx is now doing a big old super rocket fire. And this one looks like it's going to be dead on. She knows what she's doing this time, 100%. And when she goes to fire it, it glitches, unfortunately. It's got the hextech in there.
Yeah.
Oh
Whoops.
no!
Whoops.
So unfortunate. We're getting like kaleidoscope shit for the lads over there, but that's supposed to reflect
Yeah.
how they.
Yeah, the visuals are crazy and super duper cool. but,
Animation's
like, what the hell is going on?
amazing.
Yeah.
See, look, she's like,
Hey,
ah.
Yeah.
how's Victor doing?
No, we don't talk about
Isn't
him.
he glitching?
Oh,
I
I
mean,
think.
Is he glitching?
Did her rocket just explode? Like the weapon itself? Damn.
The weapon like split apart. Yeah.
Lucky she's okay.
How is she alive?
I mean, she's got Shimmer,
Is Shimmer?
but like,
Is that
damn,
going to be
man.
the reason for
don't-
everything?
Yeah,
At this
Shimmer's
point,
like
yes.
their
Yeah,
get
but
out of
the
jail.
thing
Alright,
is
then.
that the big Chongo guys have Shimmer, and when Jace blasts them, that's just game over.
This is pretty
You remember
amusing.
When someone throws a spear at their face,
Oh
they
yeah, this is an interesting one that like Vi seems
Oh.
to catch her instead of just punching her.
Yeah.
Because if
Like
she
what I
punched
would
her,
do.
that might have been it. Yeah, that might have been it. Game over. Ripperoonie.
And yeah, so Savika and Caitlyn,
This
they're having
is-
trouble. And, was she pulling the roulette wheel? No, she's just going for a general grab. Okay. I was going to say, slot
Yeah.
machine. Savika, come on, you love your slots. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, there's this shot here, and it's such a like, okay, you need to decide what the fuck is happening here, writers. If you have Jinx's head in your hand, she's dead.
That's it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Just squash it.
You
Yep.
can squash boulders. She's not got a more dense skull than that. You've got it. It's done.
Shimmer.
Get
And
it.
you can't say that Vi is holding back because right now she's fighting to not die right here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Obviously, Jinx,
At that point, it's
Jinx
just
is
like
trying it.
it doesn't feel like there's
No,
any
I
cause
know,
and
but-
effect, does it? It's just entirely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what we saw was Savika was chasing Caitlyn to the rifle, and then Caitlyn grabs it, looks up to find her, she can't see her, and it's because Savika ran behind her to grab her
So-
by the
yeah.
neck. Why not
Nah,
deliver a
she's
kill
fucked.
shot from behind? Why are you doing
Yeah.
this?
Yeah,
You
neck
have
snap
like a
right there. You
fucking
gotta,
a caveman
robot
arm.
arm.
You could just go
Yeah.
and she's dead.
Feed
Plant
her
that
to the
down on her head,
claw.
and then that's
Or
it.
the
And see, now we're wrestling. Everyone's wrestling. But look at
That's
this
right.
shot. She's dead. That was happening.
Yeah, that's it. You're done.
And see, that gun's getting awful close to Vi's head, too. At this point, she's like, fuck, everyone's dead.
Yeah, a little bit.
What can
But the
you do?
glitching, the
That's
glitch.
right, the glitching, yeah.
Yeah. Little girl who fell out of the sky is noting all of this, and it looks like she's coming into action. I wonder what that might mean. Who knows? But yeah, it
Oh,
looks like we're
boy.
coming down to it now. Vi and Jinx are really going at it with their punchins. Being very mad, lots of screaming. You know, cutting back with everything going floopy in Jace land, naturally. Yeah, this gets real weird. Caitlyn's gun fizzles and glitches out such that it, like, affects, I think, Savika's arm? And then...
Yeah, like combines with it, or
It's like
it
the
made me
frazzly
wonder if
glitchiness
her arm was.
passes over to her.
Yeah, it made me wonder if she made that arm using like hextech something, but I don't know where she got the stuff for it.
She didn't, because
It was arcade
that's
parts,
just
right?
like, yeah, it's just like
Maybe
the same
it's a
tech that
hextech
they do.
arcade.
No, I don't. Well, then why didn't her arm glitch throughout the whole fight?
Yeah, I
Because
guess if it
is
were actually a
only
hextech thing.
If it's not hex tech. It's just got to be like just the
Jace
crazy
built
shit
it
that
to
they
bring
build.
the nations together. He built a hextech arcade.
Mm.
Well, in any case,
This
it's
is one
it
of the
is fucking up
conversations we didn't get.
Savika to the point where she's like disabled by this process. Luckily for Caitlyn, because obviously
Right.
Caitlyn would have died 7 times over if not for that.
I'm sure something would have happened.
And yeah, and Vi's kind of just straight up winning against Jinx, which is probably pretty expected. Caitlyn makes a decision here to not execute Savika, even though she does not know how long she'll be down for. That's gonna cost her big time in future.
Uh-oh.
But anyway, she's getting ready to take her shot, because Savika is in the process of recovering. Which, I don't know, to me, I'd just be like, you with the gun, and you're trying to go and help your other friend who's getting fucked up. You might want to make sure the job is done with the other lady who is behind you when you start trying to take shots. But that's just me, not a fighter, not a sniper. What would I know?
It's what I would have done. I wouldn't be taking chances like that.
Not
This
with a
lady's
lady who
trying
just
to
nearly
kill
killed you
you.
several times, yeah.
Yeah, she is trying to kill you.
And so, yeah, Jinx is almost seeming like she's getting a hand on the fight here, and she gets shot by Caitlyn. Now, of all the things that you could have happen as a result of Caitlyn shooting Jinx here, what do you think it is? It's a finger.
Considering she's
She dies.
It's the finger.
but
which
Caitlyn's
is
like an expert marksman, and she's up close, and she could.
Gets her in the finger.
Mm. It's
All
like
right.
getting someone in the shoulder. It's not like in movies. It
Oh.
doesn't count really.
The thing is,
Like,
Caitlyn is like amazing with a sniper.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little
a little
disappointed that this is how the finger came off. I was like, oh, okay.
Mhm. Yeah, don't know about that.
I feel like the shot
Mm.
is very far away from where Caitlyn would have aimed, which is probably around the head and torso. That's where she would take the shot, I'd
It's
imagine.
not even close.
Yeah, it's really far
Well,
away.
why would she aim there?
Well, I imagine the excuse would be she took the shot quickly, she blah blah blah, she blah blah blah. It's like, Caitlyn's real fucking good, guys. I don't know about that. Real fucking good.
And Jinx seems to be set in this position for quite a while now. It's not like she's erratically. I mean, she is moving, but not so much.
Well, I don't even know why she would stop shooting.
You have.
Keep
well, I was
going.
about to say, after this, you keep shooting, you keep firing. Why have you stopped shooting?
Mhm.
She's clearly not dead.
Once Vi's on top of
Yeah,
her, I
yeah,
guess, yeah, sure,
yeah.
but she wasn't for a few seconds there. We know
Yeah.
Caitlyn can fire way faster than that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Yeah,
now...
that moment where she looked down her finger or, fingerless hand,
Imagine if
that
was
would be
just the end. You know?
that would be the
it.
moment.
Yeah.
That's the exact moment. Yeah, absolutely. She's just standing there. Shoot her
Mhm.
with your gun. This is what you're here to do. This is what
No.
you're here to do. Okay.
Caitlyn's paused.
Says, go on, I'm ready. I'm glad it's you. Had to be you. Vi goes to take the punch. Struggling for a while. If she just took the punch, but it's alright. She's on her way, but Vi does decide, fuck it, I will go for the punch, but she took just long enough that the kid gets in the way and holds a gun to her head and saves Jinx's life. Now, this one has bothered a lot of people more than the other ones we've listed, but I will say it's funny how this sort of plot device here is kind of like mixed in with the like 17 instances of hyperplot armor. You know what I mean? I guess this one bothers people more because it's so
I'm glad
overt.
people are noticing this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad people are at least noticing this one. That's a start.
Well, you're supposed to understand what's happening here thematically. Look at the parallels. Look at this. This poor girl, her life is getting destroyed right in front of her eyes, just like those two when they were little girls. As a result of all of this trauma, they're creating just what they were. And isn't that tragic that despite Jinx being this monster that you've created, she's now this figure that can act as inspiration and support for a child that was just like you once upon a time.
Motherhood.
So,
I see what you're doing.
that came
But,
out of
like,
fucking nowhere.
I just want it to stop.
Yeah,
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's worth reminding people the kid has had no speaking lines. They decided to make the kid unable to speak.
Yeah.
Which
I feel
can
like
work
to
for the
remind
record.
It
I feel like
can
it's
work.
worth
I'm just
reminding
like,
again, though,
shit.
that these two characters encountered each other by pure chance.
I don't think we should be
Astronomical chance.
using this child that dropped out of the sky to
Dropped out of the
define
sky.
the ending, or at least this significant payoff between Jinx and Vi's conflict. I think this shouldn't include you, unless, of course, you were here since very long ago, or you were very well developed, but you're not. You dropped on her, you tossed a grenade to help her in a fight, and now here you are, and you have
That's
actively saved Jinx's life.
Even though she shouldn't be saving Jinx's life right now, but we'll get to that in a few moments.
Obviously, this is enough for Vi to be relatively disarmed in terms of her intentions. I don't have a problem with that. In and of
No, of
itself,
course. Makes sense.
Jinx is just confused, which I'm also fine with. And, we get the kid is gradually pulling further and further on the trigger until it looks like she's gonna pull it, and Caitlyn had her eye on it the whole time, and so she shoots it out of her hand before she can.
Oh, great. So now
Incredible
put the kid away and then punch Jinx in the face.
No, we can't do that.
Oh, okay.
She could have instead aimed for Jinx there very easily.
She could have blown Jinx's head off in that whole sequence, yes.
Easily.
Which would have been
Easy
fucking
target.
baller, to be honest with you. Imagine this shot that we see here, and then Jinx's head just cracks open and blood
just
splatters.
totally more of
Well, we hear the gunshot.
More of a risk aiming at the gun because the kid's holding it. So that's way more likely that you could injure the kid than if you shot Jinx. Which itself
Jinx
is
is just
already
like a free
it
shot.
is like
For a sniper like
well,
Caitlyn at this range, that's a free shot on Jinx.
This is a free shot.
Mm-hmm.
This is a difficult shot for. This is hard to miss, even for a moderately experienced rifleman. This is pretty difficult to not hit. That's a pretty crazy gun, and that is a decently sized still target.
Yep.
There's no excuse.
Well, in any
And
case,
the only
she
thing getting in the way, I guess, is the kid shooting Vi. But the possibility of it. But I don't think that would happen. The kid would be too, concerned with
Kid might have gotten
Jinx in
spooked
that
by
moment.
the shot, but even it doesn't even matter because either way, Jinx can't live through this if the characters are even remotely intelligent.
Yeah, there's so many. They really want this payoff at the end with Vi and Caitlyn that they just don't do anything. Because there's so many parts where Jinx would just be dead, shot, punched to shit by Vi, whatever it is. But
the kid's not even looking at her. It'd just be funny if Vi moved her head back just a bit.
Yeah.
That'll be
That's
that.
that's what I'm thinking. The kid is not even looking. If I was Vi, I'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna move my head. I'm not gonna keep my head in front of the pistol. I'm gonna move my head, and then I'm gonna grab the gun."
Grab the
Because
gun.
the kid's not even looking. I have free reign to do whatever I please, and then I could just crush it in my hand or yank it away or just pull the kid off, and Kate can shoot
Mm.
Jinx, and that's that. Like they're like you could use your arms. I don't know what to say. You could use your arms to do things.
Well,
No.
the gun gets shot out of her hand. She's hugging Jinx, and then Caitlyn's like, "All right, let's go. Let's finish off Jinx." And Vi's like, "What are you talking about? There's a kid right there. You crazy?" And she's like, I think there's actually a lie where Caitlyn says, "Move, scrab, kid." And it is kind of like, well, yeah, I guess. Could you?
I mean, you could just move the kid because the
Just
dumb thing is now their heads are aligned. So if she would shoot now, she would actually
just
get the
take the
kid.
kid off. Use your
Exactly.
Use your magic Insano gauntlets
Yeah.
to just pull the kid off.
Probably need like one hand to do it as well.
You need a finger.
Well, yeah, this
Yeah.
could have
Just
run
pull-
so
you just
many
pull the kid
different
off.
ways. Vi could have picked the kid up immediately, and that would have been that. He's got mega gauntlets, but she decides instead to sort of let this, whatever it is, play out and instead tell Caitlyn to stop. Which, it is amazing, right? After all of everything that's happened and the amount of times they've both nearly died, this is their, like, one chance to end it, and Vi's like, no, let's not. There's a kid involved. Fucking move the kid.
Move the kid.
Yeah, move the kid.
But instead, we do this, and so Caitlyn then shoots Vi's gauntlet, and a second shot is taken, but it's clear that Vi has already moved the rifle down, so that's that. And before we can truly process all of what's happened here, Savika blows up the big old symbol of Jana, and it, like,
No.
makes wind fling through. I'm not exactly sure what is happening there, like if it's a reserve of wind tunnel. I don't know. In any case, it's a big, forceful bit of wind, and it knocks Vi and Caitlyn into. This is a bit weird. It knocks them into a room that is then followed up by a bunch of debris that falls and crashes into it in such a way that it blocks them from the room they were just in which Savika, little girl, and Jinx are now safe in. You think you can?
So,
she
like,
can
if
pick
that
up.
didn't happen.
So do you think she can pick up a kid with a giant gauntlets? Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
easy.
Come on, man.
It would be
Like, what?
extreme. If you're defending this, you're retarded. I don't know
Oh,
what else
no.
is there to say. Like get your shit together, man. Come on, what are we doing? I know it's Arcane and we love Arcane, but at what point? At what point are you just like, man, just use your arms? They have fingers at the end. You could grab things with it.
This
But there's no excuse for this. There's no excuse for this.
this gas erupts in multicolored plumes all over Piltover. It's a big ol' gas attack. This was, I guess, Jinx's plan the whole time, was to disrupt even more. Look at her doing this. Naughty. And, yeah, the people of Piltover, we see, like, a little kid and some others just getting horrified by the whole event. This will come up seen a little bit later. But the result...
Well, and I mean, somebody has almost certainly been injured by this.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody has, for sure.
And they imply that a bunch of the Undercity people see this, and they're like, woohoo, this is awesome, good job, and they're gonna have opinions about it, but we'll cover that in the next stream. It wouldn't be in this one. But yes, for now, Caitlyn realizes, oh boy, you stopped me. And then Vice says, I shouldn't have had to. He's like, I had the shot, and there was a kid, what if you missed? I wasn't gonna miss. You know, that back and forth. Well, I guess I'll just do the whole thing. She says, what is wrong with you? And then she says, I keep telling myself you're different, but you're not. It's her blood in your veins. And then Vi says, why are you acting like her? And then Caitlyn hits her with the butt of the gun in a Bellatrix. Bell.
No.
Oh, damn it.
But they
Right in
just
the belly.
kissed. No.
So, Vi has a cry, and Caitlyn leaves. Now, I think it is fine that Caitlyn believes so hard in her aim that she could have gotten that shot clean. I think a lot of people of that kind, like, they can believe that about themselves without being crazy, especially when she's that familiar with her rifle and her aim. And she hates Jinx that much. I also think it makes sense for Vi to think, no way you're taking that shot. That's too risky. So that's all fine to me. And I love the animation, love the performances. I even think the bit here is quite sad. Vi's reaction, but
Yeah.
Caitlyn concluding that Vi is corrupted by her blood and that she hoped she was different, but clearly she isn't because she blocked the shot is so retarded. Vi has cleared out the fucking Undercity with Caitlyn. Like, she gassed her own damn people, proving unequivocally an insane amount of loyalty to this cause.
But moving this one kid with my arms is too much.
Well, so I was going to say, had she
won't do
genuinely
that.
blocked a shot on Jinx, I'd be like, ooh, yeah, that's, just in general. But she blocked one that had a child right next to her. Like, are you kidding,
How
Caitlyn?
dare
Like,
you
what do you
protect
think?
children.
No, that's indicative of the evilness coursing through your veins.
Oh,
Okay. And
the
I
you
evil
could,
know about
child.
that.
you could be like, oh, but
We must
Caitlyn's
sacrifice this
Caitlyn's
child.
having an emotional moment right now. It's like, are you kidding me? It was a child. What are you like? Oh, your blood is tainted. Like, what? Stop it. Like, sit down. Have a glass of milk. You're not like you when you've not had your Kit Kat or whatever the thing is. Have a break. This is insane, and she actually gets to a point of thinking Vi is a lost cause because of this. Like,
Yeah.
what are you
Like,
talking about?
I said it as a meme a couple of seconds ago, but they kissed this episode. Were like, yeah, please don't change. Like, I won't change. Ha ha ha. And now she's
And then
punching
she
the
did
changed.
change. Damn it.
Not-
did change. Oh my god, no.
Just this episode, it was like an hour ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, they have this shot to be like, look, Caitlyn's even more. The hinges were off, but now they can't find them. The hinges
You
fell
can
through the
tell
cracks.
Even
in the
more
floor.
hinge.
Look, yeah.
The hinges are missing.
Where'd
We
those
can't
hinges
even find the
go?
hinges.
Who threw
And
away the
if you
hedges?
consider this is like a dead end now, this room, and Caitlyn's just gonna walk back through injured through the Undercity. I'm like, bye. You can cry later. Get going. First of all, you don't know what's going to happen to Caitlyn on her
Yeah.
own there, but you also have more to say. You could just be like, are you insane? You're going to judge me for trying to save a kid's life now? Is this what we are? Is that what the strike team is for? Do you know what I mean? Fucking, what are you talking about? My blood. We can go get her still. In fact, the gauntlets could have been easily used to break through the debris there. But they just, like...
It's like enhanced mining equipment is what it's based off
Yeah,
of.
they treat it as though it's like, nah, it's GG, it's over. And you're like, no, it's not.
This is one of those video game walls that you can't interact with.
Oh no, they're real strong.
They're
deal with those.
impenetrable.
So, yeah, not happy, and I know exactly what they're up to, as did everyone else. It's like, Caitlyn, she's going down a dark path, and Vi couldn't save her from it. Sad face.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Maybe biting Savika corrupted her. That was the.
Savika pulled the roulette wheel, and there was an evil aura expulsion thing, and it affected Caitlyn. That makes sense. We see some of the folks recovering
666 and got possessed.
from the paint attack. The L scene, but we are.
It is a paint
that.
attack. That is what it is, right? It's just paint. It's just vandalism.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a gaseous. So they imply that people were like hurt by it more significantly than just paint. Kind of unclear. Not sure, 100%.
But like mixed with the gray or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wonder when they set all of this up, because those were a lot of bombs that went off and a lot of.
I don't know where she's getting the
paint.
materials and the
Well, it's like
time
she
to do all this
rerouted it
stuff.
all and
Yeah,
it
the
all
implication
went
is she
back up.
damaged the pipe in such a way that she managed to send all the gas all the way back up, which that's quite a job, but she did it, I guess.
And
It's
she
all
had enough
diff-
time
it's
to
all
do
different.
paintings and stuff as well.
Yeah, it's all different colors as well when it comes out of the floor, the ground, whatever. The
But,
vents. I think that's the word I was looking for.
It's
Yeah.
alright because there are no other people in this town. It's just 10 characters that we know.
It does feel very
That's it.
small.
There are so many NPCs. How dare you? Look at them all go in the background there. Around. This is the
Yeah.
final scene, essentially, by the way, except for one more singed one. They have a thank you all for answering the summons, and Salo introduces Ambessa as like a expertise person who's going to speak on all of what's happened. This is the big meeting they were building up to. And she says, yesterday she met with Amara, the guild merchant, and they spoke of rebuilding and restoring the great city, and 2 assassins came on them, fell upon them, I mean. And
Oh my goodness.
Ambessa tried to save Amara, but she was too late. A blade had pierced her heart. I assume they've got, like, corpses that they've labeled as the assassins or something. They could probably sort that out. It's just, yeah, that's probably the whole framing job, yeah. But, I don't know, it's just a big claim for what could only be corroborated by Ambessa and her own people. But I suppose there's enough strife in the city to be able to work with that. She says, our families need not fear an assassin's dagger in the night. It's time to end this. You've given Zorn opportunity to repair the wrongs, and they haven't. Well, how have they answered? Half the council is dead. Your memorial is a massacre, and no more wrath shall be met with wrath, not math. You must declare martial law, appoint a general to lead until this threat is vanquished. Someone who will not pale when faced with Zorn's degeneracy, whose conviction never wavers. A pillar of the community, whose house has always stood for progress. You see, they're building up Salo. It's definitely going to be Salo, isn't it? Get him in the position. That's what all this is leading for. It says, who may consider my experience an entire detachment of Noxian soldiers at their disposal until all families are safe. And of course, I could only be referring to Caitlyn Kiraman.
Oh,
Surprises.
An obvious choice, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, you know, we're all like, oh my god, what do we do with this? This is crazy. And she does like a salute thing where she's banging her chest, and while that starts happening over and over again, they reveal to us that it was Ambessa that was behind several things that happened, including the paying off / giving the sort of the opportunity to Chem Baron lady to, I guess, cause the massacre.
No way.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. But unfortunately, I wish they hadn't shown us it because, 1, subtlety, but 2, they show Rictus going to meet her just as Rictus. Like,
in his outfit, in his
Yeah.
Zahn outfit. Or not Zahn, in his Noxus outfit, what he always wears.
yeah, like, bro.
No mask, no cloak.
You wanna...
He's just walking around in his
what are you
Noxus
doing?
attire.
I think someone might notice. Just put on a fucking cloak. Do anything. You'd think they would, you know? It's really weird. Yeah,
For
a hat
sure.
would be good. Because he's got...
There are no other people
He looks quite
in
unique, you
Zahn
could
either.
say. They're quite clear, yeah. So, that's not reassuring, and it makes you feel like, oh, fuck. All the problems we've discussed about how everything has come to be, how quickly everything has happened, how little investigation there has been, how little recognition of all the facts there have been. The episode is like repeating scenes we've seen and been like, you see, Ambessa was behind it. Ambessa was behind it. And it's just like, this doesn't help.
It's like, hey, it's you. It's you. It's like, yeah,
Hugh.
yeah, I got it.
And Maddie is really like, yeah, Commander Kiraman, while Shieldman is like, nah, it's too much for me. I'm out. Which would have been nice to have known you. Like, to know why
I don't know who you are. I don't know what this. I don't know what this
Mhm.
means. I don't know what you're thinking or feeling. I have no clue who you are. Your name was only in the credits. I just don't even.
And yeah, Caitlyn is Arcane Hitler now. We've done it.
Yay! Adolf
Yep.
Karaman, let's
Yeah.
go.
Very inclusive Hitler. Apparently, this is just something you could do. There's no.
Well, so
real
yeah, where the
voting
fuck was the
process.
council? What's happening?
Where's the council?
Well, yeah, I mean, at this
Isn't
point, there's only
Ambessa
2 counselors
Ambessa-
left. Like,
Because
God.
let's be clear,
James
basically
God.
an outsider from another country comes in, says you should be the leader of this. You should take over as the dictator, and I'm gonna beat my chest. And everyone else is like, I guess we're gonna do it too. I don't know why the fuck they would. but everyone starts doing it. No, there's no
Well, especially
vote.
it's like, yeah,
There's no
let's follow
process.
someone who has what 1 year of experience on the job.
Yeah.
He's in charge. Like,
Aren't there any senior enforcers?
who was next
Oh.
in line after Marcus? Because we saw, you know, like
no
that,
one.
Marcus was hanging around with damn it, Grayson. That's right.
Like,
So who's
how does
next?
martial law get declared? Who does that?
Oh, well,
You
who
beat
does
your
that?
chest,
Especially
and
when
then
you
this
now
is the
lost
way it
an
is.
additional
Yeah.
2 counselors because Jace is gone and Mel's gone inexplicably.
No one knows where they are.
Isn't that really
Mel
fucking
got-
suspicious that the 2 councilmen that would have
so.
disagreed with this had disappeared?
Hmm.
What is the council now?
Why isn't-
Literally just Salo and Necklace Lady.
Why isn't Ambessa like, where's my daughter, by the way? Where's she?
We didn't.
Where
We don't
she
get that
should be here for
scene.
this meeting, unless she
Um,
knows something about the disappearance. But at this point, I actually don't know. They didn't give
Yeah.
a shit that Jace wasn't at the other 2 meetings, so who knows with this show now? I'm actually at the point where I don't know if it's a character decision that's deliberate, or if the show just fucked up. It's not a good feeling.
Yeah, Caitlyn's taken over,
And
and she
also-
is Ambessa's puppet. That's that.
And at this point, it feels like okay, so the conflict. So it's gonna be Piltover and Zorn versus Noxus, right? That's probably where it's gonna
Well,
end.
by
up.
the end, yeah. But
Yeah, by the end, that's what it like. This seems like the clearest indication. Oh, we're shifting the conflict now. Noxus are like the ultimate bad guys.
Yeah.
In this conflict, which
I mean, yeah, we
obviously-
killed all the good bosses down below, so
yeah, they're all gone.
There's no
They're
one
all
to
gone.
worry
All the
about
fucking
there.
chem
Oh,
barracks are gone.
God, yeah, exactly. I guess it's more so that it's like, okay, we'll have to see what that means, like how exactly it's going to manifest. With like Noxus being like the main antagonist, but yeah, like I mean, I don't know, man. Feels like everything's moving really quick.
What did
Like,
what did
Yeah.
Caitlyn tell Shieldman happened, by the way, and the other
yeah.
guys? Did she say like, oh yeah, Vi,
No,
she decided to stay down there, and we didn't get Jinx? Is that
yeah.
it?
So what halted the mission? Why was it stopped? Why didn't they continue going after Jinx?
I don't know. They could have continued.
no idea.
They weren't lethally wounded in any way. The materials still worked. Don't know.
But you got a
No,
cape now,
yeah,
so that's
no
cool.
clue. We have
Well,
to.
that's what
We just
it
have
is,
to.
She's wearing an evil cape.
We have to turbo speed to get
Look-
Hitler
look at how
Caitlyn,
big
and
the
none of this
collar
makes
is.
sense. None of this makes sense.
Look at how big the collar is. It's an evil.
Mhm.
It's
Hell
very big.
yeah.
I'm Count Caitlyn. I come to suck your blood.
Oh,
Be clear as well. We got
Oh,
our
boy.
final scene is singed with
First-
Warwick getting ready. Gonna be great.
Get ready.
I'm sure.
Warwick all over the place.
Warwick.
I'm Warwooking.
Well,
And that's Act 1.
Act 1 completed.
Act 1 is done. Act 1.
All right.
Set. A third of the way through.
So, chat,
So,
how you
we're
feeling
gonna
about it before we discuss anything further? We haven't checked in with you for a while. We've been talking for 7.5
I love it.
hours.
Well, they did say that Jace wouldn't be here because he totally resigned from the council and he wouldn't be here. So we get to hear that again. That's always fun to see that repeated, as if it's the panacea for all criticisms involving Jace. Always fun to see our good friend. I miss Jace a lot. I miss Heimerding. I miss a lot, actually.
I miss Vi. I miss
Yeah.
Caitlyn.
I miss Vi and
I do miss
Caitlyn.
the characters, yeah.
At least
definitely-
Singed is okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is all
we
right.
had 3
This is
scenes where he didn't
alright.
say anything.
He didn't even have a
Uh-oh.
present tense scene. They were all
That's right.
Character-
Yeah, that was, season 1 scenes in a sense.
It's
He's
probably
just
not a
clearing
great
his
sign
jungle.
when the character who has no lines is kind of squeaking out being the top character in the season so far. Not a great sign.
Well, I like Ambessa. You know,
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
cool.
Ambessa's pretty
alright
good.
so
Really love the
far,
actress.
and
She's got
the
some
yeah.
she's got some issues,
the vibe, the
but
action.
they're not like terrible.
Yeah, she's solid. Rictus is solid.
Yeah, pretty good.
All right, who else we
Rictus
got?
is high. Yeah, I mean he was an idiot
Oh,
for
yeah.
going in his
Yeah.
like uniform and stuff to do the deal, but like that's not so bad. He
That's not
seems
so
to
bad.
be generally competent and
Smeech,
cool.
rest in peace. Loved you.
Smeech,
Yeah,
R.I.P.
Smeech was
Smeech.
great, but he's gone.
Smeech's biggest
Unfortunately.
sin is
Dying.
not telling Savika
Yeah.
that Jinx had
Yeah.
killed Silco. That's his sin. But
I
otherwise,
do-
yeah,
yeah, I
interesting.
do
Echo,
Smeech,
I
I
gotta
gotta
be
say.
Echo fads. Holy shit, are you guys okay?
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Like he is like
He's
he
done
just
fuck
barely
all.
got to do anything.
He's barely in the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does he
I
have a
don't know. I mean,
line?
if you're expecting him in Act 2, sorry.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
So
No
sorry
spoilers.
about
No
that.
spoilers. Don't you worry.
No spoilers.
Yeah, all
You
right.
have to let them experience their
Well,
disappointment
they've had time. It's
naturally.
been out for like what, nearly a day.
Well, I mean, just in the way that we approach it anyway.
No,
but like,
I
I
know,
think you're
I know.
okay to say that. It's not going to ruin the experience to know
Yeah.
Mhm.
that.
You're
That's not to say he's dead or anything. It's just the no more Echo content until Act 3.
Yeah.
just like a beer back.
So
Yeah, this
I remember-
Act
Oh,
1
sorry.
has dropped quite a bit since I first talked about it last week. And I thought I was being mean last week, but with my criticism, but it's just gotten worse just thinking about it more and now talking about it today. It's just so much wrong with it. It's actually quite sad.
It's at this point that I feel compelled to remind everybody that we have a very high opinion of season 1 of Arcane, and we very, very much were on this show's side. It's in the lead up to it. You may recall that it was one of the projects that we were like most optimistic about its prospects. Like not simply like, oh well, you know, we really enjoyed season 1, but like who knows? Very very much a case of
These guys know
we
what
were-
they're
we were
doing.
quite
We're fine.
optimistic. Yes, a lot of faith after the season that they delivered, because season 1 is
Yeah,
it's too good.
it's
It's
really,
too
really
good.
good.
It's too good. That's the thing. Something becomes so good that it's like, well, okay, it's like it's the product of intentional, deliberate storytelling. Really good ideas, really good follow through. So yeah. Bear in mind, we really like season 1 of Arcane.
Season 1 is
We
amazing.
really like it.
Yeah.
It
Tired.
seems that the ending of the show has meant they've had to crush a lot. We talked about this earlier, but to develop it a bit further now, Act 1, when you complete it, it's very obvious what we're doing. Militarization of hextech combined with the influences of Noxus have essentially pitted Pilt over to control/annihilate Zorn. Meanwhile, Zorn is in a very destructive and chaotic place, and that we wanted to push our main characters into being significant roles on both sides, I suppose, in relation to that.
Yeah.
Jinx needs to be directly involved and aggressively responsible for like the state of current characters, is also interested in potentially fighting for the side of Zorn. They've not done that, but she and Savika are all we have really on that side, other than if Vi stays down in Zorn, and we'll have to see maybe what happens with that, because we don't know what happened to her.
Develop more with the you know, Smeech and those guys.
Yeah, because the Barons are out, and then you know, putting Caitlyn at the top in Piltover, at least to Ambessa, is very deliberate, and you can tell that was where they needed to get to by the end of Act 3, and we went there fast.
By the end of Act 1, episode
Yeah, sorry,
3,
Act
you
1.
mean?
Yeah.
I think now why this ended up being 2 seasons instead of more, I suppose, is something that can only be speculated on.
Yeah.
My assumption is that because they've been working on Arcane for so long, there might be a desire to move on to a new part of the League of Legends world, rather than, you know, needing to, because if you were doing at least 3 seasons, right, that's probably at least another 3 years that you have to commit to this, which might be too long. It might be a case of genuinely wanting to move on because of having spent so much time on it. Now that could be the case. It could be that they were told to make it 2 seasons, though. That is odd to me. Because
No.
Arcane was so successful that I'm not really sure why. I don't know why Riot or Netflix would say like, yeah, can we shorten this down, please?
Yeah,
That just
especially
seems
with this
so unlikely to me.
there's so much shit on Netflix that just gets stomped all the time, and then they have something really successful in their hands. They're like, you have to wrap this up next season. It's like,
I
what?
just it's so usually the problem that a show that's successful has is they're made to keep the story going for longer than they intended. That's
Yeah,
like way more common. It's way less common for a successful show to be like, yeah, can you wrap it up like quick as you can? That's just not. I don't know. It's hard to believe that the original plan was for it to only be 2 seasons, but was it? Is there something? Was that something that was ever said? Because I'm sure that wasn't the case, right?
No.
There was plans for more than 2 seasons, or
More than 2 seasons, or was it said at some point that they only wanted it to be 2 seasons?
I think
I remember everyone was pretty surprised when they said,
Yeah, 'cause
yeah,
it was in the
season 2 is
announcement.
the
a lot of
last
people in
season.
chat are
fun.
saying, yeah. I haven't got a
Yeah.
source or anything, but someone said OG plan was 5 seasons.
But someone else said that's a prank. Apparently, it's a meme.
they could have joked about that.
Man, now I mean, if that's the case, then I'm not sure what to make of that. Then,
Well, so
maybe
for the
it's-
record,
Who
I felt this way
knows?
about what was it? There's some other properties that this criticism gets levied at to explain writing problems. I feel like we've gone through this in autistic detail, as we usually do, and I would say that there's so much time that was wasted or used for things that weren't as useful as they could have been. I.e., could we get to the end of this act in a way that was very, very coherent and respectful of the characters? Like, I think we could. I think it's possible.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I think it's viable.
Viable.
Oh,
Oh wow, that unintentional puns.
Oh, because Ambessa is vying for power. I get
Yes.
it.
Beautiful.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah. So I think it is crushed, and under the pressure, they've, I guess, buckled. They didn't manage to smoothen it out enough, or maybe they didn't have enough time. I don't know what it is. If it's the same team, I almost don't
Which
believe
it appears
it.
to be.
Like it's.
But it appears to be the same. It's a lot of familiar writers and directors.
The
Mm-hmm.
absolute chasm of quality difference is insane. And you guys would have, well, maybe you have, maybe you haven't seen our coverage of the first season, but vast majority of those streams was spent gushing over everything.
Oh, so finely
Everything.
crafted, so deliberate, so excellent.
Ew. Yeah, I mean, as you can tell, we're pretty disappointed. I said this on Drinker's stream that I am mystic about the future, and all I mean by that is that I've got no reason to think that things are going to get better, but I guess I do kind of have some hope that it wouldn't get catastrophically worse. So I'm sort of sitting in this dark place, waiting for the day where something And you know what? Penguin was pretty good. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe that was the cost. It was like, you want that? Well, you're gonna have to do this. Something. Don't.
I mean, I don't know. It's you kind of got this awkward problem, right? Where it's like, well, there's still a lot of story left, right? And it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess there is. Yeah.
There really is.
But,
Well, so for the record, myself, Metal, Nutsa, Rags, and Fringy have all seen Act 2.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it.
We've seen another
We
3
have seen
episodes that are to come, and you will hear us
Mhm.
deep dive on them
Talk about it
next week.
Not
this week.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And by the
Well.
time that happens, the entire
The
season
whole
will have released.
schmagaggle will become blue bleed.
Yes. Well, that was great. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and doing that. That's
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing but fun. Nuts, what are you up to lately? What are you releasing in the wide world of entertainment media?
Well, not much right now, but I'm still working on a project, Star Wars related project. But yeah, I released a video like 3 weeks ago, I guess, about like Joker 2 if you want to check it out. And there's some other stuff
Yay, we
on my
love
channel
that.
that I don't remember about. Yay! So yeah, you can check it out if you're interested in
Sweet.
stuff.
Linkarinos in description. I think it's safe to say it's not exactly the most positive view on Joker, that video. Therefore, everyone in chat will love it. More than likely.
Yay! Oh boy!
Yay!
Metal, what about you, good sir?
Well, you said we're gonna talk about Arcane Part 2, Chapter next week. I'll do it tomorrow, actually, on the Forge. So
Boy.
if you just can't wait until next week, which you shouldn't, you should definitely come watch the Forge. We're gonna do that tomorrow. We have Brooks there, we have Mark there, of course, then we got Mr. Goger around. So yeah, that's our crew for the Arcane stuff. So yeah, come check that out. The Rings of Power videos, they have not been forgotten or completely halted. It's just been work has been kicking my ass, and I had the flu for the last week and a half or something. There's a Veilguard stream where you could see me get sick in real time. I think it's pretty funny to watch, I think. Because it just starts normal and then it just starts snotting up. It's kind of gross, actually, I think. But yeah, Veilguard gave me the flu. That's what I'm saying.
Horrible.
But yeah, those are still gonna be finished. Don't you worry. Also, 45 subs and I reached 10,000 subscribers. So everybody go and click that button because I want
That
to see
means a
that.
naked Dark Souls 2 stream.
Let's
Naked?
go. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna be naked
in a
when
naked
we're
chair.
playing the smaller.
Okay.
I'm
But
always
yeah, but the
naked,
flu is
so it's
pretty much gone. I feel
normal.
much better. So hopefully I can finally get another stream in tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but tomorrow, of course, Forge. But next week, maybe play some more Veilguard or something. So yeah, should be good stuff.
As was mentioned, we were hoping to have Theo and Random
We
Film
didn't
talk
mention
with
him.
us, but it was not the fate of this stream, apparently. But as far as I am aware, it's absolutely the fate of the next stream. So the opening of that one will probably ask them lads what they thought of Act 1. Be an interesting little startup before we enter into the discussion. It'll likely take us potentially even longer than this one did. Who can say? Who can know? I don't know.
Goodness.
But it is out there for those who want to go see it and didn't know it is available. We shall see you there on the next week. Rags, Fringy, anything you guys want to mention?
By the end of this month, I hope to have another video done and doing the Gollum stream. So
Oh shit.
yeah, that'll be something that I'm aiming to get done before December. So yeah, that should be an experience that everyone will get to delight in together.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll be getting around to Gollum at some point soon as well.
Yes.
The adventure shall begin.
For those who don't know,
Wolf
Wolf
has already started
begun
his adventure.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the EFAP Highlights channel, you can find his first Gollum stream, which he went heavy into, you know? He really wanted that Gollum experience. Well, and once that is...
He actually he messaged me today. He's like, I started the game. This is shit. I hate it. I just wrote back to him. It's like, welcome to hell, people. Glad.
Yeah. It's an experience for sure, and I believe Joe Danger has already got his eyes on setting up a nice, fun super chat, super cut of the whole set, which we'll probably make an episode out of, I'd imagine.
I never heard anyone that drunk. Someone in chat said. Oh, he
We,
did drink last night as well. Huh?
in terms of just a general update, we're still moving through the... It's not like you shouldn't be worried about anything. It's just that we've had complications that made the Halloween arc difficult to record this year, but we're almost there. It's taken a bunch of organization, couple sessions, but looks like it's already turned out pretty strong. I think you guys will be interested. Not going to give you any clues, but I'm sure plenty of you will guess it before the time comes. But we've got, I think, one more proper recording session to do before that one will be completed, and then we're going to be getting back onto trying to sort out all the Super Chat catch-ups focus, obviously, because the faster we get the Halloween arc done, the faster people can start editing it ready for you guys to enjoy next year. I was just going to see if we got any, is it Jason, Halloween, 100%, hope it's Chucky, the Killer Doll. Halloween arc will be the Mummy series. There's only 3 of those. You guys would be annoyed at us if we only did 3. The movie. Still, I want to do the Mummy for EFAP movies at some point. Anyway, it's been quite a riot. Thank you all so much for hanging out and for being there. It's wonderful. We are, like I said, going to tackle head first hard into Super Chat catch-ups. We will get it all sorted out. Sorry we fell behind, sort of. We just got a lot of things to sort out. And, same for this episode as for the rest. We will get to them. They're all saved. Don't you fret. That was what the noises you sometimes hear of me sorting it out into a big database. But it's all sorted. No worries. And for now, we bid you a good night, good day, good morning, good afternoon, all the things. Bye-bye.
See you around.
See you later, everybody.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye.